Huang Xiaolong tested out his Grand Mist parasitic medium again, and when he circulated it, the Grand Mist energy in his body moved tens of times faster than before. The fourth stage. Borrowing the might of the two strands of Grand Mist aura, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist parasitic medium had broken through to the fourth stage. In the third stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium, Huang Xiaolong could use the Grand Mist worms to attack his enemies. The Grand Mist worms could pierce through any armor. Now that Huang Xiaolong had reached the fourth stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium, he was able to control the worms to remain in his victims' bodies. He could even suck out his foe's god force to replenish his own. The ability to do so made the fourth stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium extremely horrifying. I wonder how many Grand Mist worms I can plant in their bodies. I also need to find out how many people I can affect with this ability. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The stronger his divine sense was, the more Grand Mist worms Huang Xiaolong could create. As the number of worms would increase, so would his ability to absorb more god force in the same amount of time. His cultivation speed would experience a tremendous boost. Ever since awakening the 3 archdevil bloodlines in his body, Huang Xiaolong could foresee that his cultivation speed would increase tenfold. No, it was even possible for his cultivation speed to increase by tens of folds. After he stabilized his breathing, Huang Xiaolong finally got to his feet. This cultivation session of his had lasted for 8 years, and there was only a single year left till the start of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. It was time for him to return to the divine world. Huang Xiaolong quickly flew out of the Forbidden Lands, and he was greeted by the members of the Netherworld King's organization. Your Majesty, Tai Yu and the other great commanders who were standing guard at the Forbidden Grounds entrance greeted in unison the moment Huang Xiaolong appeared. Congratulations on your advancement to the high-level Heavenly Monarch realm. As they celebrated Huang Xiaolong's advancement, an expression of joy hung on their faces. Huang Xiaolong smiled with indifference and said, I broke through because of luck. There is no need to congratulate me for breaking into the high-level Heavenly Monarch realm. Tai Yu and the others were stunned silly. Broke through because of luck. Supposing that Huang Xiaolong had managed to break through to the high-level Heavenly Monarch realm because of luck, how could heaven-defying geniuses like Tai Yu and the rest hold their heads high? After all, they had to cultivate for millions of years to arrive at their current cultivation level. Huang Xiaolong and the great commanders slowly made their way to the Green Flame Devil Scorpion Tribe's headquarters. The commencement of the Battle of the Heavenly Court is drawing near. I'm planning to return to the divine world soon. Huang Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. I need to trouble all of you to take care of the Netherworld King's organization matters. When will your Majesty return? Tai Yu asked respectfully. All of them knew about Huang Xiaolong's other identity. As such, none of them were surprised when they learned that he had to return to the divine world to take part in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Huang Xiaolong shook his head after thinking for a moment. I have no idea. I might return after the Battle of the Heavenly Court, but I might need to make a trip to the Devil World before that. There were 6 Devil Steels in the Devil World, and Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain the Blood-Eye Devil Steel in the past. He wanted to head over to the Devil World to look for the other 5. The other 5 steels could be located in the Devil World. He felt that he could obtain the Archdevil Lord's Heavenless Demonic Art by gathering all 6 steels. After all, the Heavenless Demonic Art was the strongest demonic art in the Archdevil Lord's arsenal. As long as he managed to obtain it, he would be an unstoppable existence with both the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium and the Heavenless Demonic Art. He also felt that he would break through to the Emperor Realm once he gathered all 6 Devil Steels. Although his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium had already broken through to the 4th stage and he had awakened all 3 Archdevil bloodlines in his body, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would need several hundred years to enter the Emperor Realm. No matter how quickly he cultivated, Emperor Realm was out of his reach for the next 300 years at the very least. No matter how heaven-defying it was to everyone else for someone to enter the Emperor Realm in 300 years, Huang Xiaolong felt that the speed was not up to his liking. Of course, everything would be different if he managed to gather all 5 other Devil Steels. Huang Xiaolong felt as though he would only be confident to face the Massacring God's Gate and the 9 Giant Corpse tribe after breaking into the Emperor Realm. Your Majesty plans to head over to the Devil World? Tai Yu and the others felt their jaws dropping in shock. Azura King Jin Yuan piped up all of a sudden. Your Majesty, the Devil World is too dangerous. Even Fan Hui and the rest couldn't help but clamor. That's right. Ever since the Archdevil Lord vanished in the Devil World several billion years ago, they have been on the brink of collapse. The Devil World is even more chaotic than hell. Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled. Even Chu Han can't kill me. The number of people in the Devil World who can take my life could be counted on one hand. I will be cautious when messing about there. All of you can rest assured. Oh right. Is there news about the Saint Buddha water and the Buddhist soil I requested for? On the Black Ant Plain, Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain the one and only seed of enlightenment in existence. He had to grow it in the Buddhist soil before watering it with the Saint Buddha water to germinate. There is no news at the moment. Wan Yutian shook his head and continued. The Saint Buddha water is the top-ranked saint water in the Buddhist world. I'm afraid that it will only be available in the heart of Divine Mountain Shumi in the Buddhist world. As for the Buddhist soil, no one has seen it in the past 10 billion years. I'm afraid only the old Buddhist ancestor will have something like that. However, the old Buddhist ancestor is our old master's archenemy. Wan Yutian paused after speaking so much. His meaning was clear. It was harder to obtain the Buddhist soil from the old Buddhist ancestor's hands than climbing to the sky. A frown slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. If that was the case, he needed to make a trip to the Buddhist world after obtaining all 5 devil steels. After all, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be content if he gave up on growing the seed. Moreover, he had a feeling that he would be able to surpass the Emperor realm if he cultivated beneath the divine Bodhi tree in the future. Huang Xiaolong knew that he had progressed too quickly on his road of cultivation. His divine soul and mental state seemed to be lagging. He felt that the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm would be a huge bottleneck for him in the future. The only way he would be able to remedy his problems was to use the divine Bodhi tree to assist the growth of his divine soul and mental state. As such, Huang Xiaolong was adamant about obtaining the Saint Buddha water and Buddhist soil. When they finally arrived at the Green Flame Devil Scorpion tribe's headquarters, Huang Xiaolong passed down his instructions to Tai Yu and the rest. After staying there for a few days, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Azura tactics and left hell. Huang Xiaolong always felt that the Azura tactics wasn't simple, as it wouldn't be easy for him to leave hell with the technique otherwise. He felt that there was no way Ren Wuquang was the one who had come up with it. There was too a high chance that Ren Wuquang had managed to obtain the Azura tactics by chance. In the future, Huang Xiaolong decided to question his master, Ren Wuquang, about the Azura tactics' origins after he returned to hell. When he finally left hell, he was greeted with an incredible sight. Stars were twinkling in the space before him, and Huang Xiaolong sucked in a deep breath. I'm finally back in the divine world. Even the air in the divine world seemed fresher to him. Huang Xiaolong looked at the familiar black hole before him, and a trace of laughter appeared on his face. He didn't intend to return directly to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Instead, he stopped at the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong decided to subdue the 4 odd beasts trapped under the formation located in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. With his strength at the high-level heavenly monarch realm and the assistance of the 4th stage of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, he felt that success was definitely within his reach. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred, and he broke through the barrier around the extraterritorial devil battlefield. He charged straight toward the valley where the formation was located. The devil chi in the extraterritorial devil battlefield was terrifying, as death chi and nefarious chi was mixed into it. However, none of those posed a threat to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong quickly arrived in the mountain valley and noticed the barriers he had set up in the past. Raising his palm, he pressed downwards. As a brilliant light filled the sky, the valley became exposed to the world. Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed again, and he arrived at the eye of the formation. Looking at the demonic ghost pool before him, Huang Xiaolong contemplated for a moment before deciding that it was too annoying to break apart the formation step by step. Without hesitation, he brought out the City of Eternity. With the assistance of the 100 undead race Netherguard captains, The City of Eternity seemed to emit a pressure akin to empty tie on the demonic ghost pool. A massive explosion filled the valley as the City of Eternity smashed into the formation. In an instant, the demonic ghost pool emitted blinding radiance as a horrifying pressure rolled off it. Huang Xiaolong was stunned and he quickly retreated. Right before his eyes, the mountain valley, trees, and even the peaks of the mountains all around the formation turned to dust with the shockwave emitted by the demonic ghost pool. It didn't break? Huang Xiaolong stared at the formation on the ground in shock. That was truly out of his expectations. The might of the City of Eternity was something as clear as day in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Since the demonic ghost pool was a formation laid down by the owner of the four odd beasts, the Archdevil Master, Huang Xiaolong felt that he had finally caught a glimpse into the Archdevil Master's strength. It seemed as though he had underestimated the might of the Archdevil Master. He was afraid that the Archdevil Master was someone way more terrifying than Chu Han. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Xiaolong brought out the Heavenly Hall as well. With the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall slamming into the formation at once, an ear-shattering blast resounded through the lands. The ground around the valley showed signs of cracking, and a massive rift extended throughout the lands. With the combination of the City of Eternity and the Heavenly Hall, the formation finally started to break. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to let it rest. He continued his bombardment of the demonic ghost pool in the very next instant. After the fourth time, the formation that was emitting blinding light suddenly stopped. The demonic ghost pool shattered. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. He flew inside the exposed entrance without the slightest hesitation. Soon, he arrived before the Divine Palace and pushed its doors open. When he entered the palace, the four odd beasts chained to the massive pillars opened their eyes in unison. These chains were made with an unknown metal. When Huang Xiaolong arrived before them, he felt as though he had learned something new about them. They are very powerful. That was Huang Xiaolong's first thought when he looked at them. With the heart of hell, Huang Xiaolong was able to feel the horrifying amount of darkness energy surrounding the four beasts. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had tried to guess their strength. But he was finally able to tell their real strength right now. Each one of them was stronger than the undead race's Netherguard captains in the late 10th Order Emperor realm. They were definitely terrifying existences at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Any single one of them was comparable to the two-peak late 10th Order Emperor realm Radiance Angels. It was no wonder the four odd beasts were revered existences in the desolate era. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath, and he looked at the four beasts with a burning gaze. It was time for him to subdue all four of them. Even though they were chained to the stone pillars by the metal chains, Huang Xiaolong was cautious enough to release the 100 undead race Netherguard puppets to protect him if anything went wrong. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Heavenly Hall. Under the combined might of the 14 Radiance Angels, they activated the main formation in the Heavenly Hall to suppress the four odd beasts. As the Heavenly Hall emitted rays of resplendent light in midair, the light formed a cage to trap all four beasts. The initially ferocious beasts with glaring, bloodshot eyes calmed down. Seeing that they were no longer out for blood, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. As the purple light in his hand grew brighter and brighter, a single Grand Mist worm flew out and drilled into one of the beast's bodies. As soon as the Grand Mist worm entered its body, Huang Xiaolong was met with a wave of tyrannical energy full of bloodlust. His heart of hell started to fluctuate, and waves of superior energy from hell protected his body. Huang Xiaolong suppressed the tyrannical energy that was trying to overwhelm him. With no other resistance, the Grand Mist worm pierced straight through the beast and entered the space in its mind. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to subdue the four odd beasts, a different scene played out in some desolate space in the divine world. Feng Gong was looking at several black-clothed men with an ugly expression on his face. Every single black-clothed man who surrounded him exuded an overbearing aura. Even if they were weaker than him, they couldn't be considered to be too much weaker. Out of all of those black-clothed men, there were also two whose aura surpassed him by a whole lot. Late 10th Order Emperor. Fong Gon's eyes landed on one of the black-clothed men, and a cold light flashed through them. Zhou Chun. I never thought that you would betray the Fortune Emperor Palace. How dare you collude with the fiend God Emperor Palace? The clothed black man trembled a little before tearing off the cloth covering his face. He revealed his face, and he was precisely Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun roared with laughter and seemed extremely pleased with himself. Fong Gon, have you ever thought that something like this could happen to you? What do you mean, betray the Fortune Emperor Palace? From the start, I had never been a member of your Fortune Emperor Palace. Fong Gon felt his pupils constrict. What does he mean by that? Did the fiend God Emperor send you to my Fortune Emperor Palace in the past? Fong Gon's gaze turned chilly. He couldn't imagine that Zhou Chun had hidden so well. In the billions of years that had passed, Fong Gon never managed to uncover his identity. Zhou Chun didn't bother replying, and he mocked in a cold voice. Fong Gon, hand over the Fortune's Gate. I will leave you with a whole corpse as long as you hand it over. We know that you aren't a weakling. However, don't bother thinking of a way to escape. We have already sealed the space around us with a supreme formation. Fong Gon's face sank. It seemed as though their real motive was the divine artifact in his possession. The Fortune's Gate was a grand mist artifact back from the desolate era. However, it had been severely damaged since then. Even though it was a damaged grand mist artifact, it still possessed a terrifying might. All of a sudden, a massive gate formed above Fong Gon's head. The gate was formless. It seemed to be squarish at times and round at others. It was formed by countless symbols which emitted terrifying fortune energy. There was an obvious crack on the gate, and even though it wasn't too large, it weakened the Grand Mist artifact's power. Another massive crack on the gate's upper left side blocked the flow of fortune energy around it. Fong Gon's energy grew by several folds the moment he summoned the Fortune's Gate. With a roar, he threw a punch at Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, the Fortune's Gate smashed towards a distant space, as though it wanted to break through the formation they had set up. Boom! Under the impact of the collision, the void seemed to tremble. The horrifying flow of energy turned into mini dragons that roared in rage. In the space above them, brilliant rays of blinding light filled the area. Humph! The two experts at the late 10th Order Emperor realm made their move when they witnessed the scene before them. In the space under the demonic ghost pool, beads of sweat dripped to the ground from Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Even though he had broken through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, had the heart of hell, and had already reached the 4th level of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, subduing the 4 odd beasts wasn't as easy as he had thought. The difficulty far exceeded his imaginations. Even after 10 days and nights, Huang Xiaolong had yet to subdue the first beast. If not for the heart of hell, providing him with endless darkness energy, the beast's body's tyrannical energy would have devoured Huang Xiaolong. His 3 king of supreme godheads would be useless against the beast's fearsome strength. He was able to persevere for such a long time because the chains were holding the beasts back, and the runes of the heavenly hall were suppressing them simultaneously. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath and increased the speed at which he circulated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. As Grand Mist energy surged into the beast's body, the Grand Mist worm managed to break through its defenses layer by layer. Just like that, 1 entire month passed. As a soft tearing sound entered his ears, an expression of joy filled Huang Xiaolong's face. The Grand Mist worm had finally torn through the mental defenses of the beast. After breaking through the beast's godhead's final mental barrier, it started fusing with its divine soul. As the fusion process began, the beasts roared and thrashed about, seemingly trying to shake Huang Xiaolong off. When Huang Xiaolong touched his forehead, it was filled with beads of cold sweat. He was finally about to subdue the first of the 4 beasts. However, there was another problem once he managed to subdue them. The chains restraining them weren't made from ordinary chaos metal. He was afraid that even ordinary Grand Mist artifacts would be unable to smash the chains apart. After solving the problem with the chains, came the problem with the runes carved on it. The runes that were able to suppress the god force and willpower of an existence at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm wasn't something he could deal with as he liked. Huang Xiaolong thought about it for a moment and decided to bring out the City of Eternity once again. He wanted to use all of its might to smash against the chains. At the moment of impact, the runes released blinding light that illuminated the entire palace. Even the space outside the palace turned as bright as day. Of course, the chains and runes inscribed on it didn't break after a single bombardment from the City of Eternity. Once again, the City of Eternity launched itself at it. The sound of rattling chains echoed through the air non-stop. After tens of times, the sound of shattering could finally be heard. The chains snapped, and the runes on it dimmed. With a wave of the beast's thick arm, it tore the chains off the pillars. As its body shook, the chains that had bound it for an eternity turned into dust. He walked towards Huang Xiaolong and greeted in a deep voice, "Master." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Even though the number of experts around him was as many as the clouds in the sky, and he didn't lack in Emperor Realm followers, adding another subordinate at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor Realm wouldn't hurt. After Huang Xiaolong accepted the beast's greeting, he looked at the second beast. Stabilizing his breathing, Huang Xiaolong repeated his actions as he circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Despite the experience of subduing the first beast, Huang Xiaolong needed another month to control the second beast fully. After 4 months, Huang Xiaolong managed to subdue all 4 beasts. As he heaved a sigh of relief, he slumped to the ground without caring for his image. He was just too damn tired. After taking out a Grand Mist spiritual pill, Huang Xiaolong swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. When he felt the effects of the spiritual pill, he finally felt a little better. When he finally regained his god force, Huang Xiaolong stood up and looked all around. Stopping to think about some matters, he finally decided to head to the gate located in the main hall. Sending the 4 odd beasts to guard the palace, he entered the gate alone. The moment he stepped through the gate, endless darkness assaulted Huang Xiaolong. The boundless dark space contained the energy of darkness as it tried to corrode Huang Xiaolong's body. It was his second time stepping into the inner palace. When he had first entered the hall, he was at the late stages of the heavenly god realm. Right now, he was at the late stages of the heavenly monarch realm. In the past, it was difficult for him even to raise his feet. Right now, he could walk however he liked. Huang Xiaolong didn't even need to circulate his other godhead's energy to withstand the darkness energy suppression and corrosive energy. As the boundless darkness energy slammed against Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, they were comparable to waves crashing against a rock. Huang Xiaolong didn't feel the slightest discomfort. In the past, the corrosive energy would have already corroded Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, and he would feel as though he was treading through living hell. Looking at him now, it seemed as though nothing was stopping him. There was no need to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong had already received the King of Hell's inheritance and was immune to darkness energy. Just his true dragon physique alone and the 3 celestial demonic physiques were enough to defend himself. Looking through the myriad of worlds, there were truly too few things that could harm his true dragon physique. Huang Xiaolong continued onwards. As he advanced, Huang Xiaolong didn't forget to absorb the darkness spiritual energy all around him. Before long, he heard the sound of running water. After he checked, he realized that the Galaxy River was still there. Walking towards the Galaxy River, Huang Xiaolong's 3 King of Supreme Godheads started to move simultaneously. He used all his strength to smash his palm against the surface of the river. Even though Huang Xiaolong was already the King of Hell, the river that could produce Chaos Stellar Sand was still a priceless treasure to him. The Chaos Stellar Sand was way better than the Star Sand in the Ninine Treasury. Even though they were both stellar sands, the quality of both was different. Huang Xiaolong used all his might to lift the Galaxy River, and after exhausting all his strength, he finally managed to raise the overwhelmingly massive Galaxy River. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he could smash a Chaos City his single fist. One could only imagine the weight of the Galaxy River in Huang Xiaolong's hand. It was horrifyingly heavy. After several minutes, Huang Xiaolong finally managed to raise the river to mid-air. With efforts that tested his limits, he managed to throw the entire river into the City of Eternity. The surface of the City of Eternity shook when the river landed on it. Huang Xiaolong decided to refine the Galaxy River beneath the City of Eternity. The Chaos Stellar Sand would raise the power of the City of Eternity anyway. With the continuous production of the Chaos Stellar Sand, the might of the City of Eternity would rise non-stop. After he stopped for a moment, Huang Xiaolong continued on his journey. He took a break around the Galaxy River because he wanted to see if there were any valuables in the depths of the inner palace. Huang Xiaolong strolled, and after walking for half an hour, he finally arrived at the entrance of a massive palace. The palace was completely black, and the darkness was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. It exuded a bone-chilling qi, and even with Huang Xiaolong's heart of hell, he could feel the drop in temperature. The closer he approached, the clearer was the feeling. When he arrived 100 meters before the palace, he felt as though he was standing naked in an ice hole. The palace's interior was pitch black, and it seemed as though the darkness all around originated from the palace itself. King of Darkness. There were 3 ancient words carved above the palace, written in the language of hell. King of Darkness. A formless pressure came from the 3 words, and the title itself seemed to challenge the heavens. Looking at the words, Huang Xiaolong felt a tremor run through his heart. Could it be that this was the palace of the Archdevil Master? Was his title the King of Darkness? His master was the King of Grand Mist, and the Archdevil Master was called the King of Darkness. It was no wonder the little cow had once said that the Archdevil Master, the King of Grand Mist, Ancient Heavenly Emperor, Archdevil Lord, and the King of Hell were all experts of the same standing. Before he could react, Huang Xiaolong's heart of hell seemed to have felt something in the palace as it started to move on its own. Huang Xiaolong stared at the heart of hell beating in his chest, and it was emitting a faint black radiance. The black radiance seemed to possess some sort of complex light, and it looked exceptionally resplendent. Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze to the palace before him. What in the world made his heart of hell react to such an extent? However, as he raised his foot to step into the hall, an overwhelming strength blasted against him, and Huang Xiaolong reeled in shock. His 3 king of supreme godheads started to tremble, but no matter how hard he tried, he was pushed backward by the invisible wall before him. It wasn't a simple retreat either. Before he knew it, he was forced hundreds of meters back. At the same time, a sinister and cold qi invaded his body. Huang Xiaolong was shocked to find out that even with his true dragon physique and the 3 celestial demonic physique's assistance, he could not block the cold qi from entering his body. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong felt his body freezing up from his toes to his head. Even his eyebrows and nostrils showed signs of turning into ice. Huang Xiaolong seemed to turn into a black-colored ice sculpture. Even the blood in his body was frozen solid. The 3 king of supreme godheads froze, and they nearly stopped moving altogether. What in the world? Huang Xiaolong was overwhelmed with terror for the first time in a long time. As the heart of hell finally started to beat, blacklight rays forced the sinister qi out of his body. The feeling of being frozen slowly subsided, and Huang Xiaolong's body finally started to warm itself up. Even his godheads and divine sense started to move. Even though he was finally out of the woods, Huang Xiaolong felt cold sweat covering his back. He felt as though he was pulled back from the brink of death. That was the first time he ever felt so close to death after obtaining the King of Hell's inheritance. He looked at the palace belonging to the King of Darkness before him, and the lingering fear in his heart didn't disappear. He was unable to catch the slightest hint of the restrictions placed on the palace. He had never thought that the restrictions would be strong enough to threaten him, and they proved him wrong. If not for the heart of hell, he had no idea how things would have turned out. After he thought for a second, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring out the Heavenly Hall as well. The Heavenly Hall possessed the power to suppress darkness and everything sinister. He felt as though the effects of using the Heavenly Hall to attack the palace's restrictions would be a much better choice. As the Heavenly Hall appeared in the space before the King of Darkness Palace, Huang Xiaolong ordered the 14 Radiance Angels to activate the Heavenly Hall's main formation fully. In an instant, brilliant rays of white light filled the space before him as it charged toward the palace. In an instant, the light appeared. Waves of darkness energy surged out of the King of Darkness Palace, and they possessed tyrannical might. They fused to form pillars of darkness as they blocked the advancement of the radiance energy. Huang Xiaolong could see that the pillars of darkness started to rotate as they rose towards the sky. They managed to suppress the radiance energy inch by inch as they grew stronger. Huang Xiaolong swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. How could something like this happen? Even the main formation of the Heavenly Hall, operated by 14 Radiance Angels, was unable to suppress the darkness energy coming from the hall. Seeing as the pillars of darkness were pushing towards him, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and retrieved the Heavenly Hall. Luckily for him, the pillars of darkness returned to the palace as soon as the Heavenly Hall disappeared. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered, and he decided on another tactic. He took out the City of Eternity along with the Heavenly Hall as he smashed both of them toward the palace at the same time. Just like before, the pillars of darkness appeared once again and blocked the bombardment of both treasures. The only difference was that the pillars were no longer able to push their way toward Huang Xiaolong. However, the City of Eternity and Heavenly Hall were not strong enough to destroy the pillars of darkness. Everyone was stuck in a stalemate. After several tens of minutes had passed, Huang Xiaolong relented and kept both the City of Eternity and the Heavenly Hall away. Uncontent, Huang Xiaolong wanted to try several other methods. No matter what he did, he could not break the restrictions on the King of Darkness Palace. After several days, Huang Xiaolong could do nothing but leave the inner hall. It seemed as though he could only try again when he became stronger. When he left, Huang Xiaolong asked the 4 odd beasts, but they were clueless about the inner hall. Moreover, they didn't know much about the Archdevil Master. It was as though their memories had been wiped clean. Huang Xiaolong searched through their minds, and it seemed as though that was really the case. With suspicion in his heart, Huang Xiaolong brought the 4 odd beasts back to the surface. Standing in the space above the extraterritorial devil battlefield, he looked at the hole in the ground where the demonic ghost pool was. He hesitated for a moment before sending out the 14 Radiance Angels to lay down a massive formation around it. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong soared through the air with the 4 odd beasts around him. There were only 7 months left for the commencement of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Huang Xiaolong had to join the members participating in the battle when he returned to the Fortune Emperor Palace. If they went according to the plan, the Fortune Emperor Palace would travel towards the battle venue half a year before the event. After all, they needed to travel quite a distance before they could get there. After he left the mountain valley, Huang Xiaolong brought out the Black Dragon Throne and activated the formation on it. In an instant, he turned into a streak of black light as he disappeared from the space above the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The 4 odd beasts followed closely behind him. By the time they were soaring through the air, the 4 odd beasts had already concealed their auras and shrunk their bodies. They were merely 2 meters in height, and even though they had weird appearances, they wouldn't attract too much attention. After all, the divine world was huge, and there were members of countless races present. They didn't stop anywhere else for a long time, and when Huang Xiaolong passed through the myriad world, he merely stopped for a few minutes before going on his way. On the 10th day, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the celestial body that housed the Fortune Emperor Palace. After one more day, Huang Xiaolong entered the brimming snow world. Looking at the world surface, Huang Xiaolong recalled the great desolate formation the little cow had mentioned in the past. There were countless treasures left behind by the successive great desolate emperors. After stopping for a moment, Huang Xiaolong decided to make a pit stop at the brimming snow world. Since it was on the way, he couldn't hold back his curiosity to take a look at the treasures. Since it was already getting late, Huang Xiaolong decided to stay the night. He recalled that the Silver Fox Commerce had given him a residence in the brimming snow city, and he felt that he had not been there in years. As soon as he arrived on the brimming snow continent, Huang Xiaolong looked at the familiar snow falling from the sky. He reached out and allowed the snowflakes to land on his hand as he felt the chilly sensation spreading across his palm. Before long, Huang Xiaolong and the four odd beasts appeared in brimming Snow City. As soon as they entered, Huang Xiaolong strode down the street. I heard that the Fortune Emperor Palace's master, Fang Gong, is currently missing. Even someone like Fang Gong can go missing. Several tens of Emperor Realm experts have gone missing in these few years. It's a worrying matter. The discussion of several disciples entered Huang Xiaolong's ears. His expression changed immediately. Fang Gong is missing. There were several tens of Emperor Realm experts missing as well. Tens of emperors disappearing wasn't a small matter. The battle of the Heavenly Court was coming up soon, and something like that had to happen. Huang Xiaolong's body flashed as he appeared in the path of those disciples. The disciples before him were all from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace and the Fortune Emperor Palace placed high emphasis on their branch in the brimming snow world. As such, disciples from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace were commonly seen all over the streets. When the group of disciples saw someone obstructing their path, they were stunned for a second. When they saw that the person before them was a black-clothed young man, their expression turned a shade darker. "You better." One of the disciples couldn't hold back his rage as he yelled. Before the word "scram" could leave his lips, he was no longer able to speak. Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed him by his neck before raising him high into the air. After swallowing their shock, the rest of the disciples exploded with rage. "You brat! You better release Senior Brother Chun right now. Kneel before us and beg for mercy, and you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, we will kill you. No one can stand up to our Nine Dragons Emperor Palace in the brimming snow world. How dare someone make a move on them on the brimming snow world?" A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he flicked his wrist. The disciple from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace was sent flying and smashed into the street's end. He no longer uttered a sound. When the Void Devil Beast clan was exterminated, Su Jiang and Xu Yong and the others were hunted down by the members of the Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and the Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong had already promised Su Baixing to take revenge. He had vowed to kill everyone from these four great emperor palaces down to the last dog. Since he had eliminated the Black Ant clan and the Demonic Bone clan, who had offended him in the past, Huang Xiaolong had decided to fulfill his promise right after returning to the divine world. Looking at the disciples from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace before him, Huang Xiaolong didn't feel a shred of guilt when he dealt with them. Even though he didn't kill them, he wasted all of their cultivation. He was too lazy to kill these mere shrimps in the God King realm. "You!" The disciple who was sent flying screamed in shock when he witnessed what had happened before him. "What happened to Fang Gong of the Fortune Emperor Palace? From where did you get the news?" Huang Xiaolong's cold voice resounded in his mind. Senior, please show mercy. I only heard it from other people. Fang Gong went missing 4 months ago, and many of the disciples from the other emperor palaces have already heard the news." The disciple didn't dare to dally, and he replied as though his life depended on it. "For months." Huang Xiaolong's expression changed. Why didn't he get the news when Fang Gong went missing? His master, Zhao Lei, should have informed him about something so important. Not just his master. Even his senior brother, Chun Hao, and Fang Xianxian would have told him. He was actually unable to obtain any news about the matter. Did something happen to them? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. Who's in charge of the Fortune Emperor Palace right now? Huang Xiaolong snapped back to attention as he questioned the disciple from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. "I heard that ancestor Zhou took over the place of palace master from Fang Gong the moment he disappeared." The disciple stammered. "However, I don't know if that is the truth. Senior, everything I heard came from the mouths of others. It's not my fault." The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple started to whimper when he realized the killing intent around Huang Xiaolong was beginning to rise. The black-clothed man before him seemed to have turned extremely irate after hearing what had happened to Fang Gong. He was afraid that if Huang Xiaolong clenched his fist, his neck would break immediately. "Zhou Chun, Huang Xiaolong's complexion darkened. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of unease in his heart. Ever since he had left the Fortune Emperor Palace and the experts from the Fiend God Emperor Palace had tried to kill him, he had started suspecting Zhou Chen's relationship with the Fiend God Emperor Palace. If Zhou Chen was really scheming against the Fortune Emperor Palace, now that he was in control, Fang Xianxian, Fang Mingyu, and even his master and fellow martial brothers would be in danger. Moreover, his master's Golden Brow ancestor and Blood Knife ancestor from the Vientiane world would also be in danger. All of a sudden, whistling sounds filled the air. A group of disciples wearing the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's robes charged over at top speed. It seemed as though Huang Xiaolong had alarmed everyone with his attack on the small group of disciples. The disciple whose neck was grasped by Huang Xiaolong revealed a look of excitement. He was exceptionally excited when he saw the person in the lead. "Young master, save me!" The disciple in Huang Xiaolong's hand struggled with all his might as he roared towards the sky. The person who had come was precisely the young master of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Chun Zhao. The disciple dangling in Huang Xiaolong's grasp was one of the personal disciples of one of the palace masters in the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. His relationship with Chun Zhao was pretty good. To put it bluntly, he was Chun Zhao's loyal dog. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chun Zhao, felt a little surprised. He had never thought that he would run into Chun Zhao in the unfettered Snow City. In the past, Chun Zhao had mocked him for trying to purchase a residence from the Silver Fox Commerce. He had even laughed at Huang Xiaolong for being a mere disciple of a branch in the Fortune Emperor Palace. There was no way Huang Xiaolong would forget what Chun Zhao looked like. He still recalled how Chun Zhao had tried to woo Fang Xianxian. "Huang Xiaolong, it's you?" When Chun Zhao saw Huang Xiaolong, he was shocked. He was surprised to run into Huang Xiaolong out of the blue. When all the other disciples from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace heard his name, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. He is Huang Xiaolong? Even though Huang Xiaolong had remained for hell for the past 70 to 80 years, his reputation in the divine world had grown bigger and bigger, especially when people were debating about whether or not he was Zhang Hong's illegitimate son. That alone boosted Huang Xiaolong's reputation to the high heavens. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao and the other disciples from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace arrived before Huang Xiaolong. "Ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, I have been looking for you all this while. Who would have thought that you would deliver yourself to me?" Chun Zhao widened his eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Looking for me?" A trace of suspicion flashed past Huang Xiaolong's eyes. When Chun Zhao looked at the expression in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, he laughed. "It seems like you still don't know. Ancestor Zhou Chen of the Fortune Emperor Palace has revealed that you have been colluding with the Nine Giant Corpse tribe when cultivating in hell. He suspects that you mean to harm the divine world and has laid down a bounty of 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones for your capture." Huang Xiaolong was stunned speechless for a second. In the next moment, he roared with laughter. Zhou Chen had actually managed to come up with such a ridiculous reason. He had submitted to the Nine Giant Corpse tribe and was planning to move against the divine world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but roar with laughter once again. If Zhou Chen knew about his current identity, he wouldn't have come up with such a stupid reason. When Chun Zhao saw how Huang Xiaolong was still laughing, he couldn't help but frown. "Does this mean that you're looking for me to claim the 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones?" Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao laughed. "That's right. In fact, he wasn't the only one looking for Huang Xiaolong in the divine world. When Zhou Chen had released the news of the bounty, many people in the divine world had started looking for Huang Xiaolong. 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Even someone like the young master of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace was moved. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Zhou Chen really looks too highly upon me. Does he wish to capture me with just 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones? Am I only worth 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones? As the king of hell, he was only worth 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. One had to know that he had spent 40 million low-grade chaos spirit stones to purchase the Scarlet Flame Dark Qilin in the past. With Huang Xiaolong's current identity, It wasn't an exaggeration for him to say that even a single hair on his body was worth more than 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Chen Zhao looked at Huang Xiaolong as though he was looking at a clown as he snickered. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you are worth that much? You're just someone who has a king of supreme godhead. If not for that, you won't even be worth 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Do you really think that a personal disciple of Zhao Lei will be someone for whom ancestor Zhou Chun would take out 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones? What a joke. Of course, if Huang Xiaolong was merely a disciple of Zhao Lei, there was no way he would be worth 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. In Chen Zhao and Zhou Chen's eyes, Huang Xiaolong was a mere disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong no longer held back his laughter. If you want to claim the reward with Zhou Chun, aren't you afraid that I am the illegitimate son of Zhang Hong? Aren't there rumors going around about me right now? Chen Zhao laughed as well. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you can be the illegitimate son of someone like the Grand Mist Emperor? Stop trying to make yourself look better. How can someone like the Grand Mist Emperor be related to you? I have already checked up on your background. You are merely someone who came from the lower worlds. There is no way you can be the Grand Mist Emperor's son. Chen Zhao continued. As for all the rumors out there, they are fake as can be. That's right. I came from the lower worlds. It seems like your background check was pretty thorough. Zhao Chen chuckled. Huang Xiaolong, are you going to give yourself up now? Or should I make a move personally? Don't worry. I won't kill you. You won't be worth that much money if you are dead. I can claim the 200,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones only by handing you over alive. If you die, I will only get 100,000 low-grade chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in amusement. I had planned to exterminate your 9 Dragons Emperor Palace in the future. Since you have already presented yourself to me, I'll just kill you now. I'll kill Chen Jiangwei in the future. Everyone present felt as though a bomb went off in their head. As for the members of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, they roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? You want to exterminate my 9 Dragons Emperor Palace? Chen Zhao slapped his chest animatedly. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of your declaration. The laughter became louder, and none of them felt the need to hold themselves back. Even the disciple in Huang Xiaolong's grasp laughed out loud. Huang Xiaolong tightened his grip suddenly, and the laughter from the disciple stopped. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the body to the side. In an instant, silence filled the air. Huang Xiaolong, are you blind to your current situation? How dare you kill someone from my 9 Dragons Emperor Palace in front of my face? A cold light flashed through Chen Zhao's eyes. Right now, you no longer have the protection from the Fortune Emperor Palace. There is no more Fang Gong to protect you. You are nothing but an abandoned dog on the streets. Since that is the case, I'll cripple all of your limbs. No, all 5 of them. I'll cripple you before sending you over to Zhou Chun. Since all Zhou Chun wanted was a living Huang Xiaolong, Chen Zhao decided to beat Huang Xiaolong to his last breath before handing him over. 5 limbs. Of course, that included the region between Huang Xiaolong's legs. Before Chen Zhao could end his sentence and make a move, a figure flashed, and the sound of eggs breaking resounded through the air. Chen Zhao felt intense pain shooting up his body. With a miserable shriek, Chen Zhao was sent flying through the air. All the members of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace watched the scene in stunned silence. Huang Xiaolong retracted his right leg and muttered, I haven't trained the skill in a long time. It seems like I didn't regress that much. I'm still pretty good at it. Young master! The members of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace snapped back to reality, and they panicked. All of them rushed forward to assist Chen Zhao. When everyone else in the surrounding looked at him, they saw the mangled piece of meat in Chen Zhao's pants and his pale face. Looking at how his lips were twitching, all of them seemed to feel a cold breeze blowing against their nether regions. Cripple that dog! Chen Zhao glared at Huang Xiaolong and mustered all his strength to yell. All the disciples from the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace turned around in unison and pounced on Huang Xiaolong. Looking at them charging towards him, Huang Xiaolong snickered coldly. Most of the disciples from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace were of God-King realm strength. As for the number of heavenly monarchs, there were several elders and grand elders in the mix, but their strongest was at the middle stages of the heavenly monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and slapped downwards. A massive palm formed with chaos lightning materialized in mid-air, and it brought about a devastating might. As though a mountain of chaos lightning had descended on the world, the palm landed directly on their heads. The members of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace noticed the sky turning dark in an instant, and all of them raised their heads only to see a massive palm crashing down towards them. In the next instant, a massive explosion resounded through the air, and brimming Snow City trembled violently. When the experts housed in the city felt the tremors, all of them were overwhelmed with shock. In the distance, Chun Zhao looked at the massive palm print in the ground, and his body froze, and his mind blanked out. Several hundred members of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace were mushed into a paste in the ground, and even the elders and grand elders were unable to escape from their gruesome fate. Are you really Huang Xiaolong? Chun Zhao raised his head and stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Those elders and grand elders in the heavenly monarch realm were smashed into the nothingness from his single palm. How could Huang Xiaolong possess such terrifying might? In the past, Huang Xiaolong was merely at the mid-10th order ancestor god realm. How in the world did he advance so quickly? When Huang Xiaolong heard Chun Zhao questioning his identity, he chuckled in amusement. What do you think? As he spoke, Huang Xiaolong took several steps and closed the gap between them. Chun Zhao revealed an expression of terror, and he pushed himself backward, away from the approaching terror. Huang Xiaolong, what do you think you're doing? If you dare to cripple me, my father won't let you off. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace will hunt you down no matter the cost. Chun Zhao thought that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't dare to touch him due to his identity as the young master of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. Cripple you? Huang Xiaolong sneered. He raised his hand and pointed at the space between Chun Zhao's eyebrows, killing him with a single strike. Chun Zhao wasn't even able to close his eyes before he died. Looking at the corpse before him, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to destroy the corpse. He rose into the air and left brimming Snow City with the four odd beasts. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered about the treasures any longer. The only thing he wanted to do was to return to the Fortune Emperor Palace. When Huang Xiaolong was rushing back to the Fortune Emperor Palace, Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were smashing against the barrier of light before them with all their might. No matter how they tried, the barrier rebounded all their attack. After an hour, the two of them couldn't help but stop. Old dog Zhou Chun, you better let us out right now. Fang Xianxian yelled at the top of her lungs. Since the day Fang Gan had disappeared, Zhou Chun had usurped the throne and trapped the two ladies in the restriction. It was a restriction Zhou Chun had laid out personally. No matter how Fang Xianxian screamed, the guards all around them didn't bother to reply and remained motionless. Xianxian, there's no use. Peng Xiao shook her head, and a trace of sadness filled her eyes. I wonder how his training in hell is going. I hope he doesn't come back. Of course, the person she was referring to was Huang Xiaolong. Fang Xianxian spat bitterly. Damn! That old dog Zhou Chun. I can't wait to cut off all his flesh as punishment. My father's disappearance definitely has something to do with him. The reason used by Zhou Chun to capture the two of them was a complete bullshit. He had accused Huang Xiaolong of colluding with the Nine Giant Corpse tribe and imprisoned the two ladies because they had a good relationship with him. It seemed like Zhou Chun was afraid they would tell Huang Xiaolong everything that had happened in the Fortune Emperor Palace. It was complete nonsense. However, Fang Xuanxuan's eyes showed a trace of warmth when she thought about Huang Xiaolong. That's right. I wonder how he's doing now. The day of the Battle of the Heavenly Court is drawing near. I'm afraid he's rushing back as we speak. When she thought about how Huang Xiaolong was making his way back to the Fortune Emperor Palace, a worried expression appeared on her face. If he comes back, he'll be in trouble. Zhou Chun had already sent out a bounty to capture Huang Xiaolong. If he came back by himself, wouldn't he be giving himself up? We have no way of informing him, Peng Xiao said anxiously. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps entered their ears. It seems like your love for him is really deep. How can you still think of that brat right now? A cold sneer resounded in the air. When the two ladies turned around, they almost erupted with rage. The people standing before them were precisely Zhou Chun and Sun Shihai. Of course, the person speaking to them was none other than Sun Shihai. Sun Shihai's expression was gloomy. He couldn't think of how Huang Xiaolong was better than him to receive the love of so many women. Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and even Bei Xiaomei from the Silver Fox Commerce were head over heels for him. It was a pity. Everyone knew that he had a thing for Peng Xiao. However, Peng Xiao didn't even bother sparing him a glance. Bitch! Sun Shihai's expression turned uglier the more he thought about it. Zhou Chun, you old dog. You definitely did something to cause my father to disappear. What happened to him? Fang Xianxian raged. Zhou Chun chuckled. Xianxian, you must be kidding. How can I cause your father to disappear? How would I know how he is doing now? I, Zhou Chun, am loyal to the Fortune Emperor Palace. I served your father for so many years, and everything I did was for the Fortune Emperor Palace. Hearing Zhou Chun's crap, Fang Xianxian raged again. Zhou Chun, stop pretending. Zhou Chun didn't get angry when he heard her. Instead, he looked at Peng Xiao and said, Peng Xiao, why are you causing yourself to suffer? Your master and I are anxiously waiting for you to marry Sun Shihai. After all, Shihai only has you in his heart. As long as you agree, we will release you and carry out the ceremony immediately. You must be dreaming. She had never thought that her master would be standing on Zhou Chun's side. When she thought of how her master supported Zhou Chun to be the next master of the Fortune Emperor Palace and was now forcing her to marry Sun Shihai, her anger peaked. Sun Shihai no longer held his rage back when he heard that she wouldn't be with him. Peng Xiao, stop being shameless. How is Huang Xiaolong better than me? Peng Xiao merely laughed and looked at Sun Shihai with a mocking gaze. You can't even be compared to him. Dense killing intent welled up in Sun Shihai's eyes, and a furious sneer left his lips. Fine. Since that is the case, I shall personally take him down the moment he comes back. I shall cut him piece by piece before your very eyes, and I will force you to kneel before me to beg me to take you as my woman. You're shameless. You're less than a beast. Sun Shihai roared with maniacal laughter. Huang Xiaolong is shameless as well. He's nothing more than a beast. Why else would all of you sluts gather around him? Looking at the crazed Sun Shihai, Zhou Chun frowned and raised his hand to interrupt. All right, enough. Fang Xianxian, I shall tell you some good news. Zhou Chun suddenly addressed the ladies in front of them. Huang Xiaolong is back. We just received news that he appeared on the brimming snow world and his subordinates killed Chun Zhao of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. Since no one managed to live to tell the tale, everyone felt that it was the four odd beasts following behind Huang Xiaolong that did the deed. What? His subordinates killed Chun Zhao. The two ladies felt their world start to spin. Right now, even if I let him off, the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace won't. Oh right, I don't even know if this is a piece of good news or bad news for you. Zhou Chun laughed and left with Sun Shihai in tow. 3 days passed. Huang Xiaolong finally appeared before the Fortune Emperor Palace. Looking at the densely packed palaces, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he brought the four beasts into the Fortune Emperor Palace. The moment he entered the area, he ran into several disciples of the Fortune Emperor Palace. The people who were patrolling the area were precisely the disciples from the Snow Moon Hall. Since he saw them, Huang Xiaolong immediately thought of that old bastard, Zhou Chun. It's Huang Xiaolong. One of the disciples noticed him as well, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Huang Xiaolong is back. Quick! Seal the space, and don't allow him to escape. Capture him. We'll be able to claim the reward of 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones as well. As though the disciple had already seen the mountain of Spirit Stones before him, he yelled before charging towards Huang Xiaolong as quickly as he could. The lead disciple from the Snow Moon Hall in charge of the Fortune Emperor Palace's security wasn't weak. He was at the peak of the late 10th Order God King realm. He was one of the core disciples of the Fortune Emperor Palace, and his strength was ranked third among the other core disciples. Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled before reaching out to grab the space before him. A formless arm squeezed the disciple charging towards him, and a pop was heard as he turned into a mist of blood. The other disciples excitedly charging towards Huang Xiaolong were stunned, and they slammed on the brakes as hard as they could as they stopped dead in their tracks. The disciples of the Fortune Emperor Palace felt cold sweat drenching the back of their clothes. That's so scary. Even though they were no longer charging towards him, they saw Huang Xiaolong raise his hand at them. A look of terror appeared on their faces, and before they could scream, Huang Xiaolong's palms slammed downwards towards them. In an instant, all of them turned into nothing but a rain of blood. All the disciples who had apprehended him were all members of the Snow Moon Hall, and the Snow Moon Hall only had one voice, Zhou Chen's. As such, Huang Xiaolong showed no mercy when dealing with them. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't kill all of them. He left one alive. When the only survivor looked at the carnage around him, his legs went soft, trembling non-stop. A tiny trickle flowed down his legs. He actually wet himself. Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and pulled the disciple before him. As the stench of urine assaulted his nose, Huang Xiaolong searched his soul. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong found everything he needed. A chilly light flashed through his eyes, and Huang Xiaolong knew that Zhou Chen had trapped everyone related to him. His treatment to Zhao Lei, Golden Brow, and Blood Knife was especially bad. He had thrown them into the deepest level of the Fortune Emperor Palace's prison. The harshest punishments were given at the lowest level of the prison. Under Zhou Chen's instructions, the disciples who were in charge of the prison used different methods to torture Zhao Lei and the rest. Zhou Chen. Huang Xiaolong's killing intent soared through the sky, and a fire lit up in his palm, turning the disciple into ash. With a flash of his body, Huang Xiaolong brought the four odd beasts towards the Fortune Emperor Palace. Since the place where Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were detained was closer to him, he decided to save the two of them before doing anything else. On his way, the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace pounced on him whenever they saw him, as though they were wolves who had seen their prey. Huang Xiaolong personally dealt with those who were below the heavenly monarch realm. He didn't hold back, and the number of people who died under his hands grew. Some lucky few were sent flying, and the luckier ones merely fainted from the shockwaves of the battle. As for those stronger than the heavenly monarch realm, Huang Xiaolong left them to the four odd beasts. He didn't wish to reveal too much of his strength before the battle of the heavenly court. The disciples who were from the Snow Moon Hall were directly executed by Huang Xiaolong and the four odd beasts. There was no lucky survivor to speak of as Huang Xiaolong picked them out specifically. Even the elders and grand elders weren't able to survive. It was too bad. All of them were Zhou Chen's trusted subordinates. As for the other disciples, they were the lucky ones as Huang Xiaolong merely sent them flying. He was like a wolf in a pack of sheep. None of the disciples could stop him. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the place where the two ladies were trapped. In the palace, the two of them were still coming up with ways to break the restriction when they heard the guards' miserable cries resounding through the air. What's going on? A single thought flashed through the minds of both ladies at the same time. Before they could react, they caught sight of a figure walking towards them. Xiaolong. When they realized that the black-haired young man before them was the person they had longed for day and night, they rose to their feet and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. However, their faces changed in the next instant. Xiaolong, hurry up and get out of here. Zhou Chen has placed a bounty on your head. Fang Xianxian panicked. At almost the same instant, Peng Xiao said anxiously, "Don't bother about us. Just leave. Seek help from Bei Xiaomei. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Seeing the two ladies so concerned about him, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a tinge of warmth in his heart. After all, they were persuading him to run away to hide from Zhou Chen instead of saving them. A smile bloomed on his face, and he shook his head. "I won't run away and leave the two of you behind." The two of them were stunned for a second, and a sweet feeling filled their hearts. However, just as they were about to persuade him to leave, A loud clap echoed through the air. They were shocked as they turned to look at the source of the clap, only to see Sun Shihai clapping as he walked into the palace. The remaining hall masters followed behind him. Sun Shihai had already received reports about Huang Xiaolong's return, and he quickly gathered all the hall masters he could to rush over to intercept Huang Xiaolong. When Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao saw all the experts behind Sun Shihai, their expression turned ugly. "Isn't this a touching scene?" Sun Shihai glanced at Huang Xiaolong as he chuckled. "Huang Xiaolong, you're risking your life to act out a show of the hero saving the beauty. However, it's such a shame." He shook his head as he looked at Huang Xiaolong with a pitiful gaze. "It's a shame you're going to die here. Don't worry. I will personally take you down before cutting off your flesh piece by piece before Peng Xiao. Alright, I'm getting excited, just thinking about your miserable screams." Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard Sun Shihai's delusional thoughts. "Are you so sure you can cut the flesh off my body?" Sun Shihai felt as though it was the hilarious thing he had heard, and he looked at the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, I know that the four weird monsters behind you are pretty strong. They are probably at the later stages of the heavenly monarch realm, right? You even killed the 9 dragons Emperor Palace's elders with their help. However, do you think that they are a match for Hall Master Gong Sunqi?" Gong Sunqi was an expert at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. He had even escaped from an early First Order Emperor realm cultivator before. For a heavenly monarch to escape from an emperor, it was something hard to imagine. It was also a testament to Gong Sunqi's strength. Huang Xiaolong turned, and his gaze fell onto Gong Sunqi. Gong Sunqi stepped out suddenly and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you better surrender yourself now. As long as you do not resist, I will beg Ancestor Zhou-Chun on your behalf. He might spare your life." When Huang Xiaolong had entered the Fortune Emperor Palace, his incredible talent had caused Gong Sunqi to fight with the Hall Master of the Medicinal Hall to take Huang Xiaolong as his disciple. As such, he still had feelings for this could-have-been disciple of his. All he could do was to plead for mercy on his behalf. Sun Shihai frowned and snapped at Gong Sunqi. "Hall Master Gong, know your place. Huang Xiaolong is a traitor of the Fortune Emperor Palace, and no matter what, no one will be able to change Ancestor Zhou-Chen's mind." He turned to glare at Huang Xiaolong before continuing. "Huang Xiaolong, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me, I will ask my master to give you a quick death." After he spoke, his aura started to rise, and a loud explosion filled the palace hall. Late First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Huang Xiaolong felt a little interested, and he raised one of his eyebrows when he looked at Sun Shihai. He had never thought that Sun Shihai would break through into the Heavenly Monarch Realm while he was away, much less the late First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. It was no wonder he was so confident when speaking to Huang Xiaolong. Sun Shihai glared at Huang Xiaolong with his bloodshot eyes. Huang Xiaolong had been the biggest smear of his reputation since his appearance. In the past, he had exhausted his potential to defeat Huang Xiaolong. He had cultivated the secret manual Zhou-Chen had given him and drained all of his latent potential. After training without exhaustion, he had finally broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. He had even reached the late First Order in the past few years. He wanted to defeat Huang Xiaolong before killing him personally. Otherwise, the hatred in his heart wouldn't dissipate. "Huang Xiaolong, I exhausted my potential to cultivate a forbidden art so that I can kill you today. Before I do, I want to personally defeat you to wash away all the humiliation you gave me." Sun Shihai's killing intent peaked, and he growled, "Huang Xiaolong, make your move. I don't believe that you will be able to harm a single hair on my body." Thinking back to the competition, he remembered how Huang Xiaolong had slapped him, turning him into a pighead. The suppressed killing intent in his heart erupted. His body started to transform, and dense bloody chi surrounded him. Streaks of red light turned into a blood sea, and his body ballooned as crimson battle armor appeared on him. Strands of golden hair appeared on his body, as though golden swords were materializing on him. It was Sun Shihai's celestial blood ape physique. 100 years ago, Sun Shihai had reached the 6th rank of his celestial physique. Right now, he had broken through to the 8th rank. Sun Shihai's strength increased by many folds with every level his celestial blood ape physique grew. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Sun Shihai would be able to wipe the floor with any second-order heavenly monarch realm cultivators. After the celestial blood ape physique, another type of tyrannical energy erupted from his body. When it appeared, even Gong Suanqi's expression changed. Archdevil bloodline! Gong Sunqi and the others exclaimed in surprise. They were right. Sun Shihai had activated the Archdevil bloodline in his body to deal with Huang Xiaolong. The Archdevil bloodline's energy and might in Sun Shihai's body burst forth, and he no longer held anything back. He wanted to thoroughly defeat Huang Xiaolong and step on his body after his triumphant victory. He wanted to show Peng Xiao that he was much stronger than this piece of shit Huang Xiaolong. He pulled out his devouring dragon spear as well. Huang Xiaolong, go to hell! Sun Shihai roared, and he thrust the spear in his hand towards Huang Xiaolong. He circulated all his energy and god force to the limit when unleashing his ultimate skill. The devouring dragon spear howled towards the heavens, and it shot out. In an instant it appeared right before Huang Xiaolong's chest. Xiaolong, be careful! Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao yelled in shock as the blood drained from their faces. Huang Xiaolong looked at Sun Shihai, who was unleashing everything he got with an indifferent look in his eyes. Even if he stood still and allowed Sun Shihai to poke him with the devouring dragon spear 1,000,000 times, Sun Shihai wouldn't be able to cause the slightest bit of injury to him. With his true dragon physique combined with the 3 celestial demonic physiques, Sun Shihai wouldn't be able to scratch his skin. Even the hair on his body was sturdy enough to withstand Sun Shihai's attack. However, Huang Xiaolong reached out before the spear could touch him. He flicked his finger and sent the devouring dragon spear flying. The heaven-devouring beast phantom that had originated from the spear dissipated in the next moment. A terrifying wave of energy shot towards Sun Shihai, and he couldn't even dream of defending himself against it. As the spear flew into the sky, Sun Shihai suffered a horrifying fate. It was as though he was run over by a massive flying ship, and he slammed into one of the palace walls. Due to the impact's force, the wall fell as he continued on his journey outwards, and he eventually landed outside. Fang Xianxian stared at the scene before her, dumbfounded. Peng Xiao's jaw dropped. Gong Sunqi and the rest stared at the scene before them in shock. Everyone looked at Sun Shihai, sprawled on the ground outside the palace, and their minds blanked. The 2 ladies looked at Huang Xiaolong, and they were speechless. He managed to deal with Sun Shihai with a single flick of his finger. They were extremely clear that Sun Shihai's strength had grown explosively in the past years. They even thought that Huang Xiaolong would be the one suffering the injury when Sun Shihai attacked. But now, Huang Xiaolong ignored the gazes on him as he walked towards Sun Shihai. Sun Shihai had already started crawling up from the ground, and he spat out mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, with a face full of terror. However, he yelled in indignation, "Why? It's impossible. How are you stronger than me? This is bullshit. I am the supreme genius. I am the one who possesses an archdevil bloodline. I am a descendant of an archdevil. How can you surpass me? This is not possible. Not possible." Sun Shihai roared at the heavens. Archdevil's descendant? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He looked at Sun Shihai, who had a malevolent expression with a mocking expression, and he sneered, "In my eyes, you're nothing more than trash." Indeed, since the start, Huang Xiaolong had never placed Sun Shihai in his eyes. Who cared if he was a descendant of an archdevil? Huang Xiaolong had 3 archdevil bloodlines in his body, and every one of them was of a higher grade than Sun Shihai. When Sun Shihai heard how Huang Xiaolong was calling him trash, he raged. He was like a crazed beast as he lunged towards Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you!" The crimson light around Sun Shihai's body glowed brightly once again, and a terrifying might emerged from him. His aura doubled, and it seemed as though he used some sort of forbidden method to raise his strength temporarily. Huang Xiaolong casually slapped out towards Sun Shihai, whose aura had doubled, as a massive palm print appeared in the air before him, and an explosion resounded through the air as Sun Shihai was slammed into the ground once again. Elder Sun, Gong Sun Qi and the others finally reacted, and their expression changed. They charged to help Sun Shihai. However, before they could move, a horrifying wave of energy sent all of them flying. Gong Sun Qi and the rest vomited mouthfuls of blood as they looked at the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. It was one of them who had made a move just a moment ago. Huang Xiaolong had explicitly ordered them to allow Gong Sun Qi and the others to live. Otherwise, even if a high-level Emperor Realm expert were standing there, they would be blown to pieces. Even though that was the case, Gong Sun Qi, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others were shocked. Emperor Realm. Gong Sun Qi sucked in a cold breath. The four experts behind Huang Xiaolong were all in the Emperor Realm. At least, there was one of them in the Emperor Realm. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of why an Emperor Realm expert would follow behind Huang Xiaolong. Why would they submit to him? Huang Xiaolong was a mere heavenly monarch. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the massive crater in the ground where Sun Shihai was and said, "If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my wrist. Even if your master comes, he won't be able to save you. Someone's talking big right now." A cold harumph boomed in the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, whistling sounds could be heard as the void broke apart. Zhou Chen, Lu Shan, and Chen Yirong appeared before everyone, and other than the three of them, there were several other black-clothed men. Strong energy fluctuations came from all around the Fortune Emperor Palace as all the experts started to gather. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong was surrounded. Huang Xiaolong merely swept his gaze around before fixing it on the black-clothed men around Zhou Chen. All of them were Emperor Realm experts. There were even some high-level emperors among them. A light flashed through his eyes. From the souls of the disciples he had searched earlier, he knew that they were experts invited by Zhou Chen. When Zhou Chen arrived, the only thing he saw was Sun Shihai on the ground, and a frosty light flashed in his eyes. Master, save me, please." Sun Shihai, who was lying on the ground, stuttered when he saw Zhou Chen. Kill that piece of shit." His eyes were filled with hatred. Even though he was on the brink of death, he still couldn't stop thinking of killing Huang Xiaolong. However, Zhou Chen stared at him coldly. "Trash. Huang Xiaolong was right when he called you a piece of trash. Even though I spent so many grand mist spiritual pills and resources on you, you lost to him with a single move. If you're not trash, what are you? What supreme genius? What archdevil bloodline? You probably have dog's hit bloodline." The more Zhou Chen spoke, the more upset he became. He was initially planning to place his hopes on Sun Shihai to obtain a good result at the Battle of the Heavenly Court. But now, before it could even start, Sun Shihai was destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. Sun Shihai had practically thrown all his face away. Seeing Zhou Chen berating Sun Shihai, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao were dumbfounded. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was too intrigued by Zhou Chen's behavior. At this moment, Zhou Chen turned around. He stared at Huang Xiaolong and grinned. "Huang Xiaolong, you still have the guts to return. Good. This way, I can save my 200,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. However, I'm curious about something. A few days ago, you were still at the brimming snow world. How did you manage to rush back to the Fortune Emperor Palace so quickly? Even if you have a low-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying ship, you won't be able to move so quickly. Unless..." Zhou Chen's eyes grew redder. Huang Xiaolong said indifferently, "That's right. I have a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying ship." Immediately after, a black light flashed in front of everyone's eyes as a throne appeared before them. Engraved on the throne was a black dragon insignia, and it seemed to look down on all living things. Could this be the rumored primordial ancient Black Dragon clan's Black Dragon throne? Zhou Chen was unable to calm down as he buzzed with excitement. Black Dragon throne. It was rumored to be a high-grade Grand Mist spiritual flying ship. Is this really the Black Dragon throne? It's worth tens of millions. No, 40 million or even possibly 50, Li Shan and Chen Yirong exclaimed. Even the eyes of the people in black heated up. If the Black Dragon Throne was placed in an auction, it could sell for 50 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. What did it mean to have 50 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Even the Fortune Emperor Palace's main flying ship wasn't worth 50 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Suddenly, Zhou Chen burst into laughter and said, Huang Xiaolong, you are fortunate. You even managed to obtain the primordial ancient Black Dragon clan's Black Dragon Throne. However, I have heard that the treasures of the Black Dragon come in a set of 3. Do you have the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle and Black Dragon Divine Armor? Huang Xiaolong laughed. It looks like you know quite a lot. That's right. Both the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle and Black Dragon Divine Armor are on me. He didn't try to hide anything and revealed the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle on his wrist and the Black Dragon Divine Armor on his body. Looking at the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle and the Black Dragon Divine Armor, Zhou Chen's heart pounded wildly. A fire burned in his eyes as he looked at the Black Dragon Divine Armor on Huang Xiaolong's body. That was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual tool. It was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual armor. It was said that it could absorb dragon chi on its own and refine one's body and soul simultaneously. Just the armor's effects were enough to cause a storm of blood, much less the defensive abilities. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze landed on one of the men in black, and he said, Special Envoy He, the Black Dragon Throne will belong to me, while the Black Dragon Cold Jade Bangle and the Black Dragon Divine Armor will belong to you? What do you think? However, the man in black didn't answer, and instead suppressed his excitement as he looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, If this brat dares to take out the treasures here, it's highly likely that he has some sort of backing. Zhou Chen was startled for a moment before he broke out into rambunctious laughter. Special Envoy He, you don't have to be so humble. There's only a handful of people that are capable of matching your strength in the divine world. Even though the 4 weird creatures behind that brat are quite strong, how can they possibly stand up to you? He was extremely confident in the strength of Special Envoy He. One had to know that Special Envoy He was a late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert. Even though the 4 monster strength behind Huang Xiaolong wasn't weak, Special Envoy, he could easily destroy all of them with a single move. This, Brother Chen, is it possible to give the remaining stuff on Huang Xiaolong to the 2 of us? Chen Yirong asked carefully. Li Shan was eager as well. They didn't dare to hope for the 3 Black Dragon treasures. But surely the other treasures on Huang Xiaolong's body should belong to them, right? They knew that Huang Xiaolong had several low-grade chaos spiritual veins on his body, and he also had a damaged Yellow Springs magic robe on him. Zhou Chen frowned and looked at Special Envoy He. However, after Special Envoy He nodded, Zhou Chen smiled widely and said generously, All right, after getting rid of Huang Xiaolong, the rest of the things will belong to the 2 of you. Li Shan and Chen Yirong thanked Zhou Chen and Special Envoy He with a happy face. Huang Xiaolong laughed out loud when he saw the scene unfold in front of him. However, he wasn't in a rush to make a move. Zhou Chen, are you really willing to give the other stuff on me to Li Shan and Chen Yirong? Huang Xiaolong smiled and continued, There are many more things on my body that are more valuable than the Black Dragon treasures. Huang Xiaolong was really telling the truth. Whether it was the City of Eternity, the 9-Een Magic Mirror, the Heavenly Hall, or the Seat of Enlightenment, even the Radiance Divine Scepter, every single one of them was more valuable than the Black Dragon treasures. Zhou Chen was stunned for a second. Huang Xiaolong, why should I believe your words? Do you have things that are more valuable than the Black Dragon treasures? Is it the damaged Yellow Springs magic robe? Or those few low-grade chaos spiritual veins? What else can he have that is even more valuable than the Black Dragon treasures? Could he possibly have a Grand Mist artifact with him? Zhou Chen naturally didn't believe him. However, Huang Xiaolong laughed, and his hand flashed before a seed shaped like a Buddha's head, and the size of a tiny baby appeared in front of everyone. In the entire hall, golden light radiated, and Buddhist energy burst forth. This is Zhou Chen, Special Envoy He, Li Shan, and Chen Yirong were startled. This is the seed of the Buddhist world's #1 divine Bodhi tree, the seed of enlightenment, and this should be the only one in the world. Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. Even though the black dragon treasures were pretty good, they couldn't hold a candle to the seed of enlightenment. What? The seed of the Buddhist world's #1 divine Bodhi tree. Zhou Chun and the rest yelled in shock. Even the beautiful eyes of Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao widened. Everyone's gaze landed on the seed of enlightenment in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Suddenly, Zhou Chun lunged forward towards the seed of enlightenment in Huang Xiaolong's hand as he was no longer able to hold himself back. As a late Emperor Realm expert, Zhou Chun's aura was terrifying as he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong instantly. Brat! Hand over your seed of enlightenment. Zhou Chun glared at Huang Xiaolong with fire in his eyes. Looking at Zhou Chun, who was charging at Huang Xiaolong, one of the 4 odd beasts moved. As its body blurred, it arrived between Huang Xiaolong and Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun widened his eyes when he saw the beast that blocked his path. Following this, the odd beast raised its right hand and stretched out its palm. Scram! Zhou Chun yelled with fury. He couldn't believe that someone would block his way when he was about to obtain the seed of enlightenment. Circulating all the god force in his body, he slapped out at the beast. Their palms collided. Kacha! The sound of broken bones resounded through the air, and Zhou Chun let out a miserable shriek as he smashed into the wall behind him. Like Sun Shihai, he emerged from the other side of the wall before falling to the ground outside. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao could even warn Huang Xiaolong about Zhou Chun, he was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's beast. The two of them stared blankly at Zhou Chun, who was thrown outside. Was this really the ancestor Zhou Chun they knew? This scene was even more shocking than when Huang Xiaolong had sent Sun Shihai flying. Even Li Shan, Chen Yirong, and the men in black were dumbfounded. The hall master of the punishment hall, Gong Sun Qi, felt lightheaded. A while later, everyone regained their senses, and their gazes landed on the odd beast. Huang Xiaolong, no wonder you have the guts to return. You even dare to show off all your treasures. Special Envoy, he broke the silence and said, Is that beast of yours in the late 10th Order Emperor realm? A bright gleam flashed through his eyes as he stared at the beast with a grave expression. Even though Zhou Chun was just an ordinary high-level emperor, a regular 8th Order Emperor realm expert couldn't injure him with a single move. When the beast unleashed its attack, the aura it emitted made them wary. They felt slightly threatened by its strength. For them to feel danger, their opponent had to be in the late 10th Order Emperor realm. What? Late 10th Order Emperor? Li Shan, Chen Yirong, Gong Sun Qi, and the others exclaimed in horror. Initially, they had thought that the strongest Huang Xiaolong subordinates would be the 9th Order Emperor realm. Never in their wildest imaginations would they have believed that the beast was a late 10th Order Emperor. Nobody doubted the words of Special Envoy. All of them knew he was a supreme existence in the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Even Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were dumbfounded when they heard what Special Envoy he said. Is it really a late 10th Order realm expert? Fang Xianxian muttered. Nobody had paid any attention to the 4 beasts following behind Huang Xiaolong when he had walked in. Huang Xiaolong looked at Special Envoy he and said with indifference, Are you from the Fiend God Emperor Palace? Special Envoy he secretly crushed a jade talisman as he smiled. What Fiend God Emperor Palace? I'm just a Grand Elder that Zhou Chun invited to the Fortune Emperor Palace to take charge of the discipline and security. Huang Xiaolong sensed a slight spatial fluctuation the moment Special Envoy he crushed the jade talisman. He sneered in his heart. It looks like he is trying to call for reinforcement. However, this was exactly what Huang Xiaolong wanted. Sure enough, space started to fluctuate as a group of men clad in black appeared before everyone. Like before, another group of 10 appeared. Looking at this group of men in black, Special Envoy he calmed down. Special Envoy Chen. He greeted as his gaze landed on one of the men inside the group. Special Envoy Chen nodded his head and acknowledged. Be careful, that monster is in the late 10th Order Emperor realm. The other 3 might be as well. Special Envoy he reminded. It was precisely because he was afraid of the four monsters behind Huang Xiaolong that he called Special Envoy Chun and the rest over. He was worried that all of them were in the late 10th Order Emperor realm. What? The men in black, who were called over, were shocked as they stared at the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. When they were summoned, they had felt that Special Envoy he was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, that didn't seem to be the case. Special Envoy Chen's expression turned grave. However, even if the four odd beasts were late 10th Order Emperors, they were extremely confident that the ancient slaughtering array would take care of them. Unless they had surpassed the Emperor realm, there was absolutely no way for them to escape from it. Set up the array. Suddenly, both Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chun shouted out in unison. Nearly 30 over high-level Emperor realm experts shot to the sky and formed the array. A type of chaotic and desolate aura was released from the middle of the array and enveloped the entire hall. Divine Desolate Glory Array. Huang Xiaolong was surprised that they knew about this array. The Divine Desolate Glory Array was an ancient slaughtering array from hell and was extremely powerful. The men in black were surprised that Huang Xiaolong recognized the Divine Desolate Glory Array with a single glance, and they chuckled. Huang Xiaolong, you have pretty good eyes to be able to recognize our Divine Desolate Glory Array. Since you know about the Divine Desolate Glory Array, you should also know that no one under the Emperor realm would be able to escape. You should stop struggling now. Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently. Is that so? Xiaolong, don't care about us? Hurry up and escape. Fang Xianxian and Peng Shao screamed. At this moment, the four odd beasts made their move. Roar! Their earth-shaking roar echoed through the air and spread across millions upon millions of miles. The four odd beasts returned to their original forms, and four massive giants, thousands of miles tall, appeared. A horrifying aura filled the area, and a type of fierce, brutal, bloody, dark, and terrifying energy poured out from their body. Everyone felt suffocated when the energy appeared, and Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen were not exempted. All the faces of the men in black changed drastically. This? Could it be them? No, this. The voices of Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chun trembled uncontrollably. Roar! The four beasts grew larger by 10 folds, and they smashed through the ceiling of the palace. No longer holding anything back, the aura around them grew endlessly. Gong Sun Chi and several hall masters fainted in an instant. Even Li Shan and Chun Irong felt as if they were crushed to death by the beast's pressure. The faces of Li Shan and Chun Irong lost all their color as they looked at the four terrifying beasts. They were merely feeling the aura coming from their opponent, yet a feeling of death enveloped them. What type of power is this? Could they have already surpassed the Emperor realm? No, that's impossible. However, their aura was indeed a little too shocking if they were existences in the Emperor realm. Li Shan and Chen Yirong were not the only ones thinking about that. Even the men in black and the two special envoys thought the same way. All four of them are comparable to existences surpassing the Emperor realm. Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds. The four odd beasts are only in the extreme peak late 10th Order Emperor realm and have not surpassed the Emperor realm. Their combat abilities should be comparable to existences surpassing the Emperor realm. Each one of the four odd beasts was comparable to an existence surpassing the Emperor realm. The strength of each of them was no weaker than the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe's patriarch, Shi Wushuang. The four odd beasts were famous since the Desolate Era and had exterminated hundreds of thousands of world surfaces with the Archdevil Master himself. Naturally, they weren't ordinary peak late 10th Order Emperors. The four of them were born with a special Archdevil bloodline with 3 stages of transformation. The first stage was the weakest, and they would appear in a human form. The second allowed them to grow to 1,000 feet, and they would possess terrifying strength. In the final form, they would be in the form they were in now. After the transformation, the four of them truly possessed strength comparable to an existence surpassing the Emperor realm. Looking at the four odd beasts' transformation, a thought suddenly flashed past Special Envoy He's mind as he vaguely recalled a terrifying legend about the Desolate Era. Could they be? Special Envoy He's face turned pale. When everyone was still in shock, The four odd beasts stretched out and thrust their hands towards the eye of the divine desolate glory array. As though they were tearing apart a piece of cloth, the divine desolate glory array was ripped apart. The array was torn apart, and the body of the men in black shook as they coughed out blood incessantly due to the backlash. Next, horrifying darkness energy congealed around the 8 giant hands and shot towards the black-clothed men. As if a dark cloud covered the sky, the darkness energy blotted out the heavens above them. Everyone present was overwhelmed with shock. Bang! The men in black were shot down instantly like flies, and they smashed into the ground. Even Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen were no exception as they formed bottomless pits in the ground. It felt as though their bodies were smashed into bits as a wave of pain assaulted them. Before they could take the chance to recover, they felt something stirring above them. When they raised their head, they saw a massive foot formed with berserk, darkness lightning stomping down on them. Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen couldn't help but scream. Before anyone could react, the four odd beasts shrunk and transformed into their human form. They retreated behind Huang Xiaolong and retracted their aura. Looking at the calm expression on their faces, it was as though they had done nothing of significance. Silence descended on the entire hall. Li Shan and Chen Yirong were blown to a corner of the hall by the berserk strength in the distance. Their legs shivered uncontrollably when they saw the miserable state of the 2 special envoys. They were high-level Emperor Realm experts. There were nearly 30-plus high-level Emperor Realm experts. However, they were now. Other than Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen, every single man in black was dead. The 4 odd beasts were comparable to an existence surpassing the Emperor Realm. They were able to exterminate 30 high-level emperors instantly. Everything happened in a blink of an eye, and it felt extremely unreal. At this moment, the restrictions imprisoning Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao had already been released. Despite that, the 2 of them stood there motionless as they stared unblinkingly at Zhou Chen and the people in black. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across and saw Li Shan and Chen Yirong standing at the corner of the hall. Li Shan and Chen Yirong were so frightened that their lips started to tremble uncontrollably. As for the remaining Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples standing outside the hall, they felt their legs going soft when they felt the might of the 4 odd beasts. Huang Xiaolong retracted his gaze. With a wave of his hand, he dragged Zhou Chen before him. By the time he arrived before Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Chen was on his last breath. His eyes were slightly closed, and his entire body was covered in blood. Huang Xiaolong, even if I die, you won't be able to live for long. Zhou Chen smiled forcefully as he muttered. Huang Xiaolong heard this and smiled. Hearing you say that makes me quite reluctant to kill you. How I wish to let you keep your dog life and watch me enter the Emperor Realm. I'll surpass the Emperor Realm and destroy the force behind you. Zhou Chen chuckled as blood seeped out from a corner from his mouth. Huang Xiaolong, stop dreaming. Don't mention surpassing the Emperor Realm. You won't even be able to step into Emperor Realm. Huang Xiaolong smiled and stretched out his hand suddenly. The darkness energy inside the heart of hell revolved and entered Zhou Chen's body, causing him to scream in pain. Huang Xiaolong then pointed at the space between Zhou Chen's eyebrows, and a miserable shriek filled the air. The faces of Li Shan and Chen Yirong turned pale. Because Zhou Chen was a high-level emperor, his soul and will were extremely tenacious. Hence, with Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he wasn't able to perform a soul search. After a few minutes, Huang Xiaolong asked one of the 4 odd beasts to search Zhou Chen's soul. In an instant, the odd beast finished the task, and all of Zhou Chen's memories transferred to Huang Xiaolong's mind. Great Lord! Huang Xiaolong frowned. From Zhou Chen's memory, Huang Xiaolong learned that Zhou Chen and the men in black were serving a mysterious Great Lord. However, none of them had ever seen his face before. The only thing they could see was a giant face formed with light, and it was extremely blurry. Huang Xiaolong had no chance to make out his facial features. Indeed, Fang Gan's disappearance was related to Zhou Chen. Despite knowing that that was the case, Huang Xiaolong only found out that Zhou Chen had handed Fang Gan over to another group of men in black. Even after searching through his memories, Huang Xiaolong failed to obtain any information about Feng Gong. Even after searching the soul of Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen, the result was the same. Disappointment filled Huang Xiaolong's heart. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's heart jerked as he remembered Sun Shihai lying inside a pit. Waving his hand, he brought Sun Shihai before him. When Sun Shihai was dragged before Huang Xiaolong, he could no longer hide the look of fear in his eyes, especially when he looked at the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. His legs turned soft, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He flailed around helplessly, hoping for a miracle to happen. He had witnessed the four odd beasts killing the men in black and Zhou earlier. He was already shocked out of his wits and had long forgotten about his unwillingness and hatred for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, no. Senior Huang, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't fight for Peng Xiao with you. She's all yours. You're the only man suitable for her. I'm nothing but a toad lusting over a swan. Like you, I'm not a human. Just treat me like a piece of turd on the ground and let me live. Please spare my life. Sun Shihai cried and begged for mercy. When Peng Xiao, who was standing at the side, heard what he said, she became both shy and furious. She tilted her head a little to the side to glance at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of her eye. Huang Xiaolong looked at Sun Shihai with a face of indifference. He knew that Sun Shihai wasn't pretending to be scared, as he could feel the boundless fear in Sun Shihai's heart. The scene had scared the soul out of his body. However, Senior Huang Xiaolong said casually, Sun Shihai, what are you trying to imply? Do I look that old to you? Sun Shihai was dumbfounded as he corrected himself in haste. No, it's young hero Huang. Young hero Huang. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I must have been confused for a moment there. Looking at the comical Sun Shihai, who was panicking, Peng Xiao released the hatred in her heart and laughed out loud all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong was stunned when he looked at Peng Xiao's tomato-like face. Since he didn't want to waste any more time with Sun Shihai, he forcefully searched through Sun Shihai's soul if he found anything useful. Huang Xiaolong finished searching his soul very soon. However, he had gained nothing useful from Sun Shihai's memory. He then circulated the devouring energy inside his Archdevil Supreme Godhead and absorbed all the God Force and blood essence from Sun Shihai's body. In several breaths of time, Sun Shihai's body was sucked dry. Sun Shihai's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of unwillingness, disbelief, hatred, and regret. Huang Xiaolong effortlessly threw the corpse to the side. Li Shan and Chun Yirong's expressions changed drastically. Huang Xiaolong turned around and thought about it for a moment before deciding against devouring everyone present. He circulated the darkness energy inside his heart of hell before pointing towards Zhou Chen's glabella. The darkness energy corroded Zhou Chen's entire body at an astonishing speed, starting from his forehead. Zhou Chen's body was corroded continuously by the darkness energy, and the pain he felt was beyond imagination. He screamed as he rolled about on the ground. Even though Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen had a firm heart, their expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhou Chen screaming and thrashing around. Huang Xiaolong repeated his actions and pointed at both the special envoys. Soon, the two of them were twitching and shrieking on the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Xiaolong wore an expression of indifference. After he had broken through to the high-level heavenly monarch realm and awakened the 3 types of archdevil bloodline inside him, he could only devour the body of experts who had an archdevil bloodline. That was also the reason why he killed Zhou Chen and the others instead of devouring them. Even though Zhou Chen and the rest were high-level Emperor Realm experts, their bloodline was too diluted. If he devoured them, his bloodline would suffer from the aftereffects. Very soon, the screaming and rolling stopped. When everyone turned to look, they could only see shallow pools of black mist in place of the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Huang Xiaolong looked Li Shan and Chun Yirong in the distance and said, "The 2 of you come over here." Li Shan and Chun Yirong felt as though a thunderbolt had struck their minds, and they scampered towards Huang Xiaolong in a hurry. They stared at him with a look of unconcealed fear in their eyes. "If you want to live, Get your ass here now. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he snapped. Li Shan and Chun Yirong turned stiff, and their expressions changed. They moved even faster and appeared before Huang Xiaolong in a flash. Huang, young hero Huang, the two of them said in a weak voice. He found it pretty hilarious hearing the two of them calling him young hero Huang. Xiaolong, my master must have been confused for a moment. Is it possible for you to let him off? Peng Xiao gritted her teeth and pleaded as she arrived beside Huang Xiaolong. When Li Shan heard what Peng Xiao said, a wave of guilt assaulted him. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head to Peng Xiao and gave her a reassuring look. He then turned towards Li Shan and Chan Yirong and said, I will let you off if you make an oath to the heavens and swear that you will never betray the Fortune Emperor Palace again. Also, nothing that happened here today is to spread. When the two heard Huang Xiaolong's order, they swore an oath without a second thought. We will always be loyal to the Fortune Emperor Palace and never betray the sect. We also promise not to disclose anything that happened here today. After the two of them swore an oath, Huang Xiaolong ordered them to clean up the scene before making all the disciples swear the same oath. The two of them acknowledged Huang Xiaolong's orders and left in a hurry. After settling everything, Huang Xiaolong brought the two ladies to the prison to release everyone related to him. Of course, the four odd beasts followed behind Huang Xiaolong. On the way, Huang Xiaolong explained about Fang Gan's situation to Fang Xianxian. Fang Xianxian couldn't help but feel sad when she found out that her father's whereabouts were unknown. Xianxian, don't worry too much. Uncle Fang is definitely in the divine world. I should be able to find him soon. Huang Xiaolong tried his best to comfort her. Fang Xianxian smiled and looked at Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, thanks for your help. Also, I have yet to thank you for looking for my elder brother. It's a small matter. You don't have to thank me. All of a sudden, Peng Xiao blinked playfully and teased, Xianxian, if you really want to thank Xiaolong, how about repaying him with your body? Huang Xiaolong was startled. Fang Xianxian blushed and muttered in a low voice, You lass, why aren't you the one repaying Xiaolong with your body? Didn't he save you previously? Huang Xiaolong broke out in cold sweat as he did not dare to make eye contact with either one of them. The two ladies continued bickering back and forth on their way. Fortunately, the prison wasn't very far away. When the disciples guarding the prison tried to stop them, Huang Xiaolong sent them flying with a flick of his wrist. Throughout their journey, no one dared to stop them. They saved Fang Mingyu on the first floor of the prison first. Even though Fang Mingyu was imprisoned on the first level, he hadn't suffered any hardships. After Fang Xuanxuan's quick explanation, he realized that the man in front of him was Huang Xiaolong, his benefactor. After reminiscing for a short while, they continued on their way and soon arrived at the prison's lowest level. The disciples guarding the lowest level of the prison were the core disciples of the Snow Moon Hall. Once Huang Xiaolong entered the lowest level, he directly slapped aside these core disciples and planted them all into the wall. However, when he arrived at the cell and saw his master Zhao Lei, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and his senior brother Chun Hao chained to a stone pillar, Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned red. Every one of them was bruised and had numerous scars. The flesh on Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's legs was scraped to the bone. White bones! Huang Xiaolong roared angrily, and the Radiant's divine scepter appeared in his hand. He smashed it forward, and a white light emerged to shatter all the chains holding them to the wall. Fang Xianxian and the rest of them were shocked. The iron chains of the lowest prison level were made by chaos, which was refined thousands of times. Even a normal Grand Mist spiritual artifact would be unable to cut it apart. No one would have thought that the item in Huang Xiaolong's hand would shatter them all at the same time. Zhao Lei and the others who were tortured beyond recognition struggled to open their eyes and were shocked when they saw Huang Xiaolong. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had already rescued everyone from the chains, and he appeared before them. Xiaolong, you're finally back, Zhao Lei said as he gasped for air. After all, he was an Emperor Realm expert. He was in a much better state than everyone else who had suffered the prison's torture. Hurry up and leave. Zhou Qian has colluded with outsiders and schemed against our Fortune Emperor Palace. He even offered a bounty for capturing you. Zhao Lei said impatiently. You shouldn't have returned. Hurry up and escape with Fang Xianxian. The further, the better. The expression of Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao became strange as they thought back to how tragically Zhou Qian had died. Huang Xiaolong felt warm in his heart as he said, Master, Zhou Qian is already dead. Don't worry about me. Zhao Lei, who had originally wanted to ask Huang Xiaolong to run away, stopped dead in his tracks. He stared at Huang Xiaolong as though he had misheard. Even Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Chun Hao were startled. You? What did you just say? Zhao Lei asked incredulously. Zhou Qian is dead. Did you miss a word somewhere? Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao almost burst out in laughter. Huang Xiaolong felt extremely helpless, and he could only try to explain himself. Zhou Qian has already died, and those men in black he brought with him are all dead as well. All right, Master. Let me take care of your wounds first. If you still have any questions left, you can ask later. Huang Xiaolong then took out a few Great Brahma Sarira pills. Is this the Great Brahma Sarira pill? Zhao Lei exclaimed in surprise. Fang Mingyu's eyes lit up at the sight of them. When he had suffered grave injuries in hell, Huang Xiaolong had taken out the same pill to heal him. The effects of the pill had left a very deep impression on him. This is indeed the Great Brahma Sarira pill. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and then fed the four of them one pill each. Very soon vitality returned to the pale faces, and their complexions slowly turned rosy. A faint white halo appeared around their bodies. Huang Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief when he saw this, and immediately after, he took out some black paste. As soon as he took it out, a heart-calming fragrance filled the space around them. It even managed to suppress the smell of the Great Brahma Sarira pill. Could it be the Black Jade Dragon Blood Paste? Zhao Lei gasped. The Black Jade Dragon Blood Paste was an ointment that was even more precious than a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pill. After using it, one's bone and flesh could be regrown. The paste itself was refined using numerous Grand Mist spiritual ingredients by the primordial dragon race. Huang Xiaolong then applied the ointment on the bones of Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Bright and sacred energy radiated from his hand and enveloped the ointment that he had applied. And in an instant, rays of light fused with the black paste around Golden Brow and Blood Knife's injuries. An astonishing scene suddenly appeared as their arms and legs regrew at speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, their limbs were completely restored, as though they had never been injured in the first place. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor waved their arms with a look of surprise. Even though they were in the God King realm and could slowly regenerate their flesh, the regrown limbs could never be as strong as before. However, with the help of the Black Jade Dragon Blood Paste, they recovered to their peak state in an instant. No, it could even be said that they were stronger than they once were. Master, let's get out of here first, Huang Xiaolong said to Zhao Lei, Golden Brow Ancestor, and Blood Knife Ancestor before heading towards the prison's exit. Xiaolong, earlier you said that Zhou Qian and the men in black had all died. What exactly happened? Zhao Lei couldn't help asking on their way out. Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong laughed and pointed towards the four odd beasts behind him. They are the ones who killed them. Even though he was the one who had killed them in the end, it was only possible because of the four odd beasts. What? When they heard this, Zhao Lei and the rest turned and focused all of their attention on the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. Like Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao, they were full of shock after scrutinizing the four odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. Even Fang Mingyu was taken aback. You are saying that they... Zhao Lei stammered and asked with disbelief. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Both Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao can be my witness. Zhao Lei looked at the two of them, who nodded like chicken pecking on rice. Then, Special Envoy Chen and Special Envoy He? Zhao Lei asked. Dead. Everyone who had been trapped in the prison sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were late 10th Order Emperor Realm experts. Wouldn't that mean that the four beasts behind Huang Xiaolong, They are all peak late 10th Order Emperor realm experts. Huang Xiaolong explained as though he had already read their minds. Peak late 10th Order Emperors. Zhao Lei, Fang Mingyu, and everyone else felt their bodies trembling. Huang Xiaolong didn't even mention that the 4 odd beasts weren't ordinary peak late 10th Order realm emperors. He casually left out the part where their combat prowess had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Despite that, no one knew how to react to the shocking news. For seniors, Zhao Lei from the Fortune Emperor Palace pays his respect. Zhao Lei's heart was beating wildly as he clasped his hands respectfully to greet the 4 odd beasts. On the other hand, Fang Mingyu, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and Chun Hao had no idea how to greet the 4 seniors. Huang Xiaolong smiled when he saw how flustered Zhao Lei had become. Master, they are my subordinates. You don't have to be so polite with them. Suber. Subordinates? Subordinates? Everyone felt as though a bomb went off in their head, and they stared at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. These peak late 10th Order Emperor realm experts were his subordinates. They felt as though they were going to fall out of the sky as a wave of dizziness threatened to overwhelm them. Even Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao found it inconceivable for the 4 odd beasts to be Huang Xiaolong's subordinates. While Zhao Lei, Fang Mingyu, and the others were still in shock, Huang Xiaolong had already led them out of prison. After they arrived at the main palace, Li Shan and Chen Yirong had already cleaned up the battle. They did such a good job that no one would have guessed that a fierce battle had taken place. They had even restored the walls that had collapsed. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head inwardly at their efficiency. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's return, the 2 of them hastily went up to greet him. The smile on their faces possessed the brilliance of 1,000 suns. Young hero Huang, you're finally back. Even though Huang Xiaolong had left for the Fortune Emperor Palace's prison, they couldn't dare to take a step out of the palace before Huang Xiaolong gave them his permission. Zhao Lei and Fang Mingyu felt their jaws dropping to the ground when they saw how Li Shan and Chen Yirong acted like slaves and bowed down to Huang Xiaolong. Pretty nice job here. Huang Xiaolong nodded in approval. Did everyone take the oath? There are no exceptions. Every single disciple who witnessed the battle made the oath before us. Li Shan and Chen Yirong answered in unison, and both rushed to ask, does young hero Huang have any other instructions? Zhao Lei and the rest of them were stunned speechless. Huang Xiaolong replied, detain all the disciples from the Snow Moon Hall and lock them in the Fortune Emperor Palace prison. Kill all who resist, especially Yanning. Do not allow her to escape. Young hero Huang, please be at ease. We have already ordered some people to keep an eye on Yanning for some time. We will personally make a move to detain everyone from the Snow Moon Hall now. Li Shan stammered. Young hero Huang, should we activate our fortune array and stop everyone from leaving? I'm afraid some of Zhou Chen's accomplices would take advantage of the chaos to run away. Chen Yirong asked. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Chen Yirong and thought about it for a second. Send the orders down to activate the fortune array and temporarily stop everyone from leaving. If they refuse to listen to you, treat them as Zhou Chen's accomplice and handle them accordingly. After passing down several more orders, he dismissed them. Looking at Li Shan and Chen Yirong leaving happily, Zhao Lei and Chen Hao opened their mouths like goldfishes trying to breathe, as if they were in a dream. Night. Huang Xiaolong stood on top of his room's roof inside of the Fortune Divine Kingdom and felt the wind brush against him. The night was extremely tranquil, yet Huang Xiaolong's heart was in a turmoil. As the battle of the Heavenly Court approached, Huang Xiaolong had a myriad of thoughts, and there was an uneasy feeling blooming in his heart. Even though Zhou Chun did not know the identity of the mysterious Great Lord, Huang Xiaolong had faintly guessed something from their conversions. There weren't many people that were able to make a late 10th Order Emperor work for them. This type of strength and power was something out of the scope of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. 9 Giant Corpse Tribe. Only the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe held this type of power. Moreover, from Zhou Chun and the Great Lord's conversation, the Great Lord was planning to conspire against the divine world. It was extremely obvious to Huang Xiaolong that the Great Lord they talked about was the 9-old ancestor Shi Ming. The disappearance of the dozens of emperors recently definitely had something to do with the 9 giant corpse tribe. The strength and influence of the 9 giant corpse tribe had already exceeded Huang Xiaolong's imagination. If Zhou Chun was a spy planted by the 9 giant corpse tribe, they definitely had many more spies in the various emperor palaces in the divine world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for so many emperors to disappear out of the blue. It was even possible that they had planted a spy in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. I'm afraid that the palaces where the emperors disappeared may have already fallen under the control of the 9 giant corpse tribe. It seems like they are finally running out of patience. However, there should be 2,000 to 3,000 years before they fully executed their plan from the conversation between Zhou Chun and Shi Ming. Could it be that they have brought forward their plan? Is it because of my appearance as the king of hell? Just as Huang Xiaolong was thinking about the 9 giant corpse tribe, he caught a whiff of fragrance as Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao arrived behind him. What are you thinking about? Fang Xianxian asked curiously. Huang Xiaolong smiled. I'm thinking about the disappearance of Uncle Fang and the rest of the emperors. The two girls were dazed. Are you implying that the power behind Zhou Chun might have done it? Peng Xiao asked in surprise. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and then shared his thoughts with them. 9 giant corpse tribe. The two of their faces changed when they heard that it might be related to the 9 giant corpse tribe. Of course, no one could remain calm when the words 9 giant corpse tribe were mentioned. Then my father, Fang Xianxian blurted out immediately. Don't worry. I will contact Xiaomei and ask the Silver Fox Commerce to help look for Uncle Fang. Huang Xiaolong comforted and sighed immediately after. However, I'm afraid that from now on, the divine world is about to fall into chaos. Once the 9 giant corpse tribe activated their plan, blood rivers would flow in the divine world. Many emperor palaces would probably cease to exist. However, this wasn't something that Huang Xiaolong was able to stop. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to stop it unless he had the strength to kill Shi Ming. Xiaolong, the 9 giant corpse tribe won't give up just because Zhou Chun is dead, Peng Xiao said. When she thought about how the Fortune Emperor Palace would be the target of the 9 giant corpse tribe, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. That's even better. Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently. I'm still afraid that the 9 giant corpse tribe won't come to me. He had meant what he said. He wasn't afraid of the 9 giant corpse tribe messing with him. As long as Shi Ming didn't personally appear, he was confident of making the divine world a resting place for everyone that came. However, even Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chen were killed in the battle. The 9 giant corpse tribe wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke the Fortune Emperor Palace again. At least until their plan fully started. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 4 days, the Fortune Emperor Palace was cleaned from top to bottom, and all the disciples from the Snow Moon Hall were captured and thrown into prison. Even Yan Ying couldn't escape. After the operation, Huang Xiaolong allowed Fang Mingyu and Zhao Lei to take charge of the situation in the Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to manage it and was more than happy to take a break finally. After another 10 or so more days, Huang Xiaolong finally started to prepare to head over to the Heavenly Court. In the past, Fang Gon and Zhou Chen had always led the party participating in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. However, now that Fang Gon was missing and Huang Xiaolong had killed Zhou Chen, Zhao Lei and Li Shan were placed in charge of escorting all the disciples to the Heavenly Court. Chen Yirong was tasked to watch over the Fortune Emperor Palace and Fang Mingyu, who had no intention to participate in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. For the sake of their safety, Huang Xiaolong ordered 2 of the 4 odd beasts to stay behind and take care of the Fortune Emperor Palace. With their protection, no one would be able to attack the Fortune Emperor Palace. On a fine and sunny day, Huang Xiaolong stood on the Dragon Shark flying ship's deck and looked in the Heavenly Court's direction. Let's move out. After Huang Xiaolong finished speaking, the Dragon Shark flying ship immediately turned into a streak of light as it tore through space and disappeared from Chen Yirong, Fang Mingyu, and the other's sight. Mingyu, what do you think his ranking will be this time around? Chen Yirong asked with a complicated expression on his face. Naturally, he was referring to Huang Xiaolong. Fang Mingyu shook his head and muttered, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. As for the top 3, I heard the news recently that some of the heavenly court's participating princes have already broken through to the heavenly monarch realm thousands of years ago. Moreover, even the fiend god's disciples are participating this time around, and their strength could be said to be formidable. And there is even one disciple who is acclaimed as the most talented genius since the founding of the fiend god Emperor Palace, and is said to be even more talented than the fiend god himself. Moreover, some people say that the heavenly court's heavenly prince has the number 1 divine physique. Others also say that the young master of the fiend god Emperor Palace has an archdevil bloodline completely different than Sun Shihai's. Fang Mingyu added, as for the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Li Junhua, even though he isn't as talented as the heavenly prince or the young master from the fiend god Emperor Palace, his strength isn't that far off from the two of them. He reached the 5th order heavenly monarch realm long ago. Moreover, the young master of the brightness Emperor Palace is not inferior to any one of them. Fang Mingyu stopped himself. Even though he didn't say it clearly, his words indirectly implied that Huang Xiaolong would not get into the top 3. The heavenly prince from the heavenly court, the young master of the fiend god Emperor Palace and brightness Emperor Palace. And there was still the supreme genius from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Li Junhua. Amongst the disciples from Grand Mist Emperor Palace, his talent was second to their young master. Besides the 4 of them, there were still many talented disciples from various emperor palaces and hidden races. What a pity that one is unable to rely on external forces in the battle of the heavenly court, Chen Yirong lamented. That's unfortunate indeed. Even though Huang Xiaolong has a king of supreme godhead, his cultivation time is too short. Fang Mingyu sighed. He has barely cultivated for 1,000 years while the heavenly prince and the various young masters have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, even though his cultivation time is short, his combat strength should have already reached the mid-7th order heavenly monarch realm, right? He recalled the scene where Huang Xiaolong had severely injured a grand elder at the peak of the mid-6th order heavenly monarch from the piercing moon sect in Nightless City. What? Huang Xiaolong's actual strength is no weaker than a mid-7th order heavenly monarch. Chen Yirong revealed a face full of shock. As he had only seen Huang Xiaolong defeating Sun Shihai, a late 1st order heavenly monarch, he had thought that Huang Xiaolong's strength would at most be comparable to a mid-level heavenly monarch. It was no wonder that he was shocked when Fang Mingyu declared that Huang Xiaolong was as strong as a 7th order heavenly monarch. Fang Mingyu nodded his head. When he saved me from prison in Nightless City, he severely injured a peak mid-6th order heavenly monarch grand elder from the piercing moon sect with a single strike. Since Chen Yirong had already sworn loyalty to the Fortune Emperor Palace, Fang Mingyu found no reason to hide this from him. He severely injured a mid-6th order heavenly monarch in one move? Chen Yirong sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Fang Mingyu dares to claim that Huang Xiaolong will be able to enter the top 10. With his strength, it was nothing more than child's play to enter the top 10 ranks of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Let's just wait here for the good news. Once the Battle of the Heavenly Court ends, Huang Xiaolong's name will surely spread to all corners of the world, Fang Mingyu said. Even if Huang Xiaolong weren't able to achieve first place, his fame would be no less than the heavenly prince and the young master from the fiend god Emperor Palace. After all, he would be a mega black horse who charged his way into the top 10. Huang Xiaolong's talent was more than enough to shock everyone to reach this stage with barely 1,000 years of cultivation. However, I am still curious about how Huang Xiaolong managed to get the 4 seniors to be his subordinates. Chen Yirong glanced at Fang Mingyu and asked with caution. The 4 seniors he was referring to were naturally the 4 odd beasts. Fang Mingyu shook his head and kept quiet. He was equally curious and puzzled about this, and he had a feeling that Huang Xiaolong was hiding a shocking secret. However, Huang Xiaolong's secrets weren't something he could investigate. At this time, the Dragon Shark flying ship was already hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Fortune Emperor Palace. While he was in the Divine World, Huang Xiaolong had started gathering the necessary ingredients to upgrade the low-grade Dragon Shark flying ship to a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. When he had gone to hell, He had managed to gather all the ingredients and had finally upgraded the Dragon Shark flying ship to a mid-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. The Dragon Shark flying ship speed had increased by many times. They traveled thousands of miles in a flash, and with their current speed, they would arrive at the Heavenly Court in less than a month. However, as there were more than 5 more months to the Battle of the Heavenly Court, Huang Xiaolong decided to travel at a considerably more leisurely pace. This time, in addition to the participating disciples of the Fortune Emperor Palace, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao, his masters, Golden Brow and Blood Knife, were also accompanying him to the Heavenly Court. As the Battle of the Heavenly Court was a grand occasion in the divine world, Blood Knife and Golden Brow wanted to head over and join in the fun. The two of them had only seen it once when their respective masters had brought them over in the past. Inside the Dragon Sharp flying ship's hidden room, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his summoning signal and contacted his senior brother Jiang Hong and the little cow. Jiang Hong replied almost instantly while the little cow ignored him. When Jiang Hong had learned that Huang Xiaolong had returned, he was extremely excited. He spoke about how the little cow was still restoring her soul at the Grand Mist Pool and was close to fully restoring her original strength. Moreover, he had also mentioned that Li Lu and Yao Qi were still refining the Grand Mist spiritual fruit. In the message, Jiang Hong also asked Huang Xiaolong about the situation in Hell and the progress in his cultivation. He also stated that they would be heading over to spectate the semi-finals of the Battle of the Heavenly Court with his master and the little cow. Huang Xiaolong felt a warmth gush through his heart. His master, the king of Grand Mist, who had gone into seclusion for billions of years, was actually willing to come out for the sake of a disciple like him. Of course, there might also be other reasons for coming out of seclusion. Huang Xiaolong described the situation in Hell briefly and said that he had already broken through to the Fourth Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Of course, when he mentioned Hell, he hid everything about the Netherworld King's organization. They then continued their journey unimpeded. During the night, Huang Xiaolong would refine a brilliant divine sun pill and cultivate inside his room. He would either study arrays or accompany Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others during the day. 2 months passed. The Dragon Shark flying ship stopped. Huang Xiaolong and the rest of the people from Fortune Emperor Palace walked out of the ship. Looking at the familiar street before him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of Bei Xiaomei from the Silver Fox Commerce. When he recalled her sweet and cute smile, his lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Has she been well for the past couple of years? Huang Xiaolong kept his Dragon Shark flying ship and entered the busy street. Uncle! Before they could react, they saw a sweet lady walking towards Huang Xiaolong enthusiastically. Who else could it be other than Bei Xiaomei? Listening to the familiar voice calling him uncle, Huang Xiaolong smiled even wider. Following this, an aromatic smell assailed his nose. Huang Xiaolong's face froze. This girl is still the same. She doesn't care that everyone is looking at us. With the beauty in his arms, Huang Xiaolong glanced at Zhao Lei, Golden Brow, and the others who were coincidentally looking up and counting the stars in the sky. They acted as if they had no idea what was happening before them. Huang Xiaolong patted the shoulders of the beauty in his arms. Bei Xiaomei finally released Huang Xiaolong and greeted Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao. Sister Xianxian, Sister Peng Xiao, nice to see you. Fang Xianxian blinked her eyes playfully and teased. I thought that little Sister Xiaomei has eyes only for her uncle. Did you finally notice us? Peng Xiao smiled and nodded her head. Bei Xiaomei's face turned red, and she pouted. Sister Xianxian only knows how to bully others. She then shook Huang Xiaolong's hand. Uncle, you really must discipline Sister Xianxian. Huang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Elder Fu, who was behind Bei Xiaomei, stepped forward and greeted Huang Xiaolong and the others. Everyone then made their way to the Silver Fox Commerce headquarters as they made jokes. Sister Xianxian, we have also heard about what happened to Uncle Fang. Once everyone arrived at the headquarters and sat down, Bei Xiaomei spoke to Fang Xianxian. Don't worry, we will use all the resources to track down Uncle Fang. As long as Uncle Fang is still in the divine world, there should be news soon. Fang Xianxian said gratefully, Xiaomei, thank you for your help. Bei Xiaomei smiled sweetly. What's there to thank? Speaking up to this point, She then turned to Zhao Lei and said, Uncle Zhao, our Silver Fox Commerce is planning to leave for the heavenly stage in a few days. If you all are not busy, how about going together with us a few days later? The heavenly stage was an essential place of the heavenly court, as it was where the battle of the heavenly court was held. When Zhao Lei heard what she said, he couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaolong. Even though Li Shan and he were supposed to be leading the team, both of them still needed to consult Huang Xiaolong for his opinion. Both Bei Xiaomei and Elder Fu were puzzled when they saw Zhao Lei looking at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong simply smiled and said, That's good since we are not in a rush. There's no problem heading there together. Bei Xiaomei was startled for a second before the sweet smile returned to her face. All right, then I will bring Uncle and the rest of you to your palace to rest. She then eagerly got up and pulled Huang Xiaolong along, as if she was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would take back his words. Huang Xiaolong revealed a weak smile towards Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao. With Bei Xiaomei's personality, he knew that she would stick to him and pester him every day without fail. It seemed as though his ears were about to undergo an ordeal. However, the two of them looked as if they were enjoying his misery. Xiaomei, is your Silver Fox Commerce taking part in the battle of the heavenly court this time around? Huang Xiaolong asked after Bei Xiaomei pulled him out of the inner hall. Bei Xiaomei nodded her head and giggled. In the past, my Silver Fox Commerce rarely took part in the battle of the heavenly court, but the battle this time around is a little special. My father brought some of the younger generations of disciples from the branch to participate. Moreover, even though I am not participating in the battle this time around, Elder Fu's direct disciple is taking part in my place. Huang Xiaolong was surprised and looked back at Elder Fu. Elder Fu laughed modestly. My disciple is purely going to join in the fun. As for getting into the rankings, I'm not hoping for much. Bei Xiaomei laughed. Elder Fu, don't be so humble. Uncle, Elder Fu's direct disciple isn't weak at all. Even though his talent isn't as good as you, he's a lot stronger than Sun Shihai of your Emperor Palace. Moreover, his combat strength is also extremely terrifying. I'm certain that you are no match for him. After all, he is already at the Fifth Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. Is his talent even better than Sun Shihai? Not only is Sun Shihai a supreme genius, but he also has an archdevil bloodline. Everyone knows this, so for Elder Fu's disciple to be more talented than Sun Shihai, he should be pretty exceptional in his own right. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's stunned expression, Bei Xiaomei chuckled. How is it? Are you surprised? However, you don't have to worry so much. When the battle of the heavenly court commences, I will instruct him to go easy on you. However, we can't let you win like that, so when the time comes, I'll just ask him to fight to a draw with you. Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether to cry or laugh. If you ask him to fight to a draw with me deliberately, won't your father skin you alive when he finds out? Moreover, will Elder Fu even agree? Elder Fu chuckled but didn't say anything. Bei Xiaomei frowned and said, My father definitely won't skin me alive. You might not know, but since father saw senior little cow, he has been asking about her all the time. He reminded me to get close to you at all costs. Huang Xiaolong broke out in a cold sweat. Get as close to him as possible? Did Bei Lengyang really say that? Zhao Lei and Li Shan felt as though a bomb had gone off in their minds. The president of the Silver Fox Commerce wants his daughter to get closer to Huang Xiaolong. Who was Bei Lengyang? He was the president of the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the Divine World and was the richest man alive. Moreover, the influence and power of the Silver Fox Commerce was something that was beyond Fortune Emperor Palace. Even if Huang Xiaolong had a king of supreme godhead, there should still be no reason for Bei Lengyang to act this way. Everyone chatted and laughed amongst themselves, and after a long walk through a garden, they arrived in front of a palace. Uncle, for the next few days, stay here with us. Bei Xiaomei smiled and then turned to Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao. Sister Xianxian, Sister Peng Xiao, do you want to accompany me to go shopping later? Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao laughed. All right. However, when Huang Xiaolong heard their plan, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, Bei Xiaomei turned around and declared, "Uncle, you have to accompany us later." After about an hour, Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao dragged Huang Xiaolong out of the Silver Fox Commerce. Huang Xiaolong naturally attracted a lot of attention as he walked beside these three beauties. Not long after he left the Silver Fox Commerce, some of the Emperor Palace's disciples nearby looked at him and started discussing fervently amongst themselves. Who's that brat? To be able to serve as the attendant of young Lady Bei Xiaomei, he can consider himself to be quite lucky. He should be the Fortune Emperor Palace's king of supreme godhead disciple, Huang Xiaolong. Even though he has quite the fame, he offended the Brightness Emperor Palace and the Fiend God Emperor Palace. He won't be able to survive much longer. Both of them have sent out word that they will take care of him during the Battle of the Heavenly Court and make sure that he won't participate in the semifinals. Could this brat really be the Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate child? He even dares to offend the Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace at the same time. Pui, what illegitimate child? He ascended from the lower world and shouldn't be related to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace at all. Why would the Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace dare to take action against him so openly? Nobody knows if that brat has broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. If he has, then I'm afraid that it will not be so easy to take care of him. Isn't it impossible for him to reach the Heavenly Monarch realm with less than 1,000 years of cultivation? Moreover, rumors are going around that he has only cultivated for 400 years. I don't believe he will be able to break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm within 400 years. The three ladies frowned when they heard everyone gossiping about Huang Xiaolong. As for the person in question, he didn't seem concerned at all. He acted as if he couldn't hear them. At this time, a commotion broke out as a group of disciples from the Fiend God Emperor Palace flew from afar. It's the Fiend God Emperor Palace. That red-haired young man must be the young master of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong and the others turned around and saw a red-haired handsome young man standing at the front, leading the disciples from Fiend God Emperor Palace. Moreover, there was a Fiend God Emperor Palace insignia embroidered on the robe he was wearing. However, as a whole, he radiated a type of warmth that made people feel that he was extremely trustworthy. Is he the young master of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Fengchan? Moreover, he was also the disciple with the best talent in the Fiend God Emperor Palace's history. Huang Xiaolong shifted his gaze, and his eyes landed on another disciple from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Wang Yongxin. The Wang Yongxin, whom he had defeated at the Fortune Emperor Palace's apprenticeship ceremony, was also present. As if he had felt Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Wang Yongxin walked over and looked directly at Huang Xiaolong. Even though he was startled, Wang Yongxin put on a smile that looked genuine and revealed his pearly white teeth, as if he had just met a close friend of his. "Senior Fengchan, it's Huang Xiaolong." Wang Yongxin walked up behind Fengchan and whispered, "Oh!" Fengchan looked over, and when he saw Bei Xiaomei standing beside Huang Xiaolong, his eyes lit up slightly. He brought the disciples from the Fiend God Emperor Palace and flew towards Huang Xiaolong's group. "Young Lady Bei Xiaomei, what a coincidence. I didn't think that I would meet you here." Fengchan greeted her as he arrived in front of their group. Bei Xiaomei wrinkled her nose slightly and said, "Fengchan, were you looking for me for something? Otherwise, if there isn't anything, don't disturb my uncle and me." "Shoo, uncle." Fengchan glanced at Huang Xiaolong before turning back to Bei Xiaomei and smiled. "Actually, I'm just wondering if your older sister is going to watch the Battle of the Heavenly Court?" "Bei Xiaoji?" Huang Xiaolong was startled. It seemed as though Fengchan was interested in Bei Xiaomei's older sister, Bei Xiaoji. Bei Xiaomei replied in irritation, "Why should I tell you whether my sister is going to watch the battle or not? Moreover, even if my sister is going, she's not going to watch your battles. She explicitly stated that she most definitely wasn't going to watch you." Fengchan laughed loudly. "Really? I'm quite honored that Bei Xiaoji mentioned me." It was as if Fengchan would never get angry. He always had a smile on his face. Moreover, his smile was very genuine, and others couldn't sense a shred of pretense from him. "Young Lady Bei Xiaomei, Can you please relay my message to your sister that I have missed her every day for the past few years? Not one day has passed where I wasn't thinking about her. After that, Feng Chan then turned around to leave with the rest of the disciples. From the start till the end, he never spared a single glance at Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong might be somewhat famous, it still wasn't enough for Feng Chan to notice him. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Yongsan stopped beside Huang Xiaolong and smiled. Huang Xiaolong, even though I want to defeat you personally, I don't know if I will be lucky enough to meet you on the battlefield. After all, I have heard that many people will hunt you down during the battle of the Heavenly Court. I hope that you will be able to pass the preliminary round. After speaking, he walked away without looking back and followed behind Feng Chan. Huang Xiaolong had a face of indifference. He could tell with a glance that Wang Yongsan had already broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. Moreover, he was even in the mid-first order Heavenly Monarch realm. However, even though Wang Yongsan was only a mid-first order Heavenly Monarch realm, he should be comparable to an expert in the mid-second order Heavenly Monarch realm. With his strength, he should have no problem getting a pretty decent rank in the battle of the Heavenly Court. However, to Huang Xiaolong he was nothing more than an ant. As for Feng Chan, he probably used some sort of ancient art to conceal his strength. However, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he would manage to take care of Feng Chan without much difficulty. Bei Xiaomei snorted and said as she looked at the departing figures of the Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciples, "Look at that sissy. Not only does he look like a toad, but he's also an extremely hypocritical one." Feng Xianxian smiled. "Xiaomei, I reckon that you must be the only one who dares call Feng Chan a sissy. He is considered one of the top 5 handsome guys in the divine world, and there are countless female disciples from various emperor palaces praying for him to take a second glance at them." The divine world's top 5 handsome guys? Huang Xiaolong squinted his eyes as he asked Feng Xianxian. Peng Xiao smiled. "As you have been in hell for the past few years, it's natural that you have no idea what happened. In the past few years, some busybodies went ahead and ranked you. Feng Chan, the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple, Lan Tailong, Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple, Zilirui, and the Heavenly Prince, Di Jing, as the top 5 most handsome guys in the divine world." Peng Xiao then teased. "Which means that you are currently the target of admiration for many girls out there, as one of the top 5 most handsome guys in the divine world." Huang Xiaolong felt his cheeks slowly heating up when he heard Peng Xiao's words' underlying meaning. However, he really didn't know what happened. The top 5 most handsome guys in the divine world? Which busybody came up with this? Bei Xiaomei giggled. "How can that Feng Chan compare to my handsome uncle? That Feng Chan looks like a pretty flower boy, while my uncle is manly and handsome." Speaking to this point, she then revealed a face full of worry. "However, uncle, I think it's better if you don't participate in the battle of the Heavenly Court. In any case, the rank you obtain in the battle will be pointless anyway. There's no difference whether you are ranked in the top 1,000 or the top 100, and the rewards given out aren't anything special as well. If you want anything, my Silver Fox Commerce will buy them for you." Huang Xiaolong smiled when he heard the doubt in her voice. "Xiaomei, don't worry, your uncle isn't weak at all. Even though he isn't a match for that Feng Chan, there shouldn't be any problem entering the top 100 rankings. Moreover, Wang Yongsan is not his match." Feng Xianxian comforted. "Top 100? Bei Xiaomei was taken aback and yelled in surprise. "Really? Uncle, did you break through to the Heavenly Monarch realm?" Feng Xianxian smiled and said, "Your uncle should be comparable to a mid-level Heavenly Monarch." Ever since Huang Xiaolong had returned, both Feng Xianxian and Peng Xiao had only seen him send Sun Shihai flying with a finger. They had no idea what his real strength was. In their eyes, Huang Xiaolong had strength comparable to a mid-level Heavenly Monarch. Despite that, Bei Xiaomei had revealed a face full of surprise. Is his strength comparable to a mid-level Heavenly Monarch? Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Can you tell me more about this Feng Chan?" In reality, Huang Xiaolong had no idea who he was up against. There's a rumor going around saying that Feng Chan has a king of supreme godhead like uncle. However, our Silver Fox Commerce is unable to determine if this is true or not. However, what we are sure about is that he has an extremely high-grade archdevil bloodline. Bei Xiaomei regained her senses and said with a solemn look, "Moreover, he has broken through to the high-level heavenly monarch realm for quite some time now, and even my sister is unclear about his current strength." Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up brightly when he heard what she said. An extremely high-grade archdevil bloodline? Huang Xiaolong's blood started to boil as he thought about how he would finally be able to devour someone's bloodline. He planned to devour Feng Chan's bloodline in front of everyone in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Bei Xiaomei naturally didn't know what Huang Xiaolong was thinking. When she saw the look of interest on his face, she couldn't help but advise him, "Uncle, if you encounter that sissy, you must run as far as possible. Don't think of fighting with him. Even though he may look harmless and friendly, he's extremely devilish at heart." Huang Xiaolong laughed when he heard her evaluation of Feng Chan. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao also laughed out loud. Bei Xiaomei pinched Huang Xiaolong's arms and retorted, "Why are you laughing? I am serious. Don't think that you are competent just because you can fight a mid-level heavenly monarch. If you meet that sissy, he will kill you with just a single finger." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help it anymore, and he roared with laughter. All right, I know what you were trying to say. Don't worry, I am extremely quick-witted. If I see that sissy, I will run away. This silly girl is still so pretty even when she's angry." As Huang Xiaolong stared at Bei Xiaomei's angry face, a feeling of relief appeared in his heart. It's good to be back in the divine world. Even though he had great power and authority in hell, it had been quite a tedious journey. However, even though Feng Chan's talent and strength are extremely monstrous, he isn't the top pick for the #1 spot in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Bei Xiaomei added, "Everyone believes that the #1 spot belongs to the Heavenly Prince, Di Jing. He is said to possess the Heaven's Tao physique, and it could be said to be the #1 physique throughout history. Moreover, he has also cultivated the Jade Dragon Manual and has the protection of the primordial divine dragon. Some people even say that he has reached the 10th order heavenly monarch realm, even though he has only cultivated for a few thousand years." Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered brightly. Heaven's Tao physique. He sucked in a deep breath of air. The Grand Mist Parasitic Medium and the Jade Dragon Manual could be said to be the #1 and #2 techniques in the divine world, respectively. Of course, some people also claimed that the Jade Dragon Manual was no weaker than the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. Both were said to be the strongest techniques in the divine world. The Jade Dragon Manual was the ancient Heavenly Emperor's cultivation method. However, the successive Heavenly Emperors had failed to cultivate the manual. No one had expected Heavenly Prince Di Jing to succeed in cultivating the manual. Since Di Jing possessed the Heaven's Tao physique, he definitely had the #1 Heavenly Tao King of Supreme Godhead. This was because the Heaven's Tao physique and the Heavenly Tao King of Supreme Godhead appeared together. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't put Feng Chan in his eyes, Di Jing gave him quite a bit of pressure indeed. Has Di Jing reached the 10th order heavenly monarch realm already? Huang Xiaolong asked. However, a few hundred years ago, I heard from some people that he was only in the mid-level heavenly monarch realm. A few hundred years ago, he had indeed heard from his senior brother Jiang Hong that the heavenly prince was only around the 5th order heavenly monarch realm. Bei Xiaomei shook her head. It's impossible for him to only be at the mid-level heavenly monarch realm. It should be a false rumor spread by someone. With Di Jing's talent, he should be around the 10th order heavenly monarch realm by now. However, other than the heavenly prince and the young master from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Lan Tailong from the Brightness Emperor Palace is also one of the top 3 favorites. Furthermore, I heard that he has already cultivated his Brightness Divine Saint Manual to the large success stage, and he can form 10 complete wings. Moreover, he has obtained the supreme inheritance of the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder from the Forbidden Area. Even though his strength is weaker than Feng Chan by a bit, it won't be by much. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. His talent could indeed be considered quite monstrous, as he had cultivated the Brightness Divine Saint Manual to this degree. One had to know that he was still in the heavenly monarch realm. He might even form 12 complete wings after breaking into the Emperor realm. In the various world surfaces, 14 wings were considered a myth, whereas 12 wings could be regarded as the highest level. Of course, even though Huang Xiaolong had obtained the Heavenly Hall's inheritance and possessed 16 wings, it was a totally different thing from the one that Lan Tailong had formed through his hard work. At this moment, the disciples from the Fiend God Emperor Palace arrived at a particular palace in the Heavenly Street. Senior Brother Feng Chan, who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would actually participate in the battle of the Heavenly Court this time around. Wang Yongsen said to Feng Chan, and he failed to contain his excitement. He had been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Ever since losing to Huang Xiaolong, he had felt extremely humiliated. For the past hundreds of years, he had been working hard, thinking about defeating Huang Xiaolong at the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He had been worried that Huang Xiaolong might not show up. Now that he could finally feel relieved. Feng Chan looked at Wang Yongsen. That Huang Xiaolong isn't simple. You better be careful when you face him. Both Zhou Chun and Special Envoy he died. Now that the Fortune Emperor Palace is under lockdown, no one knows what is happening inside. I have a feeling this brat has something to do with it. Wang Yongsen laughed. Senior Brother Feng Chan, how can it possibly be related to Huang Xiaolong? Both Special Envoy He and Special Envoy Chun were late 10th Order Emperors. They could have killed Huang Xiaolong with their breaths alone. Feng Chan nodded his head and agreed that this scenario was improbable. However, I'm afraid that the death of Wang Qi might actually be related to Huang Xiaolong. Go and order some people to investigate the middle-aged man following Huang Xiaolong. Feng Chan muttered. That year, the Fiend God Emperor Palace had sent Wang Qi to kill Huang Xiaolong. Later, when Wang Qi was killed, the Fiend God Emperor Palace was bewildered. However, news from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace mentioned that Huang Xiaolong's subordinate, Lei Budong, had sent the Mid-Fourth Order Emperor from Brightness Emperor Palace, Peng Xing, flying. Fiend God Emperor Palace suspected that Wang Qi was killed by Huang Xiaolong's follower, Lei Budong. Because of this news, Wang Yongsen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Feng Chan. I will ask people to investigate more about this. This time, everyone from the Fortune Emperor Palace, including Huang Xiaolong, can forget about escaping. All of them must die. Also, find out why the middle-aged man is serving Huang Xiaolong." At the bottom of it all, Huang Xiaolong was just in the God King realm, and it was impossible for an Emperor realm expert to serve him. Yes, Senior Brother Feng Chan. Bei Xiaomei and the two girls finally returned to the headquarters of the Silver Fox Commerce after a whole day of walking around. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had just finished fighting a big battle. After they returned to the headquarters of the Silver Fox Commerce, Bei Xiaomei wanted to throw a banquet for Huang Xiaolong, but he dissuaded her. Huang Xiaolong shut himself in his room and took out 1,000 brilliant Sun Divine pills. After devouring Sun Shihai's bloodline, he still had to fully merge it into his own Archdevil bloodline. Hence, he planned to make use of the next few days to fully refine Sun Shihai's Archdevil bloodline into his own. As there were more than 2 months to the Battle of the Heavenly Court, he would catch up. Huang Xiaolong summoned his 3 avatars and circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Suddenly, the 1,000 brilliant Sun Divine pills shone and resembled miniature suns, radiating a vital medicinal essence as they gushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. The 3 avatars were golden, black, and 9-colored, respectively. They started refining the Archdevil bloodline from Sun Shihai. The moment the 3 avatars appeared, they started to swallow energy endlessly. A terrifying might appeared all of a sudden, and waves of qi rolled into Huang Xiaolong's body. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was like a waterfall, and all sorts of qi smashed into his body. The 3 colors were extremely distinct, and the demonic qi that came from the depths of the void was extremely eye-catching. That was a special type of qi that could only be swallowed by someone with an Archdevil bloodline. Because of this special qi, people with the Archdevil bloodline could experience a surge in their cultivation speed. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and the people from the Fortune Emperor Palace and the Silver Fox Commerce started making their way to the Terrace of Heaven. The Fortune Emperor Palace had sent out a total of 1,000 people, whereas there were more than 5,000 participating disciples from the Silver Fox Commerce. Even the weakest disciples from the Silver Fox Commerce were stronger than some of the Fortune Emperor Palace's middle-ranked disciples. Generally speaking, one could also tell the strength of a superpower based on their disciples' strength. It was evident from this that the strength of the Silver Fox Commerce wasn't something that the Fortune Emperor Palace could compete with. Before setting off, Huang Xiaolong had met Elder Fu's direct disciple. He was called Guodiun, and he had an honest appearance and looked a little ordinary. However, Huang Xiaolong could sense a mysterious and powerful bloodline hidden in his body. And even though it wasn't an archdevil bloodline, it was no weaker than most of the archdevil bloodlines out there. Throughout the journey, Huang Xiaolong and Guodiun got along quite well, and Huang Xiaolong found that Guodiun was actually quite knowledgeable about cultivation. Besides knowing how to refine pills and artifacts, he also knew quite a bit about arrays. Even though Huang Xiaolong was quite proud of his own achievements in these three fields, he realized that Guodiun wasn't inferior. His knowledge in arrays might even surpass Huang Xiaolong. Since they weren't traveling too far, they arrived at the Terrace of Heaven after a few days. The Terrace of Heaven was a huge parish star suspended in the starry skies. Legend had it that this huge parish star was born in the Grand Mist era, and it had existed for billions upon billions of years. After countless reinforcements by Array's masters from the heavenly court, even someone who had surpassed the Emperor realm couldn't shake the star. From afar, the Terrace of Heaven looked like a supercontinent suspended in space, but there were countless palaces and buildings located on it. In the central area of the star there was a massive plaza. This plaza was the location of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. The Terrace of Heaven was split into 5 parts: the northern, southern, eastern, western, and central districts. The eastern district was the most bustling, and the top 100 manors were located there. Many of the disciples of the top 100 superpowers were gathered in the east district. Furthermore, many shops and trading centers were concentrated in the area. The temporary manors of emperor palaces ranked from 100 to 1,000 were located in the southern district, closer to the eastern district. The manors ranked from 1,000 to 10,000 were situated in the northern district. And the western district was occupied by those ranked past the 10,000. Once they arrived at the Terrace of Heaven and verified their identities, 2 groups of heavenly troops brought Huang Xiaolong, Bei Xiaomei, and the others to the eastern district. As they flew above the Terrace of Heaven, they could see numerous heavenly troops patrolling the area. The weakest soldier was a high-level ancestor god, while some of the stronger ones were even in the heavenly monarch realm. However, they didn't manage to see a marshal in the emperor realm. Even though there were still 2 more months to the Battle of the Heavenly Court, almost all of the various participating powers had arrived. Besides the various emperor palaces, Huang Xiaolong also saw the top 10 chambers of commerce and some hidden superpowers. True Divinity Sect, Heavenly Soul Gate, Thousand Buddha Gate. Fang Xianxian kept shouting in surprise. The True Divinity Sect, Heavenly Soul Gate, and Thousand Buddha Gate were ancient sects that had remained hidden for hundreds of millions of years. Their strength was even comparable to the emperor palaces in the top 100 rankings, and the True Divinity Sect was even comparable to the top 10 emperor palaces. Usually, it would be a rare chance even to see a disciple from these ancient sections. However, a ton of them had appeared on the Terrace of Heaven. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong turned to a group of disciples and narrowed his eyes. Bladeless Gate. The Bladeless Gate was an ancient superpower that was comparable to the top 10 emperor palaces. He had run into them back when he was on the Vientiane world. Outside the extraterritorial devil battlefield, it was very likely that Du Tao was the young master of the Bladeless Gate. Even if he wasn't, he had to be at least the direct disciple of the Bladeless Gate sect master. Huang Xiaolong felt like their battle had just happened yesterday, but hundreds of years had already passed. However, Huang Xiaolong did not see Du Tao among the group of disciples from the Bladeless Gate. He stared at them for a while before eventually looking away and walking past them. Led by the 2 groups of heavenly troops, they flew for another hour or so before arriving at a transmission array. Before long, they were sent to the eastern district through the transmission array. They walked out from a transmission array an hour later and saw countless manors in the eastern district. There was a wide street littered with numerous shops on the side. These shops were owned by the Heavenly Court and would only open for business after the Battle of the Heavenly Court commenced. Moreover, they would exclusively remain open for 2 years. These shops seemed to sell practically every divine pill known to men. They had countless spirit stones and elixirs as well. They sold chaos spiritual pills, grand mist spiritual pills, and rare spirit stones and elixirs, as well as various divine armors and artifacts. Whatever that could be bought from the 10 great chambers of commerce could be bought on the street of the Eastern District. Even though these shops are open for only 2 years, their profit should at least be around millions of low-grade chaos spirit stones. Right? Peng Xiao said, looking at the disciples from the various emperor palaces walking in and out of the shops. Fang Xianxian smiled. It's far more than 1 million low-grade chaos spirit stones. The profits earned by the shops in 2 years would be more than enough to support the expenses of the Heavenly Court's army. Huang Xiaolong, Fang Xianxian, and the others were stupefied when they heard this. Even if there weren't tens of trillions of soldiers, there were at least 1 trillion. Every year, the expenditure of each soldier was tremendous. It was practically an insane amount if the shop's profits in 2 years supported the entire army's expenditure. Wasn't that simply too terrifying? Since the Battle of the Heavenly Court took place once every 100,000 years, the spirit stones they earned were enough to fund the army for 100,000 years. Bei Xiaomei smiled as she looked at the expression on Huang Xiaolong and Fang Xuanxuan's face. Uncle, aren't you scared? If they don't earn money this way, how could the Heavenly Emperor possibly control all the shops? Think about it. Every time the Battle of the Heavenly Court starts, the various superpowers from the divine world will take part in it. Even the richest superpower would be present, and disciples from all the emperor palaces would squander their wealth to gain an edge above the rest. When hundreds of thousands of low-grade chaos spirit stones are spent in each transaction, the combined amount would be terrifying. Huang Xiaolong and the others nodded their heads mutely. Not long after, they arrived in front of a manor. This manor didn't have a name, but in front of its door, there was a stone tablet engraved with a number, 61. As the Fortune Emperor Palace was ranked 61, they were allocated Manor 61. And the manor at the front of the street was occupied by the first-ranked Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The higher the ranking, the better their manor. The spiritual veins and spiritual qi around the manor would be of a higher quality as well. After leading Huang Xiaolong and the others to the manor, the heavenly troops passed a jade plaque to Zhao Lei. They left after telling him to take note of several things. Since the manor of the Silver Fox Chamber of Commerce was the number 1 manor located on another street, Huang Xiaolong and Bei Xiaomei were temporarily separated. After Bei Xiaomei and the people from the Silver Fox Commerce left, Zhao Lei used the jade plaque to enter the manor. However, before they could walk into the gates, the door opened and a group of people emerged. 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. He knew that they were planning on causing trouble from the murderous intent coming from their bodies. In the brimming snow city, he had killed the Azure Dragon Emperor's disciple, Chun Zhao. It wasn't a surprise that the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace would come here and look for trouble. The only thing Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected was that they would run into them on the first day. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the Azure Dragon Emperor, Chun Jianwei. Beside Chun Jianwei were 4 other middle-aged men who emitted an aura not inferior to him. It seemed as though they were 4 other emperors from the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. When the disciples from Fortune Emperor Palace saw the people from 9 Dragons Emperor Palace charging over aggressively, their faces changed drastically. They felt a sense of suppression coming from Chen Jianwei and the 4 other emperors. Zhao Lei and Li Shan released their aura when they saw the aggression. However, even though their strength was no less than Qin Jianwei, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace had 5 people on their side. Hence, many of the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples felt like a large rock had crushed their hearts. Suddenly, a vast and boundless aura appeared from behind Huang Xiaolong and dissipated the 5 emperors' pressure. Chun Jian and the rest were surprised as their gaze landed on the 2 odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong. One of them had casually released some energy to dissipate the pressure emitted by the 5 emperors. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't let them reveal their actual strength. No matter how hard Qin Jianwei and the rest tried, they failed to probe the 2 odd beasts' real strength. Qin Jianwei and the others stood 10 meters away from Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Lei, and Fang Xianxian. Huang Xiaolong. Qin Jianwei withdrew his gaze from the 4 odd beasts and looked at Huang Xiaolong. A fury burned in his eyes, and he didn't bother concealing his murderous intent. Qin Jianwei, this is the terrace of heaven. How dare you make a move? Huang Xiaolong said indifferently. If the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace were to make a move here, the heavenly court would deal with them severely. The disciples from the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace became furious when they heard Huang Xiaolong addressing their Azure Dragon Emperor by his name. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you call me by my name? Kneel now and beg our emperor for mercy. Some of the disciples yelled in anger. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Emperor? In my eyes, he's just a grasshopper. What? Huang Xiaolong, you are too arrogant. The surrounding disciples raged, and they screamed at the top of their lungs. Veins popped on their forehead, and if it was not for the heavenly court's rule, they would have pounced on Huang Xiaolong. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong had called Qin Jianwei a grasshopper, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's remaining 4 emperors' faces turned unsightly. As the Azure Dragon Emperor, Qin Jianwei was ranked number 2 out of the 9 dragons in the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. The 4 of them were ranked 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th. Didn't that imply that they were worse than a grasshopper? It's best to think clearly before speaking. Don't you know that what you said might implicate everyone around you? The White Dragon Emperor, Qin Huan, said coldly. Huang Xiaolong, was my disciple killed by your subordinate? Qin Jianwei growled and stared at Huang Xiaolong like a poisonous snake. Even though they were quite sure that the murderer was Huang Xiaolong's subordinate, they still wanted Huang Xiaolong to admit it. Subordinate? Huang Xiaolong was startled and smiled indifferently. I guess so. It seemed as though they were unwilling to believe that he had done it himself. Guess so? Qin Jianwei frowned and sneered. If you kill, then be prepared to be killed. During the preliminary round, I hope you won't meet the disciples from my 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Otherwise, I will let you know why death is a luxury. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to mess around with him. Then I will wait for you. Qin Jianwei's eyes flickered, and he looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, I advise you to hand over Huang Xiaolong to our 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel to your disciples. If Fang Gon were still around, we would have probably thought twice before doing this. But now that Fang Gon is no longer around, we can toy with you however we want. Qin Jianwei, stop spewing shit from your mouth and polluting the air. You want me to hand over my disciple to you? Then why don't you hand over the girls from your 9 Dragons Emperor Palace for me to handle? Let the male disciples from our Fortune Emperor Palace handle them carefully. Everyone from the Fortune Emperor Palace and 9 Dragons Emperor Palace felt their jaws dropping to the ground. Spewing shit from his mouth? Even Fang Xianxian and Peng Zhao's face turned red. All the disciples from the Fortune Emperor Palace burst out in laughter. Even Huang Xiaolong laughed out loud. This was more like the master he knew in the past. Qin Jianwei's face turned extremely unsightly as his eyes burst into flames, and he gritted his teeth. Perfect, Zhao Lei. Since this is the case, don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship. You just wait and see. Let's go. In the end, Qin Jianwei didn't dare to act and left with the people from the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Stupid fool. Zhao Lei sneered loudly. When Qin Jianwei heard this, he almost turned around and charged at Zhao Lei. After they had left, Zhao Lei took out the jade plaque to open the restriction for their manor and entered with the rest of them. However, there were only 56 rooms inside the manor, while there were thousands of participating disciples from the Fortune Emperor Palace. Hence, dozens of disciples had to be squeezed into a single room. Fortunately, the rooms were quite large and could accommodate many people. After walking a few rounds around the manor, Huang Xiaolong, Peng Zhao, and Fang Xianxian returned to their rooms and started cultivating. The battle of the heavenly court was getting nearer and nearer, and Huang Xiaolong had to make fair use of this time to fully refine Sun Shihai's archdevil bloodline and merge it into his own. After returning to his room, Huang Xiaolong took out 1,000 brilliant Sun Divine Pill and circulated his Grand Mist parasitic medium. His 3 archdevil bloodlines appeared and condensed into his archdevil avatar. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose, Bei Xiaomei came over and dragged Huang Xiaolong, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the rest of them for a walk. Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to accompany her. After shopping for a day, the rich Huang Xiaolong was forced to throw out tens of millions of low-grade chaos spirit stones to foot the lady's bill. He had bought divine armors, divine weapons, and accessories and jewelry that belonged to some female emperor. He naturally had no use for all those things and gave all of them to the girls as presents. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had spent millions of low-grade chaos spirit stones on presents for them, the 3 girls were surprised and felt a sweetness in their hearts. Bei Xiaomei was so happy that she gave Huang Xiaolong a peck on his cheek. As the night gradually fell, Huang Xiaolong and the few of them walked back towards Manor 61. However, just as the manor was within sight, they saw a group of heavenly troops surrounding it. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and the disciples from the Fortune Emperor Palace were currently standing outside and confronting a group of generals donned in their battle armor. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Xiaolong. Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Huang Xiaolong from afar. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and the others walked over hurriedly to Huang Xiaolong. "Master, what's wrong?" Huang Xiaolong asked directly. "These 6 generals want us to move out of the manor," Zhao Lei answered. "Move out? Why?" Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao said in surprise, and a hint of anger flashed through their eyes. "They say that they have received an order to arrange Manor 61 for the Solitude Emperor Palace. As the people from the Solitude Emperor Palace would be arriving here soon, they want us to move out of the manor," Zhao Lei explained angrily. One of the generals wearing silver battle armor said coldly, "This is the order of Marshal Yu Shi. As Fang Gan has disappeared, the strength of your Emperor Fortune Palace has decreased greatly, and you are no longer fit to be ranked 61. Get out of Manor 61 immediately. If we leave, where are we going to stay?" Fang Xianxian yelled in rage. "In the next few days, Marshal Yu Shi will arrange a new place for you," the general replied expressionlessly. "So, are you telling us that we will have to sleep on the streets for the next few days?" Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. "Or are you implying that as long as Marshal Yu Shi doesn't arrange a place for us to stay, we will have to continue sleeping on the streets? Audacious! How dare a mere Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple like you call Marshal Yu Shi by his name?" One of the generals harumphed at Huang Xiaolong. "Men, take down this disrespectful bastard." Yes, the heavenly troops around them moved the moment the order was given. Zhao Lei's face changed, and a wave of panic struck him. Even though he knew that Huang Xiaolong had some backing and the 4 beasts behind him were at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm, the other side represented the heavenly court. The heavenly court could mean the entire divine world, and anyone who dared to oppose them was seeking death. He knew that Yu Shi was one of the marshals extremely valued by the heavenly emperor. Even though he wasn't the grand marshal, Yu Shi had prestige not lesser than any of them. In contrast to Zhao Lei's panic, Huang Xiaolong was as calm as could be. He looked at the heavenly troops surrounding him with a cold gaze. Bei Xiaomei frowned as they were about to surround Huang Xiaolong completely. Just as she was about to speak up for him, the silver-armored general waved his arm to dismiss the troops. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with amusement and asked, "I know that you are Huang Xiaolong, the one with the king of supreme godhead. Huang Xiaolong, even though you possess outstanding talent, talent is not the only thing in this world. Do you think that a mere Fortune Emperor Palace will be able to protect you? Let me tell you, even if Fang Gan comes here personally, he won't be able to go against Marshal Yu Shi's order. Even though Marshal Yu Shi didn't organize a manor for you all of you should sleep on the streets. You guys are pretty smart. The air is fresh on the streets, and you have the sky as your blanket. Am I right? The general roared with laughter. All of a sudden, a group of people started flying towards them. When everyone turned to look at them, Zhao Lei's expression turned gloomy. He turned to Huang Xiaolong and explained, "They are from the Solitude Emperor Palace." A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Any person with half a brain could guess that someone from Solitude Emperor Palace was behind the actions of Heavenly Court soldiers for evicting Fortune Emperor Palace's members from Manor 61. Huang Xiaolong looked at the old man from the Solitude Emperor Palace who landed before him. The old man was pretty muscular, and the aura he emitted wasn't weak. If Huang Xiaolong was right, he was the Solitude Emperor Palace's emperor, Gudu Wui. In an instant, everyone from the Solitude Emperor Palace arrived before Manor 61. Without surprise, the general in the silver armor walked up and saluted him. "Solitude Emperor, welcome. General Zhou." Gudu Wui laughed and cupped his fists to return the greeting. "I troubled you with regards to the manor. Did the arrangements change?" The silver-armored general laughed and said, "Solitude Emperor is too polite. It's nothing. Everything has been arranged. Manor 61 has been allocated to you. You can bring all your disciples and settle down now." The silver-armored general was blatantly ignoring the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace. Zhao Lei and Li Shan's face turned ugly beyond comparison. "Hey, you guys are taking this too far. Manor 61 has always been allocated to the Fortune Emperor Palace. Why are you chasing them away for the Solitude Emperor Palace now?" Bei Xiaomei could no longer hold herself back, and she raged. When the general turned to look at Bei Xiaomei, he sneered. "As it turns out, young lady Bei Xiaomei from the Silver Fox Commerce is here. Young lady, every single manor here belongs to the Heavenly Court. Marshal Yushur is in charge of the allocation, and we have no choice but to listen to his instructions. If young lady Bei has any opinions about it, you can bring it up with our marshal." He only managed to hold back his irritation when he realized that Bei Xiaomei was the one speaking to him. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered replying. Before anyone could react, Gudu Wui walked up to greet Bei Xiaomei. Gudu Wui greets young lady Bei Xiaomei. "May I inquire as to whether or not President Bei Lingyang would be attending?" Bei Xiaomei replied with a cold harumph. "What has my father attending got to do with you? Who do you think you are to inquire about my father's whereabouts?" Since the Solitude Emperor Palace had caused the Fortune Emperor Palace to be evicted from the manor, Bei Xiaomei naturally wouldn't treat them with respect. Gudu Wui was stunned, and his face turned red. No matter what, he was still an emperor. "How dare Bei Xiaomei mock me?" Gudu Kenyang, who was standing behind Gudu Wui, raged. Just before he could open his mouth to yell at her, Gudu Wui raised his hand to stop him. He chuckled awkwardly at Bei Xiaomei. "Young lady is right. I was too rash." The Silver Fox Commerce behind Bei Xiaomei was simply too terrifying of an existence. Even Gudu Wui had to take that into account when speaking to her. Gudu Wui hastily turned and looked at Zhao Lei. "Brother Zhao Lei, I'm sorry. We didn't know anything about Marshal Yu Shur allocating Manor 61 to us. Would you like to have a cup of tea before leaving?" Zhao Lei could only let out frosty laughter. "Who's your brother?" Everyone was stunned. The members of the Solitude Emperor Palace felt a trace of rage emerging in their hearts. "Zhao Lei, what did you say?" One of the ancestors beside Gudu Wui yelled. He was one of the 3 emperors from the Solitude Emperor Palace, and his name was Gudu Nanming. Zhao Lei simply narrowed his eyes as he replied, "Dumbass." Everyone around them felt their jaws dropping to the ground. "You!" Gudu Nanming couldn't help but yell. "Enough!" Gudu Wui's expression turned frosty as he turned to face Zhao Lei. "Zhao Lei, I hope you can still joke around during the Battle of the Heavenly Court. We're going in." Gudu Wui flung his sleeve and led his disciples into Manor 61. Zhao Lei and Li Shan turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, who didn't seem too bothered. Huang Xiaolong turned to the silver-armored general and said, "Are you called Zhou Han or something? It doesn't matter. Go back and tell Yushur that I'll remember this. As long as I run into a prince in the Battle of the Heavenly Court, I won't show any mercy. I'll slap them if I see them, If I see them again, I'll crush them under my feet. Even if the heavenly Prince Di Jing shows up, I'll do the same. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao were stunned by his sudden declaration. The silver-armored general burst into laughter. The next instant, everyone from the Solitude Emperor Palace echoed the general as they guffawed at his remark. Other than the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace, even the heavenly troops broke out into laughter. The silver-armored general stared at Huang Xiaolong and said amid his laughter, "What did you just say? Do you think you can crush heavenly Prince Di Jing under your feet?" Gudu Kanyang interrupted. "Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you're untouchable with your king of supreme godhead? Heavenly Prince Di Jing has the #1 ranked godhead. You're nothing but dog fart before him. How dare someone as you compare yourself to Heavenly Prince Di Jing?" Huang Xiaolong laughed as he turned his gaze to Gudu Kanyang. Just when everyone expected him to make a move, Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhao Lei and said, "Master, let's go." Zhao Lei, Bei Xiaomei, and the others were dumbfounded. They only managed to react after Huang Xiaolong took several steps. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's back view as he left, Gudu Kanyang of the Solitude Emperor Palace harumphed. Retard. Mentally handicapped trash who only knows how to put on an act. When the silver-armored general saw Huang Xiaolong leaving without a fuss, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he was under Marshal Yushi's orders to chase the Fortune Emperor Palace members away, the general was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would harm him. No, he was more fearful of Huang Xiaolong holding a grudge against him. After all, Huang Xiaolong was someone who had a king of supreme godhead. When Huang Xiaolong would mature, a mere general like him was nothing more than trash on the side of the road. Moreover, if the Silver Fox Commerce decided to stick their hands into the matter, things would get ugly. "Uncle, why don't we head over to the Silver Fox Commerce? After all, we have a lot of space there. We should be able to take in several thousand people easily." Bei Xiaomei turned and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. However, he chuckled. "Do you think that one of the Emperor Palaces in the top 10 would give up their manor if I gave them 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones?" A variety of expressions filled the faces of everyone present. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Zhao Lei felt his throat go dry. "Xiaolong, are you really planning on doing that?" Even after saying that, Zhao Lei didn't think that it was enough. "What the fuck? If you give me 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, I'll be willing to sleep on the streets." Indeed, 10 million low-grade Spirit Stones in exchange for their manor was something they didn't even need to consider. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? "Uncle, are you for real? In that case, my Silver Fox Commerce will give up our manor for you. Give me the 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones." Bei Xiaomei's eyelashes fluttered when she turned to pester Huang Xiaolong. Anyone would feel their hearts shake at the mention of 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong turned speechless. "How can I bear to let you sleep on the streets?" He turned to Li Shan next. "Li Shan, get someone to spread out the news. I don't care who it is. As long as any one of the top 10 Emperor Palaces gives up their place, I will give them 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. However, they only have an hour to take up my offer. First come, first serve. Only the first to respond gets the 10 million. Since the night was falling, Huang Xiaolong limited the offer to 1 hour. He was sure that everyone would be fighting over his offer as long as the news started to spread. He wasn't unwilling to blow this matter up. In fact, the messier, the better it would be. "Xiaolong, are you serious?" Zhao Lei was shocked when he thought of what Huang Xiaolong was about to do. "Do you really have 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? I obtained amazing treasures in hell. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are nothing to me." Since he had obtained the inheritance of the King of Hell, he could pass it off as a fantastic treasure, right? "Go!" Huang Xiaolong spoke to Li Shan. Li Shan snapped back to reality, and he hastily sent out the disciples under him to spread the news. Seeing as the sky was getting dark, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "The color of the night sky is fascinating. Let's go. We're going shopping." I feel like strolling around anyway. As soon as the news got out, Huang Xiaolong was sure that people would take up his offer. Xiaomei, I need to trouble you with something. Please help me to look for the people responsible for setting up my Fortune Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of something, and he turned to speak to Bei Xiaomei. Since Fortune Emperor Palace held no grudges with Marshal Yushur, Huang Xiaolong felt that he was messing about because of someone else's instructions. It probably didn't have anything to do with the Solitude Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong was sure that someone else was behind it. Bei Xiaomei nodded her head obediently when she heard his request. At this moment, the silver-armored general was kneeling before a golden-armored man in one of the luxurious manors in the Terrace of Heaven. He hastily reported about everything that had happened after chasing Huang Xiaolong out of Manor 61. The middle-aged man clad in golden armor was precisely Marshal Yushur, who was held in high regard by the Heavenly Emperor himself. In the hall, there were several members from the Brightness Emperor Palace sitting on the left. On the right, the Azure Dragon Emperor, Chun Jianwei of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, was seated with the Bright Dragon Emperor, Chun Huan. Gudu Wui and Gudu Nanming were there as well. When he heard the report, Marshal Yushur nodded his head and praised, "You did a good job. Leave us for now." Zhou nodded his head and left the hall respectfully. Turning his head, Yushur looked at one of the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors and said, "Brother Xingfei, what do you think?" The ancestor of the Brightness Emperor Palace was precisely someone who was smashed away by Lei Budong in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Peng Xingfei. Peng Xingfei chuckled and clasped his hands together. "I'll have to thank Brother Yushur. I'll have to trouble you to increase the patrols in the area to interrogate some suspicious people." The people he was referring to were naturally the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace. He wanted to give Huang Xiaolong a hard time. Yushur sneered in accordance. "Of course, Brother Xingfei, please relax." However, the general who had just left the hall ran back hastily. Everyone felt puzzled at his actions. "Marshal, I received news that Huang Xiaolong will be giving 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to any of the top 10 Emperor Palaces as long as they gave up their manor." "What? 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones?" Everybody in the hall yelled in shock. Even Marshal Yushur exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure? Is Huang Xiaolong messing around?" Yushur's voice started trembling when he asked the question. "It's real." Mo Xiao of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace personally went over to speak to Huang Xiaolong. He's preparing to give up the manor allocated to the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Martial Demon Emperor, Mo Xiao. He made a personal appearance when agreeing to Huang Xiaolong's condition. Everyone felt their jaws dropping to the ground. While the people in the hall expressed their shock, Huang Xiaolong received news from Li Shan that Mo Xiao was ready to give up the Martial Demon Emperor Palace's manor in exchange for the Spirit Stones. He couldn't help but snicker. "Mo Xiao? Haven't seen him in a long time." In the past, Mo Xiao had tried to rob him in the floating Twilight Lands. With the help of Huang Xiaolong's senior brother, Zhang Hong, they had managed to reverse the situation. He even had the mid-grade Chaos Spiritual Vein he plundered from Mo Xiao. "Uncle, do you know Mo Xiao?" Bei Xiaomei couldn't hold herself back when she saw how Huang Xiaolong was acting at the mention of Mo Xiao's name. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao turned their gaze to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong simply glossed it over with a casual reply. "Of course, I know him. Moreover, we have a pretty good relationship with each other." All of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. "Let's go. Since the members of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace are giving up their manor to us, shouldn't we give them a warm greeting?" Huang Xiaolong laughed and walked towards Manor 6. Of course, Manor 6 was the manor allocated to the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. "Uncle, how did you get to know Mo Xiao?" Bei Xiaomei continued her interrogation as they made their way there. Mo Xiao was a maniac in everyone's eyes. He didn't even respect the master of the Fiend God Emperor Palace. How could his relationship with Huang Xiaolong be good? Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong once again as they awaited his reply. Huang Xiaolong chuckled mysteriously and said, "It's a secret. The ladies immediately felt lightheaded, as though they could collapse at any moment. "Uncle, do you have some sort of unspeakable secret with Mo Xiao?" Bei Xiaomei rolled her eyes and shot a suspicious look at Huang Xiaolong. This time, it was Huang Xiaolong's turn to nearly faint. "What are you talking about? How can two grown men share an unspeakable secret?" Huang Xiaolong yelled as he tried to defend himself. Bei Xiaomei stared at him like a guilty convict, and it was evident that she didn't believe him. She bombarded him with questions without end. In the end, Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to explain himself. He turned around and spoke. "Before the selections in the Fortune Emperor Palace, I went to the floating Twilight Lands to temper myself. Do you guys remember?" Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao nodded. They were extremely clear about that. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had slapped Sun Shihai into a pig head after returning from his training expedition. The scene was too shocking for any of them to forget. "I killed several members of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, and I caused some trouble there during that time. I butted heads with the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, and Mo Xiao eventually made a move on me. No one would have thought that he would recognize the little cow, and we eventually became acquainted with each other." Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were stunned silly. So that's what happened. The two ladies were extremely clear about the little cow's awesomeness. When they had visited the Silver Fox Commerce in the past, even Bei Xiaomei's father, the president of the Silver Fox Commerce, Bei Lingyang, had addressed the little cow as his senior. It wasn't surprising for the little cow to know Mo Xiao. However, Bei Xiaomei stared at Huang Xiaolong, and she asked with suspicion in her voice, "Is that it?" Huang Xiaolong kept a straight face and lied. "Of course. Little cow? What's a little cow?" Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask. Even though the ladies knew about the little cow, Zhao Lei didn't. Li Shan was extremely curious as well. Huang Xiaolong's lips curled upwards. "Master, do you remember my mount?" Zhao Lei yelled in shock. You mean that the little cow you were riding on knows Mo Xiao?" Li Shan's expression changed, as well. The two of them had never bothered with the ordinary-looking cow Huang Xiaolong always messed with when they were back in the Fortune Emperor Palace. Bei Xiaomei chuckled. "Uncle Zhao, you have no idea how amazing the little cow is. Even my father knows her. He even addresses her as his senior. In the past, my father personally went out to welcome Uncle and the little cow when they came to visit the Silver Fox Commerce." Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Golden Brow, and Blood Knife felt their jaws dropping to the ground. They stood there like wooden chickens, dumbfounded as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Even the president of the Silver Fox Commerce had to call the little cow senior. Bei Lingyang personally went out to welcome the both of them when they went to visit the Silver Fox Commerce. Even if Mo Xiao, the Martial Demon Emperor, personally visited the Silver Fox Commerce, Bei Lingyang wouldn't bother welcoming him personally. Who in the world was the little cow? What godly existence was she? However, the most intriguing question was that how could the little cow be Huang Xiaolong's mount? Zhao Lei stared at Huang Xiaolong, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. He laughed bitterly. He felt that it was surprising enough for Huang Xiaolong to bring back 4 beasts at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm. However, he never thought that his disciple would be hiding even more earth-shaking surprises. It seemed as though his understanding of Huang Xiaolong was less than he thought. This brat. How many secrets is he hiding from me? Although he was grumbling, Zhao Lei knew that everyone had their secrets. If Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to tell him about it, he felt that there was no need to ask. Everyone laughed as they made their way to Manor 6. In the distance, everyone saw Mo Xiao standing at the manor's entrance, waiting for Huang Xiaolong's arrival. Other than Mo Xiao, all the ancestors, grand elders, and every one of their disciples were present. Seeing the warm welcome Mo Xiao had prepared, Zhao Lei and Li Shan felt their heart trembling. They knew that Mo Xiao wasn't there because he respected either one of them. Neither were they welcoming Bei Xiaomei or Fang Xianxian. Mo Xiao was personally welcoming the disciple of their Fortune Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong. Without suspense, Mo Xiao's eyes lit up the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong. He ran over, and when he finally arrived before Huang Xiaolong, he chuckled softly, "Young Master Huang, you're finally here." Looking at the smile on Mo Zhao's face and his respectful attitude, Zhao Lei and Li Shan felt their vision spinning. Was this the same cold-blooded and ruthless Mo Xiao of the martial demon Emperor Palace? Was this the Mo Xiao who could walk sideways in the floating twilight lands? Even the ladies had a baffled expression stuck to their faces. Chen Kaiwan, Yen Kong, and the other ancestors quickly put on their brightest smile as they greeted Huang Xiaolong. "Greetings to young Master Huang." An awkward silence descended upon the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace. As for Huang Xiaolong, he turned to Mo Xiao and chuckled. "It has been 100 years since we last met in the floating twilight lands. Martial Demon Emperor Mo Xiao, you look more handsome than before." Mo Xiao hastily shook his hand to dismiss Huang Xiaolong's praise. "Young Master Huang, how can you address me as Emperor Mo Xiao? If you really look highly upon me, please address me as Mo Xiao." Who in the world was Huang Xiaolong? He was the Grand Mist Emperor, Zhang Hong's junior brother. He was the direct disciple of the King of Grand Mist himself. When he thought about the little cow Huang Xiaolong was riding on, his heart nearly stopped beating. When everyone else heard how Mo Xiao spoke to Huang Xiaolong, they felt a bomb going off in their head. Sure, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother about the details, and he simply nodded his head. "Let's go in. I bought several cases of yin-yang separation wine. Let's go in and enjoy it together." With his identity as the King of Hell, no need to mention Mo Xiao. Huang Xiaolong could even call the Heavenly Emperor by name if he were present. Mo Xiao started laughing when he heard that Huang Xiaolong wasn't disgusted by his presence. "Sure, I haven't tasted the yin-yang separation wine in a long time. Since young Master Huang has some, I won't stand on ceremony." In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong and Mo Xiao entered the manor with several others. Other than Mo Xiao and several other Emperor Realm experts from the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, no one else entered the manor. All of them stood outside and awaited their instructions. "This manor is so much better than Manor 61. Mo Xiao laughed. "It's just a manor. With young Master Huang's identity, only the best manor will be worthy of your presence. The heavenly court is blind. No one would have thought that Yusher's eyes would be growing on his backside. Young Master Huang, do you need me to drag Yusher out and beat him up for you?" When Zhao Lei and the others heard how Mo Xiao wanted to drag Yusher out for a beating, they felt beads of cold sweat rolling down their forehead. With Mo Zhao's personality, he might just do as he said. Huang Xiaolong simply laughed it off. "He is just an insignificant character. I will personally take care of him once the battle of the heavenly court ends." Feeling the killing intent rising from Huang Xiaolong's body, Mo Xiao felt his heart constrict. "Great. As long as young Master Huang gives the command, I will not hesitate to carry it out. Even if you ask me to jump into a pit of fire, I will willingly do so." Everyone eventually made their way into the main hall, and they found their seats. "Young Master Huang, did Senior Azure Cow come along with you?" Mo Xiao hesitated for a moment before asking. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said, "She's treating her injuries with my master. My senior brother is helping them, and none of them came with me." Mo Xiao's eyes nearly popped out of his socket when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. As for Chen Kaiwan and Yen Kong, their reaction was worse than Mo Xiao when they heard what he said. In the divine world, the King of Grand Mist was a taboo existence. No one dared to speak of his title in public, much less his name. Even Mo Xiao, as unrestrained and reckless as he was, he didn't dare to step out of line. In front of the King of Grand Mist, he was nothing more than a junior. No, he couldn't even address himself as a junior before the King of Grand Mist. He was a junior's junior. Mo Xiao hurriedly explained himself. "I was rude to ask about them." Seeing Mo Xiao's expression of panic, Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and the others felt a little curious. "Uncle, why haven't I heard anything about you having a senior brother and another master?" Bei Xiaomei couldn't help but ask. Zhao Lei and the rest turned to stare at him. As for Mo Xiao and the other ancestors of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace, They straightened their backs at the mention of Huang Xiaolong's senior brother and master. Huang Xiaolong turned around and chuckled. I only managed to meet my senior brother at the floating Twilight Lands. Who's your senior brother? Bei Xiaomei wasn't willing to let it go. Huang Xiaolong no longer tried to hide anything and confessed. He's called Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong? No matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of any expert called Jiang Hong. They'll probably be here for the semifinals. When they come to cheer for me, you will naturally learn of their identities. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he saw the puzzled expression on their faces. Mo Xiao and the other members of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace felt a jolt down their spine. The King of Grand Mist was going to make a personal appearance to cheer for Huang Xiaolong. That was earth-shaking news. It wasn't just shocking for them, but it was news that could shake the divine world. The King of Grand Mist had hidden from the rest of the world since a long time ago. Mo Xiao, Chun Kai-wan, and Yen Kong felt their chests tighten, and their breathing quickened. It was as though they had already felt the presence of the King of Grand Mist. Bei Xiaomei, Zhao Lei, and the others revealed a myriad of expressions. Some of them were curious, and the others were shocked. As Huang Xiaolong and Mo Xiao enjoyed fine wine in the manor, the terrace of heaven was shaken. Did you hear about how the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace were chased out of Manor 61? I heard that Marshal Yushur ordered it, and he gave it to the members of the Solitude Emperor Palace. It can't be. How can something like that happen? Won't the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace have to sleep out on the streets now? Huang Xiaolong has heaven-shaking talent, and he's a reckless monster. He provoked too many people, and the Fortune Emperor Palace has been dragged down together with him. I heard that Huang Xiaolong swore to destroy every single prince from the Heavenly Court during the battle. He even vowed to crush Heavenly Prince Dijing. What a joke. He really doesn't know when to give in. That's right. Now that Fang Gon is gone, there is no longer anyone left to protect him. Who does Huang Xiaolong think he is? Does he think the Fortune Emperor Palace will be able to protect him? Even if Fang Gon came, he wouldn't be able to protect Huang Xiaolong after what Huang Xiaolong said to disrespect the Heavenly Court. Everyone had their view on the matter, and the whole issue blew up. Some wanted to watch the world burn, and others mocked Huang Xiaolong openly. Naturally, some empathized with him. However, shocking news soon swept through the terrace of heaven. What? Whichever Emperor Palace in the top 10 rankings gives up their manor will gain 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones from Huang Xiaolong. Only the top 10 Emperor Palaces? What? Mo Xiao agreed to give his manor to Huang Xiaolong. The news of Mo Xiao yielding his manor was even more shocking than what Huang Xiaolong had said to the Solitude Emperor Palace members and the Silver Armored General. The terrace of heaven shook when the news started to spread. That was 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones they were talking about. Even the Emperor Palaces in the top 100 would be hard-pressed to take out 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. I heard that Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain some amazing treasures when he was out training. 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are nothing to him. Nothing to him. Heaven-shaking treasure. Even if Huang Xiaolong doesn't die in the battle of the Heavenly Court, he won't be able to leave. Countless experts will chase him down the moment he leaves. When this discussion was rampant in the terrace of heaven, a handsome young man sat in one of the manor's main hall. He wore a 9-dragon robe, and his brows were sharp like swords. There was a mysterious air around him, and he seemed to turn into the heavens as he sat there. It was as though he was in control of everything. He sat in the hall's main seat, and silver armored generals were lining the side of the room. All of them were marshals and grand marshals of the Heavenly Court. Even Yushur, who was held in high regard, was standing at the back, in some hidden spot. Yushur and the others stared at the man sitting in the main hall, and they didn't dare to breathe loudly. Yushur. A voice penetrated the silence. Yushur nearly jumped in shock, and he hastily got to his feet. He staggered to the center of the hall and kneeled respectfully. This general is present. Heavenly Prince, please give me your order. The young man was precisely Heavenly Prince Dijing. Di Jing was the person who possessed the publicly acknowledged number 1 king of supreme godhead, and he had the strongest divine physique. He was known as the number 1 genius in the divine world. His talent was something that eclipsed the king of hell, the ancient heavenly emperor, the Buddha ancestor, and even the king of Grand Mist. Di Jing swept his gaze over and spoke to Yushur. I want to hear your explanation regarding the matter with the Fortune Emperor Palace. Even though Di Jing didn't yell, his voice was imposing enough to make Yushur feel as though he was dunked into a tank of freezing water. He trembled as he explained, "This subordinate is at fault. Heavenly Prince, please pardon me. I will immediately allocate a new manor for them." He didn't dare to look for excuses. It was a small matter for him to chase them out of the manor. However, Huang Xiaolong had blown up everything by taking out 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Yushur had indeed dragged the reputation of the heavenly court through the mud. Di Jing said with indifference, "There's no need for that. However, you better watch yourself in the future." "Yes, this subordinate thanks the heavenly prince." Yushur hastily went back to his original position, and his back was drenched with cold sweat. After Yushur returned, Di Jing opened his mouth again. Did Huang Xiaolong say that he will crush me under his feet? Was he saying that he will smash a prince when he sees one? One of the marshals in the hall stood up and replied respectfully. Replying to the heavenly prince, several generals heard him saying that Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant. How dare he threaten and smear the reputation of the princes? Should we take him down before the battle? Di Jing thought about it for a moment and shook his head. There's no need. If we do that, we'll be admitting that we aren't a match for him. He's just a mere shrimp. Since he dares to bark, I'll be looking forward to how he crushes me under his feet. Di Jing really didn't care too much about Huang Xiaolong. Even the Fiend God Emperor and the Brightness Emperor Palace's young master didn't enter his sight. Not to mention, even the Grand Mist Emperor's young master, Li Junhua, wasn't an exception. Then, who in the world was Huang Xiaolong to him? Even though Huang Xiaolong also had a king of supreme godhead and had heaven-defying talent, it was nothing before him. That was because he had the top-ranked king of supreme godhead and the number 1 divine physique. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. He hadn't even reached the heavenly monarch realm 100 years back. Even if he had managed to enter the heavenly monarch realm in the past 100 years, he would, at the very most, be in the 2nd or 3rd order. Right? I remember that the top 10 chambers of commerce would come together to organize the bets for the winner of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Are they doing it this time? Di Jing looked at everyone and asked. Replying to the Heavenly Prince, the bets have started. Everyone has bet on you being first. However, there is a huge competition for 2nd place. Other than the young masters of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, and the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, some of them are betting on the Bladeless Emperor Palace or the Violet Flame Sword Sect's young masters. One of the marshals reported to Di Jing. Di Jing said with indifference, "Since that is the case, I want to join in the fun as well. Use my name to bet 20 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones on my victory." Everyone was stunned. Of course, they knew his intentions. Since Huang Xiaolong had sworn to crush Di Jing under his feet, Di Jing wanted to force Huang Xiaolong to take out 20 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to bet on his own victory. Yes, Heavenly Prince. The news of Di Jing placing a bet of 20 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones on his victory spread out like wildfire. The news was just as earth-shattering as Huang Xiaolong's offer of 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for a manor. When Huang Xiaolong heard the news while drinking with Mo Xiao, he laughed. Huang Xiaolong turned to Li Shan and said, "Li Shan, go and place a bet of 40 million low-grade Spirit Stones on my victory after this." "What?" Mo Xiao, Chun Kaiwan, Yen Kong, and the others felt their arms going soft, and the cup of wine in Zhao Lei's hand smashed to the ground. For 40 million. 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was betting on himself. Zhao Lei even suspected that Huang Xiaolong's brain had rotted. Zhao Lei wasn't the only person feeling this way. Everyone else also felt like a bomb had gone off in their minds. Even though Mo Xiao and Chun Kaiwen knew that Huang Xiaolong was a direct disciple of the King of Grand Mist, they also knew that he had a king of supreme godhead. Despite knowing that Huang Xiaolong cultivated the Grand Mist parasitic medium, they didn't believe that he was Di Jing's match. Li Shan opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to speak. Bei Xiaomei suddenly opened her mouth and put on an exaggerated expression. "No way! Uncle, are you really going to act so recklessly? Even if you manage to obtain some absolute treasure, you can't throw money away. How can you throw away 40 million to bet on your win? You know that you can't beat him. That's 40 million you're talking about. Just to prove a point, is it worth throwing away 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? If you have nowhere else to spend your money, give it to me." Bei Xiaomei's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. As for Huang Xiaolong, he merely laughed. "Of course it's worth it. It's just 40 million. Everyone fell silent. When the banquet finally ended, Huang Xiaolong passed Li Shan exactly 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. However, when Huang Xiaolong took out the 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for Mo Xiao refused to accept them. Regardless of how Huang Xiaolong phrased it, Mo Xiao adamantly declined to touch the spirit stones. Seeing as that was the case, Huang Xiaolong could only give it up. It seemed as though he had accepted Mo Xiao's favor this time. When the Martial Demon Emperor Palace members left the manor, they managed to look for another place to stay. After all, several powers from the floating Twilight Lands were participating in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. When Mo Xiao arranged for half of his disciples to stay with the Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, the other half was split up and sent to other powers. Before long, the news of Huang Xiaolong placing a bet of 40 million on himself swept through the city. The heavenly stage literally shook at the news. While they were shocked that Huang Xiaolong could take out 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, they felt that he was crazy. In Manor 3, the Fiend God Emperor Palace members were stunned silly when they heard the news. Did Huang Xiaolong lose his marbles? Wang Yongsen chuckled. He's retarded. How can someone like that think of challenging me? It seems like his brain has degenerated to such a stage. However, I never thought that he would have so many low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. The treasure he obtained must be precious. A greedy light flashed through Wang Yongsen's eyes. Feng Chan, the young master of the Fiend God Emperor Palace, frowned and he said, "Even if Huang Xiaolong turned into a retard, he wouldn't dare to place such a bet on a whim. He probably wouldn't place such a huge bet because of his reputation." Wang Yongsen laughed. "Senior brother Feng is overthinking. Do you think that he can defeat Heavenly Prince Di Jing?" Feng Chan shook his head and felt that it was indeed impossible for Huang Xiaolong to do so. Even he had no intention of challenging Di Jing for the champion spot, much less Huang Xiaolong. When the battle commences, we have to locate Huang Xiaolong as soon as possible. We cannot allow the treasure to land in someone else's hands. With the absolute treasure, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's plan with the 9 giant corpse tribe would be accelerated by a whole lot. Senior brother Feng, please rest assured. Huang Xiaolong completely ignored the mockery and disdain from the outside world. After Li Shan placed the bet, Huang Xiaolong returned to his room to enter secluded cultivation. In an instant, 2 months passed. In 2 months, Huang Xiaolong practically spent all his time cultivating. Even the ladies didn't dare to disturb him. He only stopped when it was 2 days before the start of the battle. 2 days were all he needed to head over to the location of the battle from Manor 6. When he stepped out of his room, Huang Xiaolong left the manor without the slightest hesitation. An hour before the battle, Huang Xiaolong and the Fortune Emperor Palace's members stepped out of the transmission array and arrived at the competition's venue. The moment they stepped out, a sea of people entered their sights. The members of the Fortune Emperor Palace are here. Is that black-haired young man Huang Xiaolong? Is he the one with the King of Supreme Godhead? What King of Supreme Godhead? He's the King of Idiots. Huang Xiaolong attracted the gazes of nearly everyone present the moment he appeared. In an instant, several million gazes landed on Huang Xiaolong. There were ancestors from various superpowers who set their sights on Huang Xiaolong, and there were also sect masters and young sect masters, who stared at Huang Xiaolong. With an indifferent expression, Huang Xiaolong ignored them and made his way towards an open spot. The venue of the battle was a massive plaza. There were many zones in the plaza, and the Fortune Emperor Palace was allocated to the 61st zone, based on their ranking. Huang Xiaolong and the others quickly made their way there. "Uncle!" When they arrived at the spot allocated to the Silver Fox Commerce, Bei Xiaomei waved and called Huang Xiaolong out. Huang Xiaolong simply turned to her and nodded his head. Since the Silver Fox Commerce's members had left ahead of them, Bei Xiaomei and Elder Fu were already there when Huang Xiaolong arrived. "Young Master Huang." When they passed by the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiao and Peng Yi yelled out respectfully. Huang Xiaolong turned to them and cupped his fists in greetings. That wasn't a time to reminisce about the past events, and Huang Xiaolong continued on his way to the 61st zone. When Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived, the expressions of Zhao Lei and the rest turned gloomy. The members of the Solitude Emperor Palace were there, and they had taken up every available spot. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but his usual indifference returned in an instant. He walked towards them. Everyone around them was waiting for the good show to start. "Gudu Wui, what's the meaning of this?" Zhao Lei glared at them and questioned the moment he arrived. Gudu Wui simply laughed it off. "It's nothing. Anyway, the 61st zone belongs to us, the Solitude Emperor Palace." Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and Fang Xianxian nearly raged. It didn't matter if the Solitude Emperor Palace took their manor. However, they had gone too far this time. They went too far. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that the Fortune Emperor Palace couldn't participate in the battle? Wouldn't they be chased out of the venue? Everyone surrounding them turned their gazes to the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace, and all of them were superpowers in their own right. Wouldn't they turn into a laughingstock of the divine world? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across and looked at the heavenly troops who turned a blind eye to the matter. A cold sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. "Didn't you hear? The 61st zone belongs to our Solitude Emperor Palace. You guys should get lost right now." Gudu Kenyang sneered. Zhao Lei could no longer hold himself back, and he snapped. "Fuck your mother. You guys should be the ones leaving. Do you think that I won't smash your bulls right now?" Everyone stared at Zhao Lei in shock. Gudu Kanyang's eyes turned red, and it seemed as though he was about to spit out fire. "Zhao Lei, you're talking big for a weakling of your caliber." Gudu Wui laughed. "If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you right here and now. Don't think that I won't dare to do anything in the competition arena." Gudu Wui was an early 9th Order Emperor Realm expert. Zhao Lei wasn't even in the mid-stages of the Emperor Realm, and if Gudu Wui really wanted to deal with Zhao Lei, it was more than possible. Zhao Lei fumed, and smoke nearly emerged from the top of his head. Before Zhao Lei and Li Shan could continue, Huang Xiaolong appeared before them and stared at Gudu Wui coldly. "Gudu Wui, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll smash all your bulls right here and now." Huang Xiaolong simply couldn't be bothered to fight with them over a single manor. In fact, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of anyone in the divine world. When everyone heard what he said, fervent discussions broke out. Huang Xiaolong is really as reckless as the rumors made him out to be. He dares to threaten Gudu Wui. Who does he think he is? Gudu Wui is an emperor, while he is a mere disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace. He's a retard, all right? He's lucky to have the Silver Fox Commerce behind him. Without them, all the princes in the heavenly court would have probably killed him already. How can he stand here and bark like the dog he is? It was a unanimous decision to mock Huang Xiaolong, and not a single person spoke up for him. Gudu Wui's face darkened, and killing intent rolled off him in waves. He looked towards the Brightness Emperor Palace, and he saw the ancestor leading them nod at him slightly. "Huang Xiaolong, there is no need to give me 3 seconds. I will cripple you right now." Gudu Wui turned and sent his fist flying towards Huang Xiaolong in the next instant. The moment Gudu Wui made his move, the entire plaza shook. The might of a 9th Order Emperor shocked the world. It's the Solitude Emperor Palace's special move, the 9 Stars Emperor Fist. Cheers filled the plaza. Before anyone could react, a massive figure appeared behind Guduwui. It was the phantom of an emperor, and 9 stars materialized behind him. With Guduwui going all out, even Zhao Lei and Li Shan combined wouldn't be his opponents. I want to see who can save Huang Xiaolong now. The Azure Dragon Emperor, Chun Jianwei, laughed as he watched the amazing performance before him. Seeing as Guduwui's fists were about to land on Huang Xiaolong, a massive palm appeared in the sky. The palm was created from darkness, and it emitted a terrifying aura that seemed unsurmountable. It welcomed Guduwui's 9 Stars Emperor Fist. In an instant, the phantom of the Emperor and the 9 stars exploded. As the palm connected with Guduwui after smashing his skill apart, the mighty Guduwui was sent flying. As he knocked into the disciples behind him, all of them were sent flying like pins in a bowling alley. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Even Chun Jianwei felt his jaws dropping to the ground, much less the members of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace behind him. The Fiend God Emperor Palace and the Brightness Emperor Palace were no exception as shock gripped their heart. Elder Fu of the Silver Fox Commerce stared in dumbfounded silence, and Mo Xiao mirrored his actions. Father! Gudu Kanyang lunged forward and grabbed Guduwui's body. Gudu Kanyang's yell seemed to pull everyone back to reality. What happened just now? Many experts looked at each other with a terrified look in their eyes, as they had no idea what had happened. Only stronger emperors like Elder Fu and Mo Xiao had managed to catch a glimpse of the palm. They turned towards the source of the darkness palm, and their eyes landed on the beast behind Huang Xiaolong. The expert who had made a move to stop Guduwui was precisely one of the 4 odd beasts. The 10th Order Emperor Realm experts from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Fiend God Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, and other superpowers felt their eyes light up. The plaza fell into silence in an instant. Feng Chan from the Fiend God Emperor Palace swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Ancestor Lu Yuan beside him. Ancestor Lu Yuan, did you see that? The Fiend God Emperor hadn't personally made an appearance, so Lu Yuan was the strongest member of the Fiend God Emperor Palace currently present. He was an expert at the late 10th Order Emperor Realm, and he might even have touched the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor Realm. Lu Yuan's face turned serious, and he said in a solemn tone, "The monster behind Huang Xiaolong made the move. It might not be weaker than me." A tremor ran through his heart. "What? Not weaker than you? How can that be? Are you sure?" Feng Chan's shock doubled as he couldn't believe what Lu Yuan said. Lu Yuan was in existence at the late 10th Order Emperor Realm. He wasn't a mere 10th Order Emperor. He was someone who had combat prowess at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor Realm. "It might be difficult for you to believe, but it's true. I won't be wrong in my judgment of strength," Lu Yuan replied with certainty. Feng Chan's expression changed. An existence no weaker than Lu Yuan. It's no wonder Huang Xiaolong dares to act so rampantly. He even swore to stomp Heavenly Prince Di Jing beneath his feet. It seems as though the Fortune Emperor Palace has some experts backing them up. Wang Yongsun sneered. However, does he really think that he can do whatever he wants with a single expert at the late 10th Order Emperor Realm? Feng Chen's eyes glowed with a cold light. He thought about many things. For example, Zhou Chen's death, Special Envoy He and Chen. His expression turned increasingly gloomy. However, that also strengthened his resolve to kill Huang Xiaolong. The moment they enter the Heavenly Court secret region, he would use all he had to hunt Huang Xiaolong down. When Lan Tailong of the Brightness Emperor Palace heard what one of the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors said, his thoughts drifted towards the same direction as that of Feng Chan. Ancestor Chun Wenqian of the Brightness Emperor Palace was as strong as Lu Yuan. He also confirmed that the beast behind Huang Xiaolong was at the late 10th Order Emperor Realm. How did the Fortune Emperor Palace pull in someone like that? Despite Lan Tailong's unwillingness, he managed to force the question out of his mouth. "Do you think it has something to do with the Grand Mist Emperor?" Peng Xingfei spoke up all of a sudden. "Are you saying that the Grand Mist Emperor sent out that beast to protect Huang Xiaolong?" Lan Tailong asked in shock. Peng Xingfei nodded his head in trepidation. When Huang Xiaolong went to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, the Grand Mist Emperor sent his direct disciple to welcome that little brat. After that was done, the Grand Mist Emperor personally arrived to cripple Wu Tianhao and the others who offended Huang Xiaolong. He then chased them out of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Lan Tailong shook his head and reasoned. Huang Xiaolong is someone who came from the lower worlds. That is something we have already confirmed. There is no way he can be the Grand Mist Emperor's illegitimate son. The Heavenly Court also confirmed that he has no direct relationship with the Grand Mist Emperor. Ever since he arrived in the Divine World, the Grand Mist Emperor had been in seclusion in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. There is no way that he can be related to Huang Xiaolong. Young Master, do we change our plans? Peng Xingfei hesitated for a moment before asking. Nope. A frosty light flashed through Lan Tailong's eyes. According to their plan, they were going to hunt Huang Xiaolong down to perform a soul search on him before stealing his treasure. After they were done, they were going to cripple him. Yes. When everyone was busy guessing his identity, Huang Xiaolong stared at the Solitude Emperor Palace's members with a chilly gaze. Are you not going to leave? Cherish the chance I have given you. If you scram now, you might be able to leave alive. Gudu Kanyang's face was ugly beyond comparison. However, when his gaze landed on the beast behind Huang Xiaolong, he hastily gathered everyone, and they left with their tails tucked between their legs. Everyone from the Fortune Emperor Palace cheered when they saw how the members of the Solitude Emperor Palace were leaving. Huang Xiaolong led everyone onto the 61st platform and casually turned his gaze to Lan Tailong and Chen Wenqian. When Gudu Wui had made his move, Huang Xiaolong was extremely clear that he had received orders from Chen Wenqian. When Huang Xiaolong had secluded himself for cultivation, Bei Xiaomei had dug out everything related to why they were kicked out of Manor 61. The Brightness Emperor Palace had instructed Yu Shi to chase them out for the sake of the Solitude Emperor Palace. Everything was due to the interference of the Brightness Emperor Palace. At this moment, Lan Tailong and Chen Wenqian looked over, and their gazes clashed. A cold sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. As for Lan Tailong and Chen Wenqian, a frown formed on their faces. From a patch of space above the plaza, the Heavenly Court's marshals looked at the scene happening below them, and shock filled their eyes. Heavenly Prince, are we going to send some people down to take care of him? Marshal Yu Shi stood up and asked Di Jing cautiously. Of course, he was referring to Huang Xiaolong. Di Jing remained utterly calm as he instructed. There is no need. The battle is about to begin soon. Yes, Heavenly Prince. Let's go. In an instant, Di Jing led the marshals as all of them appeared in midair. We greet your highness, the Heavenly Prince. The Heavenly Prince has arrived. As soon as Di Jing appeared, the plaza erupted with activity. Everyone no longer bothered with Huang Xiaolong, and they looked at Di Jing and the group of marshals from the Heavenly Court. As Di Jian sauntered to the front of the plaza, he emitted the prestige of a ruler, and everyone felt a horrifying pressure press down on them. It was as though the sky itself was pushing down on them. That was the power of heaven and earth. With the Heavenly Tao Godhead, Di Jing would become a part of the Heavenly Tao when he matured. He was the embodiment of Heavenly Tao itself. Everyone had to experience lightning tribulations during their journey of cultivation. Even when Huang Xiaolong would break into the Emperor realm in the future, he would experience lightning tribulation from the primal chaos lightning. However, Di Jing was exempted from anything related to the lightning tribulation. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Di Jing. He even ordered the two odd beasts to circulate their real strength to probe Di Jing's strength. However, no matter how they tried, they were unable to feel Di Jing's actual strength. In fact, Huang Xiaolong was in a similar position. Even if an existence at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm were to probe him with their divine sense, they would be unable to learn of his real strength. Thus, he wasn't surprised at all. As Di Jing slowly walked forward, he didn't slow down nor glance at Huang Xiaolong when he passed by the platform. He simply made his way to the main stage in the plaza. Give out the identity plates. Prepare for the commencement of the preliminary battle. Di Jing instructed one of the marshals below him. With a respectful departure, the marshal left to carry out his orders. The battle of the Heavenly Court was split into the preliminary and semifinals. After the identity plates were given out, the Heavenly Court secret region would open, and those with the identity plates would be eligible to take part in the preliminary round. Very quickly, everyone received their identity plate. As soon as the superpowers arrived at the Heavenly Court, they reported the disciples' names participating in the battle, cutting down the time they needed to prepare the identity plates. The Jade Plate was prepared according to the names list provided by the superpowers. As for the names list of the Fortune Emperor Palace, Li Shan had already submitted it a long time ago. There was no need for Huang Xiaolong and the others to register personally. Of course, there was no need for the Heavenly Court to worry about the fact that the disciples taking part in the battle would exceed the restrictions set by them. There was a restriction placed in the Heavenly Court secret region, and only the individuals who had a bone age below 100,000 years could enter it. Of course, they had to be at the God King realm at the very least. On the main platform, Di Jing ordered his subordinates to open the Heavenly Court secret region when he saw that everything was nearly prepared. Even though tons of people were standing in the plaza, a massive space was left in its center. This space was enough to house a city. The entrance of the Heavenly Court secret region was precisely the empty space in the middle of the plaza. As Di Jing's subordinates made several hand signs and activated a secret manual, lightning flashed through the air, and the bolts of lightning formed a snake. As the number of lightning bolts increased, the snake turned into a flood dragon, eventually forming a complete dragon. The lightning dragon exuded endless might in the air, and before long, several other lightning dragons appeared beside it. Every single lightning dragon had the strength of a late-stage Emperor Realm expert. Every single expert in the plaza felt a shocking pressure descend on them. After tens of minutes, the dragons finally fused, and the glow of the lightning illuminated the world. The Heavenly Court shone with the radiance of the sun. Under the might of the lightning energy, the void itself shattered, and a massive space gate entered before everyone's eyes. The gate was thousands of feet tall, and it was hundreds of feet wide. Even if 100,000 experts were to charge through it simultaneously, they wouldn't feel cramped in the slightest. The instant the gate opened, a clap of thunder filled the Heavenly Court. It seemed like the sound originated from the heavens itself, and its majestic beat resounded in everyone's mind. The beat signified the start of the preliminary round. As soon as the clap of thunder sounded off, Di Jing entered the Heavenly Court secret region with the rest of the princes. With Di Jing leading the way, the young masters of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Silver Fox Commerce, Brightness Emperor Palace, Fiend God Emperor Palace, and the other Emperor Palaces in the top 10 spots shot through the air. They fought for the chance to enter the Heavenly Court secret region before the rest. In the next moment, the members from the top 100 Emperor Palaces rose into the air. They were followed by the top 1,000, then 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, and those after that. The contestants streamed into the Heavenly Court secret region according to the rankings. Like everyone else, Huang Xiaolong and the other disciples from the Fortune Emperor Palace charged towards the gate. Even though Fang Xianxia had followed them all the way to the Heavenly Court, she didn't take part in the battle. In the instant Huang Xiaolong and others arrived before the gate, they felt space swirling around them, and the feeling lasted for several minutes. Before he could react, Huang Xiaolong's body turned weightless, and he plummeted towards the ground. In an instant, he steadied himself. When Huang Xiaolong looked into the distance, he could see a primitive jungle stretched endlessly in front of his eyes. There were also mountains standing tall in the middle of the endless trees, and all of them were incomparably tall. Some of them were tens of thousands of feet, and there were even some that crossed the 100,000 feet mark. Shocking amounts of demonic and devil chi filled the spaces around the mountain peaks. Was this the Heavenly Court secret region? The Heavenly Court secret region was somewhat similar to the 9 giant corpse tribes' secret region. It was a grand mist space formed from heaven and earth. The grand mist space was boundless and vast. Even if an Emperor Realm expert were to fly at their top speed, they would probably still be unable to make a complete round around it. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't too worried about it, and he was in no hurry to start moving. He looked at the jade plate in his hand to learn about the rules and situation in the Heavenly Court secret region. After all, the jade plate held a basic explanation of the Heavenly Court secret region and the rules everyone had to follow for the preliminary round. Huang Xiaolong very quickly learned what he needed to. The preliminary round would end in a month, and it couldn't be considered too long. However, it couldn't be regarded as a short time either. All participants had to hunt down demonic beasts, devils, ghosts, or metal beasts to increase their points. Beasts in the First Order God King realm would be worth 1 point, and those in the Second Order God King realm would be worth 2 points. According to this logic, a 10th Order God King realm existence would give 10 points when it died. Beasts in the First Order Heavenly Monarch realm would be worth 100 points, and so on to the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. A 10th Order Heavenly Monarch beast was worth 1,000 points. In the Heavenly Court secret region, several existences had already broken through to the Emperor realm. Every single one of them was worth an astonishing 100,000 points. However, all of them were trapped in a specific restricted region in the secret region. It was challenging to find them. With the vastness of the secret region, locating all 10 of them was harder than locating a needle in the sea. Moreover, more than 400 million disciples were participating in the preliminary round. There were more than 3,000 heavenly monarchs within them. As for those who were at the high-level God King realm, they were counted in the millions. There were only 1 million people who could move on to the semifinals. Huang Xiaolong frowned. There are actually more than 3,000 heavenly monarchs. That was something unexpected. Initially, his master, Zhao Lei, had guessed that there would probably be only 200 heavenly monarchs taking part in the battle. The number of heavenly monarchs was off by a long shot. As such, even an early-stage heavenly monarch might not get placed in the top 1,000. The jade plate they were given only glossed over the number of heavenly monarchs, and it didn't break down the total number of mid-level and high-level heavenly monarchs. Huang Xiaolong kept his jade plate and sighed. He turned his gaze towards the forest below him, and he fully extended his divine sense. Under the probing of his divine sense, every single beast within a radius of 100 million miles could be seen clearly. The only thing he needed to do now was to relish in the massacre. Even though it was the preliminary competition, Huang Xiaolong wasn't willing to leak even the slightest bit of his true abilities. As his body blurred, Huang Xiaolong locked on to the high-level and mid-level heavenly monarch beasts. Since Huang Xiaolong had spent some time looking at the information on the jade plate, many disciples had already made a move before him. Several geniuses appeared on the ranking board, and a massive jade mirror materialized in the space above the plaza. Light swirled around, and the ranking of the participants appeared in the mirror. The first was naturally Heavenly Prince Dijing. He didn't disappoint as he managed to gather a shocking 4,600 points in a mere 10 minutes. 4,600. Everyone present in the plaza couldn't help but feel a tremor run through their heart. As for the second-placed Feng Chan, he had a mere 2,100 points. He didn't even have half of Dijing's score. The person in third place was Lan Tailong of the Brightness Emperor Palace, and with his score of 1,900, he wasn't too far off from overtaking Feng Chan. In the fourth place was an underdog as it wasn't Li Junhua from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Instead, it was a disciple from the True Divinity sect called Long Xiaozhen. He had already amassed 1,800 points. The person in fifth place was Li Junhua, with 1,600 points. As for the sixth place was Chao Liang from the 10,000 Sword Emperor Palace with 1,540 points. The Bladeless Gates Tan Wire held the seventh spot. As for the eighth spot, it was held by Zhang Song of the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Jiang Chuhan from the Myriad Deity Emperor Palace took the ninth spot, and Su Zai from the Violet Flamesword sect was placed 10th. The person in the top 10 who garnered the most attention was naturally the dark horse, Long Xiaozhen. I have heard that Long Xiaozhen is the only disciple of the True Divinity sect. His talent is shocking, and he was born with the 1,000 Mysteries physique. He also managed to obtain the treasure of the number 1 expert in the dragon world. He has even managed to cultivate the strongest art of the dragon world. What? 1,000 Mysteries celestial physique. It's the unique divine physique ranked in second place. It's no wonder he managed to overtake Li Junhua from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. As for Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and Fang Xianxian, they looked at the jade mirror in the sky unblinkingly. What's going on with Xiaolong? Why hasn't he made his move? Zhao Lei looked through the board and couldn't find Huang Xiaolong's name. A frown slowly formed on his face. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it was more than enough for him to secure a spot in the top 10 ranks. Li Shan hesitated for a moment and said, "Could he have met with several Emperor Realm beasts the moment he entered?" Zhao Lei and Fang Xuanxuan's expression turned gloomy in an instant. Even though it seemed impossible, there was indeed a chance of that happening. In the past, several disciples had met the same fate. Some seeded candidates were killed the moment they had stepped into the secret region as they had run into an Emperor Realm beast. Chen Jianwei revealed a cold sneer as he stared at the members of the Fortune Emperor Palace from a distance. It's possible Huang Xiaolong ran into an Emperor Realm beast the moment he entered. The White Dragon Emperor, Chen Huan, chuckled beside Chen Jianwei. If that's the case, Huang Xiaolong cultivated in vain. A super genius with the King of Supreme Godhead died before he killed a single beast. Haha, what a loser. 0 points. Chen Jianwei and several other emperors broke into laughter. Zhao Lei and the others naturally heard the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's mockery as they hardly planned to conceal their voice. Zhao Lei's anger boiled over in an instant. Several experts from other emperor palaces also looked over and sniggered. As someone with a King of Supreme Godhead, Huang Xiaolong was someone in the limelight. Right now, he had failed to live up to his name on the ranking board, and it caused many people to start laughing at his misfortune. Even Bei Xiaomei started to get angsty. Elder Fu, do you think Uncle ran into trouble? Bei Xiaomei looked at Elder Fu and asked. After a slight moment of hesitation, Elder Fu replied, I don't think so. After all, young Master Huang has a King of Supreme Godhead. He has extreme luck, so he shouldn't have run into such troubles. Even though he was reassuring Bei Xiaomei, he didn't sound confident in the slightest. Even though it was said that someone with a King of Supreme Godhead wouldn't fall so easily, who would be able to account for every single accident? Even an existence who had broken past the Emperor Realm might die when meeting an accident. Who could be sure that a heavenly monarch like Huang Xiaolong wouldn't run into life-threatening danger? Elder Fu didn't know how to react as well. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the space above a mountain valley in the Heavenly Court secret region. The instant he appeared in the space above the valley, a massive shadow charged out from the valley. It was a giant bear with brown fur growing on its body. Moreover, the bear's coat wasn't regular. It was more appropriate to say that spikes were growing on its body. The spikes on its body were razor-sharp, and it shone with a chilly glow under the sunlight. It was clearly different from ordinary demonic beasts, as it emitted a terrifying amount of demonic chi that contained horrifying pressure. It was a heavenly demon. A heavenly demon was part of the demonic beast race, and it was one of the stronger races. Every single heavenly demon was leagues ahead of regular demonic beasts in terms of attack and defense. In the Heavenly Court secret region, heavenly demons was the biggest population. When the late 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demon charged out of the valley, it pounced on Huang Xiaolong after issuing a heaven-shaking roar. Demonic chi rushed towards Huang Xiaolong in waves, and it was so dense that it formed demonic chi clouds. Huang Xiaolong looked at the bear in front of him and disdain filled his eyes. He didn't bother dodging, and neither did he circulate his god force. With a single slap, he sent the giant bear flying. When he sent it smashing into the valley below, a crash resounded through the air, and it stopped moving altogether. A trace of gray light appeared from its corpse and entered Huang Xiaolong's jade plate. The initially 0 points on the plate emitted dazzling light as the numbers soared. In the same instant, when Huang Xiaolong killed the heavenly demon, Gudu Kenyang waved the humongous blade in his hand and severed the head of an early 2nd Order Heavenly Monarch Heavenly Demon. 698. Gudu Kenyang looked at the score on his plate, and a smile appeared on his face. His rank was finally 41. He believed that he could enter the top 30 with his strength at the peak of the late 3rd Order Heavenly Monarch realm. As he belonged to the Solitude Emperor Palace, which did not rank in the top 60 emperor palaces, it was going to be a feat for him to charge his way into the top 30s. However, Gudu Wui's sorry image flashed in his mind all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong. Gudu Kanyang's eyes flashed with chilly, killing intent as he roared towards the sky. You better hope I don't see you. I have tons of ways to torture you. Just as he screamed, the jade plate in his hand trembled. He looked down only to realize that his rank was no longer at 41. He had been pushed down to the 42nd spot. The 41st position changed, and a name he was too familiar with appeared. Huang Xiaolong. The name seemed to pierce his eyes, and he felt a wave of pain assaulting his chest. Huang Xiaolong. 700. How is this possible? Gudu Kanyang's eyes widened to the size of saucers. While Gudu Kanyang stood stiffly with an ugly expression of disbelief on his face, the crowd in the plaza was in a furor. Huang Xiaolong reaping 700 points out of nowhere and successfully rising to the 41st place frightened everyone, especially the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, Brightness Emperor Palace, and the Fiend God Emperor Palace. The 9 Dragons Emperor Palaces Chun Jianwei, Chun Huan, and the others, who were mocking and laughing at Huang Xiaolong, choked on their laughter. And why wouldn't they? They had been mocking Huang Xiaolong for being the first king of supreme godhead genius to die at the moment of entering the competition. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's name on the 41st place, Chun Jianwei, Chun Huan, Gudu Wui, and the others' faces were indescribably sullen. Especially Gudu Wui, as the blood vessels in his eyes were close to bursting. Huang Xiaolong's ranking was pressing right above his son's head. Initially, seeing that his son's ranking had climbed to 41st place, Gudu Wui was as pleased as punch. But now Huang Xiaolong was standing right above his son's head. The displeasure was no different than Huang Xiaolong shitting over his head. Huang Xiaolong must have run into some dogshit luck, and coincidentally killed a heavenly demon that had just broken through to early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm. The Solitude Emperor Palace's ancestor Gudu Nanming shrieked loudly in denial. Gudu Nanming's abrupt shriek brought other Emperor Palace's experts on the plaza back to their senses. Their expressions looked as if they had finally figured out the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's rankings. Didn't I say it? How could Huang Xiaolong obtain 700 points all of a sudden? So, that's what happened. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong has broken through to the Heavenly Monarch realm, coupled with the battle power of his King of Supreme Godhead. It's not that hard to kill a heavenly demon that has just advanced to early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm in an instant. That's right. The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's experts' ugly expressions eased slightly hearing this reasoning, which they agreed with very quickly. The Azure Dragon Emperor Chun Jianwei spotted Zhao Lei's beaming face from afar and snorted with disdain. Huang Xiaolong is just lucky, but that doesn't mean his luck will last through the entire trial. He won't run into dogshit luck every time. Right at this time, the White Dragon Emperor Chun Huan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the rankings board in the air. Chun Jianwei found his expression strange, so he followed his gaze. He was agape and wide-eyed with disbelief. On the rankings board, Huang Xiaolong's name shone brightly in the 41st place. Huang Xiaolong's points rose rapidly to 1,400 points. Hiran, Huang Xiaolong's name moved up the rankings, knocking down one disciple's name after another. It finally stopped at the 14th place. 14th. Watching Huang Xiaolong's name shining at the 14th place on the rankings board, which had surpassed more than a dozen disciples' names, Qin Jianwei, Qin Huan, Gudu Wui, Gudu Nanming, and the rest now had different thoughts. Huang Xiaolong's name was simply too blinding for them. Even the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chan Wenqian and Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestor Lu Yuan were surprised. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Fang Xianxian, and the rest were just as astounded. But Zhao Lei's booming laughter soon echoed over the plaza. Ha ha! Good. Very good. So cool. Hearing Zhao Lei's laughter, the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's group looked even more sullen. Huang Xiaolong, that kid just got lucky, Gudu Nanming insisted. He must have come across a herd of early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm heavenly demons. He must have killed 7 heavenly demons, followed by another 7. Chun Jianwei's expression eased slightly once more, and he even managed to squeeze out a smile in agreement. That's right. That must be it. Just as Chen Jianwei said that, Huang Xiaolong's name emitted another burst of light, as it once again climbed up the rankings with additional 100 points. 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. At last, Huang Xiaolong's ranking stopped in 6th place, right below the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Li Junhua. Li Junhua's current score was 2,200. It was merely 100 points more than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's name shone like a radiant primordial star in the 6th place, sparkling magnificently. It was so bright that Gudu Wui, Chen Jianwei, and the rest were bedazzled. See 6th place. Chen Jianwei stammered foolishly. Once more, he wanted to stress that Huang Xiaolong had run into more dogshit luck. But the words were stuck in his mouth. His throat felt dry. Almost every pair of eyes on the plaza stared fixedly at the name in the 6th place on the rankings board, including Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Li Shan. This Xiaolong wouldn't have really run into dogshit luck, coming across a herd of early First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demons, right? Zhao Lei asked doubtfully. Fang Xianxian and Li Shan could hear him gulping. Coincidentally, how could there be 21 heavenly demons in this herd? But Huang Xiaolong's name moved once again. Radiant rays of light burst like fireworks as his points climbed to 2,400. 2,400 points. He had risen to the 5th place and surpassed Li Junhua. Zhao Lei's breathing quickened. The noisy plaza suddenly fell silent. On the high stage, the heavenly court's marshals exchanged a silent gaze, and Yu Shi's face was particularly gloomy. Huang Xiaolong's outstanding performance so early into the competition was the herald of ominous events for Yu Shi, Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. The top 100 disciples in the preliminaries could directly enter the top 1,000 rankings in the subsequent round. Not to mention the top 10 disciples in the preliminaries would directly advance into the top 100 in the next round. In other words, as long as Huang Xiaolong maintained a spot within the top 10 until the end of the preliminary round, his worst ranking would be the 100th place. The 100th place received a shocking amount of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and spiritual pills as a reward, and also enjoyed the treatment equivalent to a heavenly courts general. The more Yu Shi thought about it, the gloomier his expression became. Inside the heavenly court secret region's particular valley, the heavenly prince Dijing also noticed the movements in Huang Xiaolong's name on the rankings board. His brows creased into a deep frown as he muttered, 3 times? Each time 700 points? Even though there was a possibility that Huang Xiaolong had killed 7 First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demons, what if Huang Xiaolong had merely killed 1 heavenly demon? In other words, did Huang Xiaolong have the strength of a 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? The heavenly prince Dijing's eyes glimmered with doubt, but he shook it away. Not likely. Huang Xiaolong had been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Even Dijing himself couldn't guarantee he could break through to the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm in less than 1,000 years. If he couldn't do it with his number 1 king of supreme godhead and the number 1 unique physique, then how could Huang Xiaolong? In this era, nobody had a higher talent than him. Even if Huang Xiaolong had an archdevil bloodline, it was impossible. Interesting, but the 5th place is still too low. If you can climb up to the 2nd place by the end of this preliminary round, it might rouse my interest. Dijing waved his hand in the air, and a hallowing scream ensued as a mid-7th Order, Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demon plummeted from the sky, exploding into blood mist. However, a few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong's ranking changed again, kicking down True Divinity Sect's Long Xiaojin from the 4th to 5th place. Huang Xiaolong took 4th place. Seeing this sight, another wave of furor swept over the crowd at the plaza. In the top 10 Emperor Palace's area, the True Divinity Sect's ancestor frowned faintly. They had a very clear idea about Long Xiaojin's real strength, even though outsiders were oblivious to this information. The True Divinity Sect's Long Xiaojin was already a late 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert with the 2nd-rank 1,000 Mysteries physique. Long Xiaojin's strength was more than sufficient to kill an average early, mid, and even a late 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert, yet Huang Xiaolong had surpassed him. The rumors circulating outside claimed that Huang Xiaolong had recently advanced to the Heavenly Monarch Realm. A First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Huang Xiaolong actually ranked higher than their true divinity sect's Long Xiaojin. The rumor that Huang Xiaolong has just advanced to the Heavenly Monarch Realm must be false. The true divinity sect chief Wang Haojuan stated with certainty. In Wang Haojuan's opinion, it was ludicrous that Huang Xiaolong would run into dogshit luck so many times, coming across so many herds of First Order Heavenly Monarch Heavenly Demons. The true divinity sect's ancestors nodded their heads in agreement. However, Huang Xiaolong has been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Has his cultivation really reached the 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm like our Xiaojin? One of the true divinity sect's ancestors hesitated. Others had no answer to that question. Reaching the 6th Order Heavenly Monarch with less than 1,000 cultivation years. That was indeed impossible. If that is the case, then Huang Xiaolong's talent is frightening. The true divinity sect's chief, Wang Haojuan, suddenly sighed with melancholy. The rest were surprised by his tone. Sect chief, you mean Huang Xiaolong might really have? The true divinity sect's ancestor asked in a quivering voice. Other true divinity sect's ancestors' hearts shuddered, just imagining the possibility. Yes, even though it seems impossible, what if it's true? Let's suppose that Huang Xiaolong has already broken through to the early 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. In that case, it is more than sufficient for him to kill some of the early 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demons with the combined power of his King of Supreme Godhead and the variant True Dragon physique. The true divinity sect chief Wang Haojuan deduced slowly. He couldn't help shuddering as he spoke those words. But this was the most logical explanation why Huang Xiaolong's points had risen by 700 points for 3 consecutive times. That is impossible. Even the Heavenly Prince Dijing's cultivation realm could not reach the 6th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm in less than 1,000 cultivation years. One of the true divinity sect's ancestors blurted out. I know that Huang Xiaolong has a King of Supreme Godhead and a more powerful variant True Dragon physique, but his potential is incomparable to the Heaven's Tao physique. The true divinity sect's chief, Wang Haojuan, suggested solemnly, perhaps Huang Xiaolong has more than one King of Supreme Godhead? What? The true divinity sect's ancestors exclaimed in unison. This possibility had not occurred to them at all. After all, in the vast universe, they had never heard of anyone possessing more than one King of Supreme Godhead. Sect Chief, you're saying that Huang Xiaolong might have 2 King of Supreme Godheads. 2 King of Supreme Godheads. One of the true divinity sect's ancestors stammered terribly. True divinity sect's chief, Wang Haojuan, nodded solemnly and did not speak further. However, the true divinity sect's ancestors were still in a state of astonishment. 2 King of Supreme Godheads. 1 King of Supreme Godhead was a monstrous genius. Then what about the person who had 2 King of Supreme Godheads at once? They couldn't even dare to imagine this possibility at all. None of them could guess how heaven-defying this kind of genius could be while possessing 2 King of Supreme Godheads. If Huang Xiaolong survives until the end of the Battle of the Heavenly Court and continues to grow to break into the Emperor realm, then no one will be able to kill him. No one will be able to suppress him at that point. Wang Haojuan couldn't help adding a moment later. This kind of a person is not someone our true divinity sect can afford to offend. The Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace's adamance for killing him is equivalent to playing with fire. There would be nothing but trouble in the future for them. Conversations similar to the one among the true divinity sects group were happening in various other forces. Many of them were making guesses of Huang Xiaolong's real strength. Inside the Heavenly Court's secret region, Huang Xiaolong shuffled through a large primordial forest. Wherever he passed, demonic beasts, metal beasts, devils, and ghosts fell to the grounds. Huang Xiaolong had set clear targets for his prey, only to kill those of mid-level and high-level Heavenly Monarch realm. More accurately, he mainly preyed on those at the 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Occasionally, whenever he came across a 1st Order or 2nd Order Heavenly Monarch realm prey, He would reap these extra points as well with a wave of his hand, but he was too lazy to deal with the God King realm and below. From the beginning until now, Huang Xiaolong had not used any God force, not even his archdevil bloodline's power. So far, he had merely relied on his true dragon physique's physical strength. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current true dragon physique strength, he could kill an average early 10th order heavenly monarch realm heavenly demons with one punch. As Huang Xiaolong continued to shuffle through the forest, his points rose rapidly on the rankings board: 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 20,000 points, and upwards. In fourth place, Huang Xiaolong's points were quickly chasing up to the Brightness Emperor Palace's Lan Tailong's points, who was in third place. The group of Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors grew nervous as they watched the rankings board. After an hour, Huang Xiaolong's name emitted a radiant light burst and rose to third place. Simultaneously, Lan Tailong's name dropped to fourth place. People in the crowd had dumbfounded faces. The Solitude Emperor Palace, who was mocking Huang Xiaolong for running into dogshit luck at the beginning, had long been silenced by Huang Xiaolong's performance. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Chen Jianwei and Chen Huan watched with tightly clenched fists, as their eyes glimmered with shock and other thoughts sprouted in the depths of their minds. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Li Shan too were quiet. The Martial Demon Emperor Palace's Mo Xiao, Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's Peng Yi, and the others' burning gazes stared fixedly at the rankings board. Their breathing was slightly heavy, as if they were trying to suppress something. Above a certain plane inside the Heavenly Court's secret region was a giant flickering white light. The white light separated into rays of sword chi and shot out in four directions, heavily injuring more than a dozen heavenly demons in the surroundings. The Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong's figure emerged from this white light. There was roiling killing intent in his eyes, and his expression was gloomy as he hissed each word through gritted teeth. Huang Xiaolong. As the Brightness Emperor Palace's emperor's disciple, everyone was convinced that he would enter the top 3 rankings. But no, he was actually pushed down by Huang Xiaolong. Looks like it's time to get serious. Lan Tailong harumphed under his breath. His eyes gleamed like 2 white burning suns with world-shattering power. He had initially thought he could breeze through the preliminary with a guaranteed spot among the top 3 with just the effort of moving a pinky. But now, Huang Xiaolong had kicked him out of the top 3 rankings and suppressed him. Huang Xiaolong. This was an insult to him. An insult to the Brightness Emperor Palace. Kill! 10 white wings emerged from Lan Tailong's back, condensed from the holy radiance energy. Lan Tailong's figure moved above the planes with a flap of the wings, leaving more than a dozen blurry afterimages in different locations. In a split second, the heavenly demons that were previously injured by the white rays of sword chi split into countless pieces in midair. Rays of light flew out from these heavenly demons' corpses and fell onto his identity jade plate. Lan Tailong's points surged up and soon surpassed Huang Xiaolong's points. Huang Xiaolong, since you want to play, I'll accompany you. I don't believe you would be able to climb up again. Somewhere in the Heavenly Court's secret region's mountainous terrains, Huang Xiaolong looked at Lan Tailong's points exploding upwards, and he couldn't help sneering. In a flicker, his figure disappeared from the spot. His speed had more than doubled. Barely a moment had passed when heavenly demons and metal beasts' blood rained over the forest floor. No matter how fast Lan Tailong's points were increasing, Huang Xiaolong held him off the top 3 rankings. 2 hours later, Lan Tailong's face was gloomier than murky water. The white light around his body rippled volatilely, resembling a giant sun on the verge of exploding. He swung the Brightness Holy Sword in his hand, raising the amount of God Force from 70% to 80%, then 90%, 100%. His points increased rapidly, but Huang Xiaolong's points increased faster than him. And, suddenly, Lan Tailong saw a group of disciples up ahead, flying in his direction. Fortune Emperor Palace? Seeing this group of Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples, a devilish smile spread over Lan Tailong's face. Lan Tailong disappeared in a blur from the spot and appeared blocking the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples' path. The Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples' faces paled when they saw Lan Tailong blocking their path. Brightness Emperor's disciple. Their first thought was to turn around and run. But when they had just turned around, energy sword chi pierced through their backs and came out from their chests. The Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples screamed in pain. Their bodies plummeted to the ground, falling into a pool of blood. Looking at the dying Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples below, Lan Tailong sneered coldly. If you want someone to blame for this misfortune, then blame Huang Xiaolong. But don't worry, I won't kill you guys. From the beginning, Lan Tailong did not intend to kill these Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples. However, his radiant sword chi had completely destroyed their divine veins. Now, they were no different than ordinary people who could not exert any god force. One could imagine what would happen to those without a shred of god force in this secret region where heavenly demons, devils, ghosts, and countless metal beasts roamed. With those words, Lan Tailong disappeared from the spot. A moment after Lan Tailong left, numerous heavenly demons flew out from the surrounding mountain range towards the group of Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples, attracted by the luscious scent of blood. The Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples were absolutely terrified as they realized their immediate predicament. All of them scrambled up from the ground and started running as fast as they could. Unable to employ any god force, their speed purely relied on their physical strength. But it didn't take long for the heavenly demons to catch up to them. Undulating, blood-curdling screams sounded in the air, but they were short-lived. Heavenly demons tore the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples into bloody pieces with their jaws and swallowed them into their bellies. This group of Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples, with abolished god force, was powerless to fight back the heavenly demons. Moreover, as their godheads remained intact, their consciousness was preserved. Hence, they watched themselves being torn apart and eaten by heavenly demons until the moment their godheads shattered into pieces. Half a day passed. A shadow blurred in the air, and in the next second, Huang Xiaolong had descended onto the branch of a towering tree. In this half a day, he had left the Brightness Emperor Palace's Lan Tailong in the dust, and a while ago, he had pulled the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan down from the second place. Currently, he was in second place, one spot below the Heavenly Prince Dijing. But his current points were 261,300, while the Heavenly Prince Dijing had already amassed 423,000 points. It was a big gap of 160,000 points and some more. Do not underestimate the difference of 160,000 points. A 10th order Heavenly Monarch Realm Prey was equivalent to 1,000 points. Huang Xiaolong needed to kill more than 160 10th order Heavenly Monarch Realm beasts to close this gap. More importantly, it had only been half a day into the trial. If the difference continued to widen at this rate, there would be a gap of million points between them by the end of the month. That was a minimum estimation. Huang Xiaolong frowned gradually, looking at the Heavenly Prince Dijing's points. Judging from the pattern of the Heavenly Prince Dijing's rising points, it was very likely that his cultivation had broken through to the 10th order Heavenly Monarch realm. Dijing's points increased by 1,000 every time, sometimes 2,000, 3,000, and even 4,000 points. There could only be one explanation for these circumstances. The Heavenly Prince Dijing had killed 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4 heavenly demons of 10th order Heavenly Monarch realm. The ability to kill 4 10th order Heavenly Monarch realm heavenly demons easily spoke volumes of Dijing's cultivation realm and strength. A light flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he fell into deep thought. From the start of the trial until now, most of his kills were 7th order Heavenly Monarch realm and below. At this rate, he definitely wouldn't catch up to Dijing's points anytime soon. Not to mention that the gap between them was widening every second. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with determination. Everyone, including Heavenly Prince Dijing, was confident that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't win first place. Since everyone believed he was the king of retard for betting 40 million on himself for his reputation's sake, he would show everyone who's the real retard. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense spread out, covering over 100 million li radius and locking onto all the 10th order Heavenly Monarch realm heavenly demons within the area. In a flicker, he disappeared from the tree branch. When Huang Xiaolong reappeared, he was tens and thousands of li away, in front of an early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm metal beast. His speed increased more than 10 times as he executed space concealment and teleportation simultaneously. Roar! The metal beast had metal armor protecting its body from head to toe. This metal beast looked like a giant wolf that would roar at a human who appeared suddenly in front of it. Powerful sound waves caused the surrounding mountains to shake, while the metal beast's sharp claws slashed at Huang Xiaolong. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand in a glimmer. His innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Radiance God Force surged into the scepter, and it released a blinding light. Huang Xiaolong's body shifted forward, and the Radiance Divine Scepter was embedded into the giant wolf metal beast's head. In the next moment, the scepter split open the giant wolf metal beast's head like it was cutting through soft, snow-white tofu. The giant wolf metal beast howled in pain, and blood shot out like a rain of arrows as it tumbled to the ground. A heavenly demon's defenses were strong, but as a metal armor protected a metal beast from head to toe, its fortifications were even higher. A cultivator at the same realm as the metal beast would have difficulty breaking its metal armor. Yet the Radiance Divine Scepter pierced through the metal armor like it was tofu. A ray of light shot out from the giant wolf metal beast's corpse, falling onto Huang Xiaolong's jade plate. His points rose immediately. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong was already moving on to the next 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, Heavenly Demon and Metal Beast. A second later, the crowd on the plaza saw that Huang Xiaolong's points had soared, closing in on the Heavenly Prince Dijing's points, and their eyes widened in astonishment, while their throats felt dry. This Huang Xiaolong, does he really want to chase up to His Highness Heavenly Prince? One of the Heavenly Court's marshals muttered with disbelief. Impossible! How could it be possible for Huang Xiaolong to catch up to His Highness points? Our Heavenly Prince has the Heavenly Tao Godhead, the Heaven's Tao physique, a top-notch talent like none other. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor is inferior compared to him. Then how can Huang Xiaolong compete with His Highness? It's a blasphemy to compare him with His Highness. You sure spit flew everywhere. The entire plaza was enshrouded in a heavy silence. All eyes were staring at the first and second place on the rankings board. They could hear their heartbeats racing in their ears as they watched the first and second place points increase rapidly. Half a day later, finally Huang Xiaolong's name on the rankings board shone bright, and it shook. So did the Heavenly Court Secret Region. Huang Xiaolong, who ranked second, jumped to the first place, and the Heavenly Prince fell to second place. Huang Xiaolong's name shone brightly as the sun, emitting 10,000 zhang long resplendent rays. The Heavenly Court's marshals were agape as they stared at the rankings board. The Solitude Emperor Palace's Gudu Wui was wide agape in shock, and so were the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Chen Jianwei, the Brightness Emperor Palace's Chen Wanqian, and the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Lu Yuan. Even Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Li Shan, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and many others also had the same expressions. He actually surpassed His Highness? The Heavenly Court's marshal's stammering voice sounded through the plaza. This is impossible. How is it possible that Huang Xiaolong surpassed our Heavenly Prince? Yu Shi muttered intelligibly, but refuted stubbornly. Even if he has surpassed the Heavenly Prince at the moment, that doesn't mean he can maintain the first place. That's right. His Highness is this era's undisputed genius, and the first place can only belong to His Highness. The True Divinity Sect Chief Wang Haojuan looked at the name on the highest spot of the rankings board. Whilst shocked, there was also wryness in his shock. Looks like our previous assumptions are really wrong. When Huang Xiaolong had surpassed the True Divinity Sect's Long Xiaojun earlier, they had guessed that Huang Xiaolong might have broken through to the 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm like Long Xiaojun. But now they doubted if was it merely the 6th Order Heavenly Monarch realm? Sect Chief, you mean Huang Xiaolong's strength is comparable to the Heavenly Prince Dijing? The True Divinity Sect's ancestor's voice was stuttering badly, and he was unable to make himself sound calm no matter what. Not possible, right? Impossible. Even if Huang Xiaolong really has two King of Supreme Godheads, he can't achieve the same level of cultivation as the heavenly Prince Dijing in less than 1,000 years. Another true divinity sect's ancestor blurted in denial. But he had barely finished speaking when the remaining words stuck in his throat. If that is impossible for Huang Xiaolong to achieve with his two king of supreme godheads, then what if he has? The ancestor did not dare to venture down this line of thought. The same idea occurred to the rest of the true divinity sect's group, and their faces actually paled a little. In truth, even if Huang Xiaolong snatches first place in the preliminary round, it doesn't mean he has the same level of strength as the heavenly Prince Dijing. A moment later, the true divinity sect chief Wang Haojuan suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Then again, even if he doesn't have the same level of strength as the heavenly Prince Dijing, it is certain his strength is not weaker than the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan and Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong's strength." The rest of the true divinity sect nodded their heads in agreement with Wang Haojuan's opinion. Indeed, the preliminary trial was to kill heavenly demons, devils, and others to accumulate points. Rankings were determined based on the number of points. Even though higher points reflected one's strength, the person with the highest points was not necessarily the strongest. Perhaps the heavenly Prince Dijing was still concealing his real strength inside the heavenly court secret region. Or maybe Huang Xiaolong had resorted to some kind of secret ancient technique that enabled him to find his prey in the shortest time, which increased his hunting efficiency. No wonder Huang Xiaolong has the confidence to bet 40 million on himself for winning first place. Everyone mocked him as retarded, but now no one would dare to think so. One of the true divinity sect's ancestors sighed. Then again, in the last round of stage battles, Huang Xiaolong will be no match against the heavenly Prince Dijing. While the crowd at the plaza was fervently discussing Huang Xiaolong, the Radiance Divine Scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand emitted a burst of glaring white light that condensed into a beam that shot forward like lightning. In a split second, the white light beam pierced through the eyebrows of a 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demon up ahead. A ray of light flew out from the Heavenly Demon's body, and the points on Huang Xiaolong's jade plate continued to rise. His points broke into the 1 million range. Right at this time, Heavenly Prince Dijing, who was pushed down to a second place by Huang Xiaolong, regained the first place as 6,000 points were added to this name. Dijing's 6,000 points more than covered the 2,000 points gap between him and Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong sneered in a carefree manner. It seemed like he had given Dijing some pressure, and he was about to exert some efforts. Had he killed 6 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demons simultaneously? Huang Xiaolong waved out the Radiance Divine Scepter in his hand. Alarming radiance-like god force shot out from its moon-shaped blade and separated into a swarm of radiance lightning dragons. Heavenly demons, metal beasts, and even devils were pierced by these radiance lightning dragons one after another in the distance. Heavenly demons, metal beasts, and devils fell like dominoes, purified by the radiance light energy from the divine scepter, and disappeared from the world. Huang Xiaolong's points soared once again, regaining the top spot. The pattern continued. Huang Xiaolong and the heavenly Prince Dijing consistently switched ranks back and forth as the trial progressed. More often than not, Dijing was suppressed in second place by Huang Xiaolong even though he managed to recapture the position from time to time. As time passed, nightfall arrived. After a day of hunting, the heavenly court secret region's air smelled of the rusty scent of blood. There was despair, sorrow, and death in the atmosphere. The jade mirror, high in the air, above the plaza showed the various changes continuously. Some participants' rankings fell while others' rankings rose. Some participants' names disappeared completely from the rankings boards. When a name disappeared from the rankings board, it represented death. The person had fallen. Even though it was only the first day of trial, numerous names had disappeared from the rankings board. Disciples in the top 100,000 were all geniuses cultivated by various forces using many resources. So every disciple's loss pained these forces. Hence, woeful cries and laments could be heard across the plaza quite frequently. Under the silver moonlit sky, Huang Xiaolong sped across several mountain peaks. However, one could not see the moon inside the heavenly court secret region. only the ethereal slivers of cold moonlight, pulling one into a dreamy state. Heavenly demons tumbled to the ground as the radiance divine scepter in Huang Xiaolong's hand slaughtered in the night. The silver moonlight added a strange charm to the scarlet blood on the ground. Huang Xiaolong opened the eye of hell. In the darkness, his eye of hell could see even further. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Through a stretch of mountains, he spotted flickering flames inside a cave. Fire? Other participating disciples. Although a day had passed, this was the first time Huang Xiaolong encountered another disciple. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong accelerated towards the valley where the fire was burning, while killing the heavenly demons and metal beasts on his way. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to reach the valley. In the valley, several disciples were sitting around a bonfire. There were disciples from the Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, and also the Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace. The Solitude Emperor Palace's Gudu Kanyang was among them. Gudu Kanyang was laughing as he said, "Today, I had good luck. I killed 6 Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples." One of the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples, a middle-aged man with outstanding air, laughed as well. According to the Fiend God Emperor Palace's bounty, 1,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones will be rewarded for killing 1 Fortune Emperor Palace's disciple. 6 means 6,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. When we go out, Solitude Emperor's disciple should treat us to a meal. This middle-aged man was called Sun Fei, and his strength was in the top 5 among the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples participating in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. He was a late Third Order Heavenly Monarch. Sun Fei was currently ranked 16th on the rankings board. Gudu Kanyang laughed happily as he said, "No problem, we'll work harder again tomorrow, and kill a few more Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples. The Fortune Emperor Palace has sent 1,000 disciples, so if we kill a few hundred of them, we will get several 100,000 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Pity that we didn't encounter Peng Shao or that Huang Xiaolong. Killing Peng Shao is worth 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Moreover, I've heard that Peng Shao has the Purple Phoenix physique, so it would be a great supplement if we can get her in essence. Moreover, killing Huang Xiaolong is worth 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones." The White Dragon Emperor's disciple, Chun Zhuang, from the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace hesitated. "Brother Kanyang, Huang Xiaolong is currently battling for the first place with the Heavenly Prince Di Jing. I'm afraid his strength greatly exceeds our assumption." Gudu Kanyang sneered disdainfully. "Do you guys think that the dogfart of Huang Xiaolong could really compete with the Heavenly Prince Di Jing? I don't believe it, and I won't believe it. How could a brat that has less than 1,000 cultivation years have that strength? I really wish I encounter that brat right now." Greed burned in his eyes as he spoke. It was an open secret that Huang Xiaolong carried a peerless treasure. "Is that so?" Just as Gudu Kanyang finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Who?" Everyone was alarmed and quickly got to their feet. Then they saw a figure walking towards them from a short distance. Huang Xiaolong, Gudu Kanyang, Sun Fei, Chun Zhuang, and the others paled, seeing who it was. In the next moment, Gudu Kanyang let out delighted laughter as he said, "Huang Xiaolong, who would have thought that you would deliver yourself to our doorsteps? This is great, truly great. You have saved me the trouble of searching for you high and low." Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly after hearing Gudu Kanyang's words. He looked at them and asked, "Which one of you wants to die first?" Gudu Kanyang and the others stiffened speechlessly at Huang Xiaolong's retort. "Huang Xiaolong, you're knocking on death's door without realizing it. Do you think that just because you stand in second place, we are afraid of you? I, Gudu Kanyang, am the Solitude Emperor Palace's brightest star, and the most dazzling genius. I am even more talented than our founder. I have a supreme godhead and have cultivated for almost 100,000 years. My cultivation is already at the peak late Third Order Heavenly Monarch realm. I don't believe someone like you, who hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years, can be stronger than me." Gudu Kanyang laughed mockingly. "Your subordinate once injured my father outside this Heavenly Court secret region. But now no subordinates can help you here. Let's see what is making you this confident and arrogant. Gudu Kanyang's god force surged vigorously out of his body, and his supreme godhead spun to the limit. His own words riled up his emotions, and his face twisted in excitement. Just as Gudu Kanyang was about to attack, Huang Xiaolong's palm struck faster than him. An enormous but invisible giant palm imprint flew out and smashed Gudu Kanyang into the ground. A loud boom rang as the entire valley swayed violently. Gudu Kanyang's voice disappeared abruptly. The Brightness Emperor Palace's Sun Fei, 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's Chun Zhuang, and the others looked dazedly at Gudu Kanyang lying at the bottom of a giant pit. Noisy! Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly. Sun Fei, Chun Zhuang, and the others were jolted to their senses by Huang Xiaolong's icy voice. All of them retreated in panic as their sights fell on Huang Xiaolong again. Their heartbeats raced, and their faces looked pale under the moonlight. They could hear Gudu Kanyang grunting weakly in pain as he struggled to climb up the pit. Huang Xiaolong had merely used a fraction of over 10,000ths of his strength, maybe even less. Therefore, Gudu Kanyang, who has the supreme godhead, hadn't died instantly. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at the blood-stained Gudu Kanyang, struggling to climb out from the pit. Still, just as Gudu Kanyang's upper body emerged above the pit, Huang Xiaolong's palm pressed down from across space. Rumble! The entire valley swayed and quaked again. Deep crevices split across the land's surface, accompanied by Gudu Kanyang's miserable screams as he fell deeper into the earth. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This time, there were no movements from Gudu Kanyang at the bottom of the pit. Thinking of the worst, Sun Fei, Chun Zhuang, and the others turned even paler in dread. Among the dozen of them, Gudu Kanyang's strength was the highest, and the second was Sun Fei. Chun Zhuang and the rest were between the late Second Order and early Third Order Heavenly Monarch realm. Even Gudu Kanyang had failed to withstand 2 strikes from Huang Xiaolong. Then how could they? Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? I am a core disciple of the Brightness Emperor Palace and the personal disciple of Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chun Wenxin. If you dare to kill me, the whole Brightness Emperor Palace won't spare you. The Brightness Emperor Palace will annihilate your Fortune Emperor Palace down to the last dog. Sun Fei threatened, pointing his finger condescendingly at Huang Xiaolong's face. Count in my 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Also, my 1,000 Venoms Emperor Palace. Chun Zhuang and other disciples quickly supported Sun Fei. Huang Xiaolong laughed carelessly while looking at Sun Fei. What's so great about the Brightness Emperor Palace? I'm going to raise the Brightness Emperor Palace to the ground sooner or later. But it's probably going to be sooner rather than later. So, not only you, I am going to kill the so-called Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong. Just the same. Sun Fei was quivering so badly that even his lips trembled at Huang Xiaolong's words. Raise the Brightness Emperor Palace to the ground? Even the Grand Mist Emperor Palace or the Heavenly Court hadn't dared to say that they could raise off the Brightness Emperor Palace to the ground. Otherwise, the Brightness Emperor Palace wouldn't have stood until now. Yet how could Huang Xiaolong have the guts to spout such nonsense about raising off their Brightness Emperor Palace to the ground? Sun Fei's eyes were spitting sparks of anger. He bellowed towards Chun Zhuang and the rest. We're going to die anyway. Everyone, attack him together and kill him. All those supreme treasures on him will be ours. There are more than 10 of us, and our combined power can even kill a 4th Order, or even a 5th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. I believe we can kill Huang Xiaolong. As he said that, radiant white god force enshrouded Sun Fei that was akin to a small white star shining brightly. The Angel's Sword. Sun Fei's arms stretched out, and his radiance light energy condensed into a sharp light sword and cut at Huang Xiaolong. Sword chi overlapped in layers, and the surrounding rock walls of the valley started to crack and crumble even before the attack landed. Huang Xiaolong sneered, seeing Sun Fei's actions. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his grip. He barely moved and merely infused his Radiance Light God Force into the Radiance Divine Scepter. The moon-shaped blade on top of the Divine Scepter condensed a Radiance Lightning Dragon that instantly destroyed Sun Fei's attack, and it flew onwards, piercing Sun Fei's chest. Sun Fei stiffened, and he lowered his head awkwardly to look at the big hole in his chest. The hole in his chest was still expanding as Radiance Light God Force spread to other parts of his body from the hole. Before Chun Zhuang and the others' terrified faces, Sun Fei disintegrated into spots of light and vanished from the world as they witnessed his demise. Earlier, they were tempted by Sun Fei's words into cooperating with him to deal with Huang Xiaolong. But now, they were frozen in place. Suddenly, one of them screamed, turned around and fled. In just a split second, he was already high in the air, above the valley. However, when this Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace's disciple escaped, a flash of divine lightning struck him suddenly. In a split second, he was sent back into the valley. When he crashed to the ground, he looked blacker than charcoal. Chun Zhuang and the rest turned even paler, seeing his ending. An air of despair clouded their faces. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything. I'll do whatever you want me to do. A Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple pleaded. Chun Zhuang glared fiercely at the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. He lightly tapped his index finger in the air, and an overwhelming force pierced a hole through the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple's forehead. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple's eyes widened in shock as he tumbled lifelessly to the ground. I have said that I would destroy the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. That means all of you are bound to die here. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice went on. If you want someone to blame, blame it on these 4 Emperor Palace's Emperor's disciples. Chun Zhuang suddenly bellowed, and his body transformed into a small white dragon with a twist of his body. He lunged towards Huang Xiaolong with mad desperation. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Chun Jianwei and the rest had a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and Chun Zhuang, as the White Dragon Emperor's disciple, naturally had dragon bloodline in him. Relying on his not-so-high pure dragon bloodline, Chun Zhuang could transform into a white dragon for a short amount of time. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chun Zhuang coming at him in his dragon form. He didn't even use the Radiance Divine Scepter, but met with Chun Zhuang's dragon claw with a bare fist. Howl! The white dragon Chun Zhuang wailed in pain as his dragon claw was pulverized into fragments by Huang Xiaolong's punch, and Chun Zhuang was hurled backward from the impact. Chun Zhuang was half buried into the valley wall. More flesh, blood, and dragon scales ricocheted. You! Chun Zhuang groaned weakly, but the fear in his eyes was obvious as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. His body slid down the wall, falling to the ground with a soft thud. His pupils were blank and lifeless. More screams and cries echoed in the valley, but it soon resumed its calmness. Huang Xiaolong walked over the wet, bloodied land as he left the valley. Outside at the plaza, the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's White Dragon Emperor Chen Huan was focused on the 69th place when suddenly, he wailed with grief, "No!" On the 69th spot, Chun Zhuang's name dimmed and vanished silently. Not far away, Gudu Wui was filled with indescribable anguish as he gazed at the 40th place on the rankings board. His voice spoke of fury, despair, unwillingness, and denial as he sobbed, "My son Canyong." The most intense emotion of all was his hatred and pain towards the heavens and everything in it. Similarly, the other Solitude Emperor Palace's ancestors' eyes were a little dim with grief, and anguish was etched on their faces. The pillar of their hope, the Solitude Emperor Palace's most talented genius, the Solitude Emperor's disciple, was dead. Dead. Gudu Nanaying's mind went completely blank. They had been fantasizing that Gudu Kenyang would perform outstandingly in this time's battle of the Heavenly Court, entering the top 30 ranks. He was on the path to bringing glory and honor to their Solitude Emperor Palace. But now, their hopes were shattered. They hadn't even entered the second day of the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Like Gudu Wui and the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Chen Huan, the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chan Wenxin was staring at the 46th place on the rankings board with a dark and sullen expression. His personal disciple, Sun Fei's name, had just disappeared from that spot a second ago. Sun Fei was his sole personal disciple, and he looked favorably on him. Although Sun Fei's talent couldn't compare to the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong, Sun Fei's talent and potential definitely ranked in the top 3 among the Brightness Emperor Palace's younger generation of disciples. Moreover, Sun Fei's strength was in the top 5 among the Brightness Emperor Palace's participating disciples. Sun Fei had a high chance of advancing into the top 50 in this battle of the Heavenly Court. But now he was dead. Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Qian Wenxian comforted him. Rest assured, we will investigate Fei's death. If Fei's death is unrelated to any heavenly demons or devils, I won't let his death be meaningless. Elder brother, you mean? Qian Wenxian trembled, and his eyes widened as if he had thought of something. Qian Wenxian was his elder brother of the same blood. Both of them were high-level Emperor Realm experts, which was rare in the divine world. Qian Wenxian's eyes glimmered as he added, Sun Fei and the Solitude Emperor Palace's Gudu Kanyang, 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's Chen Zhuang, and the Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace's disciple Jiang De died around the same time. I feel this is not a coincidence. Qian Wenxian blanked for a moment. In the next second, a ruthless light flickered across his eyes as he said, if it's someone who dares to provoke our Brightness Emperor Palace by killing our disciples, then this person is courting death. I will make sure this person regrets living in this world. Qian Wenxian agreed. If it is as per my assumption, very few people have the strength to kill all of them at once. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. A total of 5 days had passed since the start of the preliminary round. During this time, as the gap between points widened further, the changes on the rankings board were much less frequent and had become more stable. This was especially true for the top 100 names, where there were almost no changes. The most frequent changes happened between the first and second place. Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Prince Dijing were still battling for first place. Even with the support of the Radiance Divine Scepter and his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead, Huang Xiaolong hadn't yet suppressed Dijing completely. But this did not disappoint Huang Xiaolong. Instead, he became more excited and interested. In the beginning, Huang Xiaolong had merely employed half of his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Godforce. As time passed, he had gradually increased the percentage of Godforce to 60, then 70, 80, and now it had already reached 90%. Merely relying on the innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Godforce was insufficient to gain a significant lead over Dijing's points. Thus Huang Xiaolong began employing 100% of the innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Godforce power. Another 2 days went by. Huang Xiaolong and Heavenly Prince Dijing's points were still battling intensely. The two took turns occupying the first and second place. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong sneered. In that case, he was curious to see where Dijing's limit was. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong circulated his Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead's Godforce in combination with his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's Godforce to the max. 2 Godheads' Godforce superimposed drastically, increasing Huang Xiaolong's hunting speed. The gap between Huang Xiaolong and Heavenly Prince Dijing's points widened visibly at a shocking speed. In a mere 1 hour, Huang Xiaolong had pulled ahead by more than 10,000 points. However, an hour later, the Heavenly Prince Dijing's points exploded upward and narrowed the distance. However, just as Dijing's points were about to catch up to Huang Xiaolong, they suddenly stopped increasing and hovered within 1,000 points from Huang Xiaolong's. Has he given up? Huang Xiaolong frowned, seeing this, but he quickly figured it out. It seems like Dijing doesn't plan to show all his trump cards. Hence, he has given up, for the time being. Above a mountain range within the Heavenly Court secret region, Heavenly Prince Dijing checked the rankings board. He had just smashed a peak early 10th order Heavenly Monarch Realm Heavenly Demon into pieces with a punch. He sneered, seeing Huang Xiaolong's sudden explosive rise in points. Looks like this is your limit. In the end, this is your level. Even if I relented the preliminary round's first place to you, so what? But Huang Xiaolong, you did not disappoint me. This is the only way I will be interested in killing you in the final round of stage battle. Huang Xiaolong's performance in the preliminary round had raised a tsunami of shock in his heart. Huang Xiaolong had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. Yet he had the strength to compete for the preliminary round's first place with him. Up until this point, Di Jing was still finding it hard to accept this truth. After all, he had the heavenly Tao Godhead and heaven's Tao physique. Logically speaking, his talent should be the highest in the entire universe. There was no possibility of anyone surpassing his talent. But now, this Huang Xiaolong with less than 1,000 years of cultivation was competing for the top spot with someone like him, who had 3,000 cultivation years. This point made Di Jing's usually expressionless face slightly distorted. He really couldn't figure out why there was someone more talented than him. After all, he had the #1 divine physique and #1 king of supreme godhead. Huang Xiaolong, go die! No matter what, Huang Xiaolong cannot be allowed to grow further. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. And I, Di Jing, won't let a person with a higher talent and potential than mine survive in this universe. With this logic, Huang Xiaolong needed to die in the final round stage battle. Di Jing was determined to use everything he had to kill Huang Xiaolong. He also planned to search Huang Xiaolong's memories to get all his secrets. I'll kill whoever dares to hinder me at that time. Huang Xiaolong, you're destined to die by my hands. Di Jing's killing intent was so ferocious that it was corporeal, turning into death gods by his side. At this time, Di Jing was no longer the heavenly court's heavenly prince, but an overlord of death. On the plaza, everyone was dumbfounded, watching Huang Xiaolong's points explode upwards. Yu Shi and the rest of heavenly court's marshals sat dazedly on the high stage. Even His Highness is squeezed down by Huang Xiaolong? Yu Shi's face was extremely gloomy. At Area 61, Zhao Lei's mind was completely blank as he looked dazedly at the rankings board. His lips trembled as he spoke. This kid, is he really my personal disciple? Is he really our Huang Xiaolong? He even suspected if it was someone with the same name. But it was written clearly on the rankings board, Huang Xiaolong of the Fortune Emperor Palace. Fortune Emperor Palace had only one person named Huang Xiaolong. In other words, that name in the first place was really his personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, Li Shan's face darkened. He said to Zhao Lei and Fang Xianxian, "Look at Xiao's name." Zhao Lei and Fang Xianxian quickly looked at where Peng Zhao's name, which was in 3,532nd place. At this time, her name was too dim, as if it was about to vanish at any moment. Both Zhao Lei and Fang Xianxian paled visibly. The Fortune Emperor Palace's group became anxious, watching Peng Zhao's name glimmering dimly like a candle in the wind that could go off at any moment. Their hearts were hanging in their throats. This situation indicated that Peng Zhao was in mortal danger. If Peng Zhao's name disappears, then that would mean... Thinking of this possibility, Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Li Shan, Golden Brow, Blood Knife, and the others became agitated. What to do? What to do? Fang Xianxian was almost pacing in circles from anxiety. Zhao Lei sighed. There is no way we can go inside. We can only hope Xiaolong finds Peng Zhao as soon as possible. Xiaolong, you must find Peng Zhao quickly. Fang Xianxian prayed over and over again in her heart. At this time, inside the heavenly court's secret region, Peng Zhao's dress sleeves were damp from dripping blood. There was a giant fist imprint on her chest, and the outer edges of the fist imprint exuded ripples of radiance energy. This radiance energy had a corrosive element that continuously corroded her internal organs and godhead. Besieging her were 3 disciples from Brightness Emperor Palace and 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples. These disciples' cultivation ranged between early to mid-First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm and a late First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Peng Zhao forced herself to remain steady as she moved back very slowly. Behind her was the edge of a bottomless sharp cliff. The 5 of you attacked a single woman. I truly did not expect the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to have such shameless disciples. Peng Zhao glared fiercely at the 5 men opposite her. The late First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm disciple from Brightness Emperor Palace sneered disdainfully at Peng Zhao's words. After killing you, we can collect the Fiend God Emperor Palace's 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty. What's wrong with being shameless? Moreover, nothing is really shameless in this world. The other two Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples chuckled wickedly, and one of them said, Peng Shao, I've heard you have the purple phoenix physique and that your essence is a great supplement. How about this? If you want to live, serve us well, we can spare your life. What do you think? Pay! Peng Shao spat in indignance. She glared coldly at them and sneered, Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you lay a finger on me. However, don't feel smug so fast, as when you go collect your bounty from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, Xiaolong will definitely find out about it. So, even if I die here, Xiaolong will avenge me. Huang Xiaolong. The five disciples' expressions sank. It would be a lie to say they were not apprehensive of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had suppressed even the Heavenly Prince. So any fool could see that Huang Xiaolong was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Peng Zhao's sneer deepened as her gaze shifted to the two Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples. I heard that when Xiaolong visited the Grand Mist Emperor Palace in the past, your Grand Mist Emperor sent his personal disciple, the Emperor's disciple, to welcome him. You'd better think of the consequences of killing me. Panic and dread flickered across the two Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples' eyes. Although neither of them had witnessed this, they had learned that the Grand Mist Emperor had ordered Grand Elder Wu Tianhe's cultivation to be abolished before expelling him from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace for offending Huang Xiaolong. The late First Order Heavenly Monarch Realm Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple interjected promptly with a cold sneer and said, Peng Shao, no need to play mind games at this point. The Heavenly Court has already determined that Huang Xiaolong has no direct relationship with the Grand Mist Emperor. The Grand Mist Emperor had his personal disciple welcome Huang Xiaolong only because of his talent with a king of supreme godhead. That is why the Grand Mist Emperor gave Huang Xiaolong a chance to see him. That is all there is to it. He then said to the two Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples, Brother Chunming, Brother Zhao Xiaodan, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. Think about it. Even if we kill this woman Peng Shao, who would know if we don't talk? If you are worried, then the three of us can help you collect the bounty from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. Neither of you needs to show your face. Huang Xiaolong will never find out this matter's connection with you. The two Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples' eyes shone a little with obvious temptation. A moment later, both finally nodded their heads in agreement. Xueran inwardly sighed in relief, seeing this. Though Peng Shao was merely a peak late 10th Order God King realm, her battle prowess was higher than average that it took the five disciples' combined efforts to suppress her. The five advanced towards Peng Shao. Peng Shao took a step back, then another, until she was right at the edge of the cliff. Snickers sounded from all five men. Peng Shao, unless you decide to blow your body, I advise you to surrender obediently. Pleasure us. It's pleasurable for you as well. Isn't that a good thing? Let me tell you frankly. After we kill you and get our bounty from the Fiend God Emperor Palace, what can Huang Xiaolong do to us when he learns about it? The Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple laughed wantonly. My master is the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chun Wenqian. Huang Xiaolong won't dare to touch a hair on my body. I don't think he has the guts. The rest laughed in undisguised ridicule. You will know very soon if I have the guts. Suddenly, an icy voice sounded in their ears. The five men were startled and turned around in a jerk. Huang Xiaolong, the five exclaimed in unison. Peng Shao was overjoyed at Huang Xiaolong's arrival, but she was also slightly dazed with disbelief. How? She had never imagined Huang Xiaolong could really find her. Xiaolong, is it really you? Really, really? Peng Zhao's eyes were red-rimmed with tears threatening to fall. Huang Xiaolong nodded at her and smiled. Can I be fake? Peng Shao bloomed like a sea of flowers after the rain. At his response. Before entering the Heavenly Court secret region, Huang Xiaolong had given Peng Shao a protection talisman. This protection talisman was actually given to him by the King of Grand Mist, and it came as a pair. As long as Peng Shao was in danger and activated the talisman's power, Huang Xiaolong would sense Peng Zhao's location with other talismans' help. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the five disciples. In a split second, Xueran lunged towards Peng Shao to capture her as a hostage. A strong killing intent flashed across Huang Xiaolong's eyes, seeing the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples' intentions to use Peng Xiao as a hostage. He was already blocking Peng Xiao in a flicker, while he raised his fist and punched to the front. Poof! In the next second, the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples spewed blood from his mouth, and his flesh ruptured. By the time he fell to the ground, there was nothing but a puddle of blood. The stifling blood scent and the pieces of internal organs on the ground nauseated the other 4 disciples. Huang Xiaolong, my master is the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenqian, the same disciple who had claimed that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have the guts to do anything, shouted and suppressed the fear that was spreading in his chest as he added, "You!" Before he could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong slapped him across space like he was swatting a fly, flattening the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple into a human-shaped meat cake into the ground. The remaining 3 disciples were bloodlessly pale at this point. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze fell on them as he spoke. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Each of you can say 1 sentence, and if your reason can move me, I will spare your life." Hope flared in Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple Chun Ming's heart, and he almost shouted, "Huang Xiaolong, I am a disciple of Grand Mist Emperor Palace." Huang Xiaolong flicked his fingers. The force sent the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple flying out, and he exploded into blood mist in midair. Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples. So what? Blood rained down from high air, drenching the last 2 of the group. Looking at the blood washing down their bodies, the 2 disciples screamed in horror as the fear in their hearts sprung out of control. Both turned and started fleeing headlessly, and the direction didn't matter as long as it was far away from Huang Xiaolong. Watching the 2 disciples fleeing desperately in fear, Huang Xiaolong merely waved his palm, and the 2 disciples were hurled straight into the mountain peak in the distance. The mountain shattered, rocks and boulders crumbled and buried both disciples underneath. After dealing with the last 2 disciples, Huang Xiaolong turned around and faced Peng Xiao. "Let's go. I'll help you heal your injuries." Peng Xiao nodded her head in a docile manner, looking well-mannered and gentle. The entire time, Huang Xiaolong had stood in front of her, protecting her. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's muscular back had given her a sense of security like never before. Huang Xiaolong brought along Peng Xiao with his god force and their figures disappeared from the cliff. When Huang Xiaolong and Peng Xiao left the valley, the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenqian's face was darker than muddy water in the plaza outside. A second ago, his personal disciple Lu Xiu's name had disappeared from the rankings board. Dead. He had 3 personal disciples. Lu Xiu was not the one with the highest potential, but he was the one personal disciple Chen Wenqian doted on the most. On top of that, Chen Wenqian had noticed the disappearance of 2 other Heavenly Monarch Realm Brightness Emperor Palace disciples' names in the same time window as his disciple Lu Xiu. Every Heavenly Monarch Realm disciple belonged to a younger generation, nurtured explicitly by the Brightness Emperor Palace with time, effort, and numerous resources. Find out who it was who. Chen Wenqian was close to running amok, and his spit flew everywhere as he barked out the order to the Brightness Emperor Palace's enforcement hall master next to him. It had only been a little over 7 days into the preliminary round, and it was not even the 8th day, yet the Brightness Emperor Palace had lost 34 disciples. Not to mention all of these disciples were on the rankings board. Who knew how many of those outside the rankings board had died? There were 8 Heavenly Monarch Realm disciples among the fallen Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples on the rankings board. Chen Wenqian's facial nerve twitched uncontrollably for a second. This has never happened in all previous battle of the Heavenly Court. In the past, hardly any Heavenly Monarch Realm disciple had died in the battle of the Heavenly Court. And even if someone had died, it was merely 1 or 2 at most. This time, in less than 8 days into the battle of the Heavenly Court, their Brightness Emperor Palace had already lost 8 Heavenly Monarch Realm disciples. If these things continued to progress at this rate and manner, wouldn't all of the Brightness Emperor Palace's Heavenly Monarch Realm disciples be annihilated? Who was it? Someone must be preying on their Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples. Chen Wenxian's eyes were filled with hatred as his gaze fell onto the Fortune Emperor Palace's group at Zone 61, where Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and others were seated. In the divine world, only Huang Xiaolong had the guts and strength to kill Sun Fei, Lu Xiu, and the others, and offend the Brightness Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong, you son of a bitch! Chen Wenxian bellowed inwardly. Regardless of the final results of this term's battle of the Heavenly Court, he absolutely wouldn't allow Huang Xiaolong to leave the Heavenly Court alive. By this time, Huang Xiaolong and Peng Xiao had found a suitable cave and were inside it. Huang Xiaolong took out a great Brahma Sarira pill and told Peng Xiao to swallow it. He circulated Radiance Light Energy God Force and placed his palm against Peng Xiao's back to help her refine the great Brahma Sarira pill faster. In just a short moment, Peng Xiao's pallid complexion gradually turned ruddy. But Peng Xiao's breathing seemed a little fast and heavy. Peng Xiao, how do you feel? Huang Xiaolong asked worriedly as he removed his palm from her back when he noticed her abnormal breathing. Peng Xiao glanced at Huang Xiaolong and her face flushed a little. She shook her head and responded with a mosquito voice. I'm fine, much better. Her breathing was a little chaotic because Huang Xiaolong's palm was pressing against her back. His palm was big, warm, and it felt hot on her back. So hot that it made her a little uncomfortable in a strange way. Huang Xiaolong was relieved hearing her reply. He smiled and said, That's good. He didn't overthink about Peng Xiao's earlier strangeness. Peng Xiao got up from the cave floor, inwardly forcing her racing heart to calm down. She demurely looked at Huang Xiaolong and urged, I'm all right now. Quickly go and continue with the competition. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely taken aback but swiftly understood that Peng Xiao was worried about dragging him down on the rankings. After all, bringing Peng Xiao with him would more or less affect his hunting speed. Silly girl. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he understood it. Who knew Peng Xiao would actually roll her eyes at him? Her expression and gaze seemed to carry 1,000 layers of meaning that made Huang Xiaolong's heart unknowingly skip a beat. You're the silly one, Peng Xiao retorted. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless by her action and smiled to cover his awkwardness. Right. I'm silly. I'm the silly one. Watching Huang Xiaolong's silly demeanor, Peng Xiao broke out into laughter. Huang Xiaolong was mesmerized, looking at Peng Xiao's merry laughter. Usually, Peng Xiao's temperament was more aloof and cold. Like Li Lu, Huang Xiaolong rarely saw Peng Xiao laugh so openly like now. Moreover, her laughter was akin to a warm breeze, like a blooming sea of flowers. Fool. Noticing that Huang Xiaolong was foolishly watching her, Peng Xiao mumbled, but her face was already colored with a pinkish hue. She suddenly took a step forward and brushed her soft cherry lips against Huang Xiaolong's cheek in a quick peck and skipped away. Huang Xiaolong was left rooted on the spot with wide, shocked eyes. Peng Xiao's face turned even redder, just like a ripe apple. Peng Xiao, Huang Xiaolong called out stupidly. N. Her response was barely audible. How about one more time? Time went by quickly, and before they knew it, 29 days had already passed. Today was the last day of the preliminary round. All the participating disciples seemed to have depleted all of their energy, desperately striving for a better result on the last day. Their points were crawling up at a slow pace as the number of prey had significantly reduced. Huang Xiaolong ranked first on the rankings board with a shocking 34,346,000 points. This number was enough to frighten many people until their minds blanked. In second place was the Heavenly Prince Di Jing with 25,623,000 points. That was a gap of over 8 million points. Further down the rankings board, in third place, was the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan with a little over 12 million points. While in fourth place was the Brightness Emperor Palace's Lan Tailong. Lan Tailong's points were slightly above 11 million. The True Divinity Sect's Long Xiaozhen's points in fifth place were even lower, and he hadn't even broken past 10 million. He had only 9 million plus points. As the crowd at the plaza waited with different expectations and emotions, the preliminary round finally ended. The surviving participants were sent out from the Heavenly Court secret region in batches. Huang Xiaolong, Peng Xiao, and other Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples were sent out in different groups. Huang Xiaolong's face sank, seeing only 400+ Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples. It was clear what happened to the remaining Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples that were not sent out. Under the Fiend God Emperor Palace's lucrative bounties, almost all the rest of the Emperor Palace's disciples preyed on the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples. Right at this time, the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong, who was transferred out, was striding towards Huang Xiaolong with the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenqian and the rest. A group of people from the Fiend God Emperor Palace also strode over, led by ancestor Lu Yuan. The Fiend God Emperor Palace was followed by the Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Thousand Venoms Emperor Palace, and Flying Blossoms Emperor Palace. In a short while, the Fortune Emperor Palace's group was tightly surrounded by people from several Emperor Palaces. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he looked at the people from the Brightness Emperor Palace, Fiend God Emperor Palace, and the others. The first to speak was the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenqian. Chen Wenqian fixed his cold and poisonous gaze on Huang Xiaolong as he demanded, "Huang Xiaolong, speak. Did you kill my disciple?" The Brightness Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, and others were glaring at Huang Xiaolong with intense hatred. Huang Xiaolong's expression was tepid as he replied, "I only counted the 245 Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples that I killed. I can't say for the other palaces if your disciples were among them." Killed 245 Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples. Gasps of shock sounded through the crowd. Simply ruthless. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenqian, Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong, and the rest of Brightness Emperor Palace's group were spewing fire from their eyes. They looked as if they would roast Huang Xiaolong there and then, and gnaw on his flesh and blood. "Huang Xiaolong, you dog!" Chen Wenqian bellowed, and his killing intent soared to the sky. "Oh right, I remember now," Huang Xiaolong suddenly remarked. "One time, there was a Brightness Emperor Palace's disciple shouting that he was the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Weiqian's disciple. But I don't know if it was true." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, the killing intent in Chen Wenqian's eyes turned violent, and he roared, "You're saying that despite knowing he was my disciple, you killed him?" Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he questioned in return. "So what if he was your disciple?" "You? Why?" Chen Wenqian glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chen Wenqian like he was looking at a retard. "Fine, if you need a reason, I'll give you one. The sight of Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples displeased my eyes. Moreover, didn't the Brightness Emperor Palace instigate idiotic Wuxia to force us out of manor number 61? Of course, other than those reasons, your disciple and 2 other Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples, as well as 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples, were besieging Peng Xiao for the Fiend God Emperor Palace's 1 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty." Everyone was stunned. Was Huang Xiaolong telling them that he had killed those 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples too? "You killed 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples?" Chen Wenqian asked with uncertainty and disbelief. He watched Huang Xiaolong's face to see if there were any signs of lying. The participants from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace were all core disciples, and the majority of them were either Grand Elders or Hall Masters, and even Ancestors' personal disciples. Even the Heavenly Court's princes wouldn't disclose that they had dared to kill the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's participating disciples. It was no exaggeration to say that, no matter their identity, people wouldn't dare to kill a Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple. It was equivalent to piercing a hole through the sky. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace's group that was about to leave stopped abruptly and turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Obviously, they had heard what Huang Xiaolong had said. Leading the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's group to the Battle of the Heavenly Court was Han Qing, Zhang Renjie, and 8 ancestors. When Han Qing and others looked over, Huang Xiaolong went on matter-of-factly, "That's right. I killed those 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples named Chun Ming and Zhao Xiaodan." The gaze on Huang Xiaolong became slightly strange. Suddenly, an overpowering momentum surged forth. A figure blurred, and in the next second, Han Qing stood right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Her gaze was as icy as her voice. So, my Grand Mist Emperor Palace's 2 fallen disciples were killed by you. Huang Xiaolong, you have really got big guts. Do you really think just because our emperor once met with you, you can be lawless and do as you like? Do you think you can pull our Grand Mist Emperor's banner and do whatever you want? The Heavenly Court has already investigated that you have no relation whatsoever with our Grand Mist Emperor. Killing intent erupted in Han Qing's eyes. Since the Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong had ordered Wu Tianhe's cultivation to be abolished and expelled out of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Han Qing had deeply resented Huang Xiaolong because Wu Tianhe was a junior of her family clan. But Huang Xiaolong didn't even give Han Qing one look. Instead, he turned to Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao, saying, "Let's go." With that, he raised his foot and prepared to walk away. "Stop right there. Stop!" Since Huang Xiaolong continued to ignore her, Han Qing barked, and her body trembled in a fury. The Brightness Emperor Palace's Chun Wenqian, Lan Tailong, the Fiend God Emperor Palace's Feng Chan, Lu Yuan, and the rest shouted in unison with Han Qing for Huang Xiaolong to stop. At the same time, Han Qing's body flickered forward, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. "Huang Xiaolong, you killed disciples of my Grand Mist Emperor Palace, and you want to run just like that? Don't think just because you got first place in the preliminary round, you can—" Han Qing's cold and resentful eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. "Get lost!" Huang Xiaolong cut off Han Qing's words. "Earlier, I didn't tell you off, out of respect for your Grand Mist Emperor. But if you continue to entangle with me like a mad dog, then you will die." Everyone was stupefied listening to Huang Xiaolong equate Han Qing to a mad dog. Han Qing was also stupefied. She was flushing with anger. A moment later, when she reacted, as an 8th Order Emperor realm expert, she had always been held in high status, even among the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestors. Everyone envied her wherever she went. But now, she was called a mad dog by Huang Xiaolong, who was a mere heavenly monarch realm ant. "Huang Xiaolong, go die for me!" Han Qing screamed sharply. She could no longer suppress the roiling, killing intent in her heart as her fingers clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Azure-colored streams of energy flowed violently, and ice shards shot everywhere, spreading out frigid cold chi. The surrounding people felt as if they had fallen into a blizzard purgatory. This is the Chaos Era's Nether Niflheim Emperor Palace's supreme technique, Azure Nether Niflheim Claw. Some of the spectating ancestors exclaimed. Although the Nether Niflheim Emperor Palace had long perished, the Nether Niflheim Emperor Palace's reputation, during the Chaos Era, was comparable to the current Grand Mist Emperor Palace. A large part of their reputation was built on the Azure Nether Niflheim Claw. According to old rumors, when one reached the significant completion in the Azure Nether Niflheim Claw, that cultivator could turn an entire world surface into a world of ice, and every living being inside would turn into azure ice sculptures. Moreover, not even the famous divine fires of the Desolate Era could melt this ice. Before the Azure Nether Niflheim Claw reached Huang Xiaolong, the air around him froze into fine layers of azure-colored ice. Exactly at this time, a vigorous power enveloped the entire plaza as a low growl rumbled in everyone's ears. A shadow flickered, and Han Qing's body tumbled through the air like a broken kite, crashing on the other end of the plaza. The entire plaza quaked for several seconds. The attacker was naturally one of the 2 odd beasts. After slapping Han Qing away, the figure flickered back to its position behind Huang Xiaolong. Its movements were so fast that the others were yet to react. The fine layers of azure ice around Huang Xiaolong shattered, and he walked out as if nothing had happened. Ancestor Han Qing, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Xianxia, and the others paled. Some of them hastened to Han Qing's side. Han Qing was coughing out large mouthfuls of greenish-golden blood. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong led Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and the others away. The Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chun Wenqian and Fiend God Emperor Palace's ancestor Lu Yuan secretly shook their heads at Lan Tailong and Feng Chan. Huang Xiaolong indifferently walked past Han Qing. "Huang Xiaolong, kill me if you dare to." Suddenly, Han Qing screeched like a mad woman with a distorted face. Or when you fall into my hands in the future, I'll make you wish you were dead instead. Just as Han Qing finished speaking, one of the odd beast's palms slapped down on her. The plaza shook again, and a deep human-shaped pit appeared. The people around sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. The plaza was built sturdy and had been strengthened many times through the years with numerous array formations. Even a peak late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to leave a palm imprint on it. This Huang Xiaolong looked at the half-dead Han Qing and stated in a tepid tone, "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." In that palm strike, the odd beast had already abolished her cultivation. Huang Xiaolong walked away without another word. The Solitude Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, and other Emperor Palaces, who had earlier blocked Huang Xiaolong's path, opened a wide berth with haste. Initially, both Gudu Wui and Chen Huan wanted to question Huang Xiaolong if he had killed their sons, but neither of them dared to speak without thinking twice. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace had lost 2 disciples, and when Han Qing had tried to settle the account with Huang Xiaolong, she had ended up miserably. Watching Huang Xiaolong's back as he strode out from the plaza, Gudu Wui, Chen Huan, and the others felt cold sweat on their backs. They also felt a trace of luck that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing had taken action before them. "Uncle!" From afar, Bei Xiaomei called out to Huang Xiaolong with a bright, sparkling smile, waving her hand cheerfully at him. A smile rose to Huang Xiaolong's face seeing her, and he thought, this girl must have been hiding and watching what happened just now. Huang Xiaolong, Fang Xianxian, and the others walked towards Bei Xiaomei's group. Bei Xiaomei rushed up to Huang Xiaolong, and the first sentence that came out from her lips was, "Uncle, you're so bad." Huang Xiaolong nearly took a tumble. This sentence was so ambiguous, and it could easily lead others to misunderstand. "Uncle, if I had known you're so amazing, I wouldn't have worried about you. You didn't tell me you're so strong, making me worry for nothing." Bei Xiaomei pouted sulkily and went on. "Another thing, you were watching me make a fool of myself when I told Guodiun to look after you on the battle stage. Before coming to the Heavenly Court, Bei Xiaomei had told Guodiun to look after Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage round and reach a draw." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "You didn't even ask me, so I'm not to be blamed." Bei Xiaomei turned to Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao and said, "Sister Xianxian, should we punish Uncle by making him grill 10,000 lambs for us to eat before forgiving him?" Fang Xianxian chuckled hearing her suggestion and replied, "That's a good idea, I agree." Peng Xiao smiled and nodded her head in agreement. The 3 girls' seamless cooperation gave Huang Xiaolong a headache. 10,000 lambs? As the group joked and talked, they left the plaza area. Leaving together with Huang Xiaolong and Bei Xiaomei's group was the Martial Demon Emperor Palace and Magic Shaman Emperor Palace's group. Along the way, Mo Xiao and Peng Yi both congratulated Huang Xiaolong many times. They could hardly believe that Huang Xiaolong had won first place in the preliminary round. At the same time, both were astounded by Huang Xiaolong's strength. The Brightness Emperor Palace, Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, Solitude Emperor Palace, and the rest watched Huang Xiaolong, Bei Xiaomei, Mo Xiao, and the others leave the plaza area with complicated expressions and emotions. What are the origins of those 2 monsters? The Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong asked Chen Wenqian beside him. However, his voice came out with much difficulty. Chen Wenqian shook his head. "I can't see through them. However, those 2 monsters are not simply late 10th Order Emperor realm. I made an error in my judgment earlier." He glanced at Han Qing, who was still lying inside the pit in the plaza. The shock he felt had not yet subsided. That human-shaped pit was still there. Even though Chen Wenqian himself was a late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, he could not make such a big pit into the plaza. "I really can't understand why these peerless experts would be willing to follow Huang Xiaolong." Whilst astounded, Lan Tailong was angry and doubtful at the same time. "Check it. We must find out where those 2 monsters came from." While Huang Xiaolong and the others returned to the manor areas via the transmission array, the crowd at the plaza was immersed in another wave of furor. At every corner of the plaza, there were discussions about Huang Xiaolong winning first place in the preliminary round. I hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to be the preliminary round's first place. Didn't I say early on it's impossible that Huang Xiaolong would bet 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones on himself for winning first place, for no good reason? Did you say that? I remember you were mocking Huang Xiaolong as the king of fools. Then again, even though Huang Xiaolong got first place in the preliminary round, it doesn't mean he can win first place in the semifinals. In the semifinals, Huang Xiaolong will not be the match in front of Heavenly Prince Di Jing. In the preliminary round, Heavenly Prince Di Jing must have given him a free pass. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have even made it to the top 3. Heated discussions were taking place everywhere. The battle of the Heavenly Court's preliminary round soon spread out to every corner of the divine world. It even reached Hell, Devil World, Buddha World, Demon World, and others. Inside a hidden space somewhere of the Heavenly Court stood a middle-aged man clad in brocade yellow dragon robe. This middle-aged man exuded a majestic air. His facial features bore 70% similarity with Di Jing's. This middle-aged man was none other than the Heavenly Emperor himself, Di Jun. Huang Xiaolong. Di Jun muttered the name with a deep frown between his brows. The result of the preliminary round was unexpected for him as well. His son, Di Jing, was not actually in the first place. Is Huang Xiaolong really unrelated to that Grand Mist kid? Di Jun suddenly asked. A voice sounded from the originally empty space. Most likely not. The Grand Mist Emperor has been in seclusion at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace in recent years. Huang Xiaolong has only ascended to the divine world for several hundred years. Hence, there cannot be any relationship between them. The voice echoed in the space, but the owner was nowhere to be seen. What do you think about those two monsters following him? Di Jun asked again. Very, very strong. Probably. I also can't kill them. That voice replied without any trace of emotions. Di Jun's eyes glimmered in contemplation. A few moments later, he raised his head and sighed heavily. Pity ah! I cannot use Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong was of no use to Di Jun, then Di Jun planned to kill him. Don't worry, on the semifinals stage battle, Huang Xiaolong won't leave the stage alive. Di Jing can kill him for certain. The voice went on. Di Jun nodded. He did not doubt this point at all. He knew his son's real strength very well. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others were back at their designated manor area. Huang Xiaolong did not return to Manor Number 6, but led the Fortune Emperor Palace's group straight to Manor Number 61. Several Solitude Emperor Palace's disciples who were guarding Manor Number 61 were thrown out by Huang Xiaolong's group. None of them dared to complain a word and ran away in a fluster. As for Manor Number 6, Huang Xiaolong had returned it to the Martial Demon Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong was too embarrassed to occupy Manor Number 6 for too long since the Martial Demon Emperor Palace had declined to accept the 10 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Looking at Manor Number 61, Zhao Lei laughed heartily. It feels so damn good. That night, a large banquet was held at Manor Number 61. Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, Elder Fu, and others were present, and the merriment went on into late night. As the semi-final stage battle was going to begin after 1 month, Huang Xiaolong accompanied the girls for shopping, taking a breather himself. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion. He completely disconnected himself from the mad whirlwind of gossip outside regarding him winning the preliminary round's first place. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days went by. Huang Xiaolong stepped out of his room 2 days before the semifinals. Xiaolong, you're finally out, Zhao Lei exclaimed anxiously as he saw Huang Xiaolong. A few days ago, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace suddenly issued a bounty stating that anyone who kills you in the semifinals would be rewarded 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied for a second, then laughed as he said with certainty, Han Qing issued the bounty, am I right? Zhao Lei fumed, seeing Huang Xiaolong's casual reaction, as he still laughed like a jackass. Han Qing, that wench, is in charge of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's task hall. Since she released the bounty, her action represents the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. But you're still laughing here. Huang Xiaolong was still laughing as he replied, "It's fine. She cannot represent the Grand Mist Emperor Palace yet. However, both she and the Fiend God Emperor Palace are too stingy. Am I only worth 5 million? Huang Xiaolong had Li Shan gather all the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples qualified for the semifinals, and they set off to the stage battle venue an hour later. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong and the Fortune Emperor Palace's group stepped out from the competition's transmission array. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's here. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared, the whole plaza was in a hoo-ha. Experts from several emperor palaces, sects, and families looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Roughly a month ago, when Huang Xiaolong had stepped out from the transmission array to participate in the preliminary round, people had greeted him with mocking jeers and ridiculing expressions. But now, there was apprehension, fear, astonishment, and even burning admiration. That's right, female disciples from countless families, sects, and emperor palaces had locked their burning gaze on Huang Xiaolong, and within their sparkling, burning eyes was a hint of hungry green glint. These wenches! Fang Xianxian suddenly cursed under her breath. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. He, Zhao Lei, as well as Li Shan shuddered inexplicably. Huang Xiaolong had discovered long ago that Fang Xianxian, as the daughter of an emperor palace's emperor, Fang Gon, had quite a sturdy personality. "My eldest miss, please lower your voice. Didn't you see the expressions on their faces? They looked like they would swallow Huang Xiaolong if they could. If they hear you, can you fight them all?" Peng Xiao spoke with a helpless smile. Fang Xianxian returned with a sheepish smile and retorted, "When I can't fight them all, isn't my Xiaolong here to help me?" She deliberately looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Peng Xiao couldn't help laughing. Right, your family's Xiaolong is invincible." Fang Xuanxuan's face blushed irresistibly. Huang Xiaolong continued to walk forward as if he couldn't hear a word. Leading the Fortune Emperor Palace's group, Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Lei, and the others headed straight to Zone 61. This time, they did not see Gudu Wui's Solitude Emperor Palace's group monopolizing the waiting Zone 61. "Uncle! Young Master Huang!" Bei Xiaomei, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, and the others quickly greeted Huang Xiaolong when they saw him arrive. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded at Bei Xiaomei. Seeing this girl always puts him in a good mood. However, this time, apart from Bei Xiaomei, Peng Yi, and the usual emperor palaces and sects ancestors, emperor's disciples and patriarchs smiled and greeted Huang Xiaolong as his group passed by Zone 61. These emperor palaces' ancestors, emperor's disciples, and family patriarchs unanimously projected goodwill. Huang Xiaolong had never interacted with these emperor palaces' ancestors, emperor's disciples, and patriarchs, but since they took the initiative to show goodwill, Huang Xiaolong would never scorn them. He nodded at each party that greeted him. From the transmission array until Zone 61, Huang Xiaolong's neck felt stiff from nodding his head at the various forces' emperor palaces, patriarchs, and sections. He inwardly heaved in relief as he stepped into Zone 61. "Are you all right?" Fang Xianxian asked with concern, but there was a gleam of gloating in her beautiful eyes. Huang Xiaolong twisted his neck around and smiled in reply, "I have the true dragon physique. Moreover, it's a variant type. How could I not be all right?" He blinked mischievously at Fang Xianxian. Fang Xianxian curled her lips and snorted, "Sweet talker." Zhao Lei interjected from the side, "I say, can you two converge your lovey-doveyness a little, and stop showering your affection in public?" Both Huang Xiaolong and Fang Xianxian turned red in embarrassment for a second. Peng Xiao was laughing silently on the side. "Uncle Zhao, you're being mean to me." Fang Xianxian glared at Zhao Lei. "What lovey-dovey?" Zhao Lei let out hearty laughter. All right, I won't say anything anymore. I will just let Xiaolong bully you in the future." Fang Xianxian was red-faced as she gave Zhao Lei another fierce glare, fuming till her cheeks were puffed up, but did not say another word. If she said another word, Zhao Lei would probably say something that would make her want to run away. At this time, in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's waiting area not far away, Han Qing's venomous frosty gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong like a poisonous viper. After a month of healing using many of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's rare and precious herbs, Han Qing's injuries had recovered well on the surface, but it was only on the surface. There was terrifying darkness energy inside her body wreaking havoc. Based on her judgment, as well as Xianxia and other ancestors' judgment, only an existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm could expel the darkness energy from her body. Only by expelling that darkness energy could her injuries heal genuinely. Otherwise, in this lifetime, she would never truly recover. Li Junhua. Han Qing suddenly called out. Li Junhua is present. What order does Ancestor Han Qing have? An impressive-looking young man stepped out from the side and asked respectfully. He was the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple Li Junhua. Li Junhua, the strongest amongst the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's participating disciples, was ranked 6th in the preliminary round. On the battle stage, if you come across Huang Xiaolong, you must do your best, and use every method you can think of to kill Huang Xiaolong, Han Qing ordered icily. As long as you successfully kill Huang Xiaolong, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty is yours. Li Junhua opened his mouth, and his expression looked troubled as he tried to say, Ancestor Han Qing, this what? This is an order. Han Qing's piercing gaze fell on Li Junhua. Are you going to defy my order? Li Junhua lowered his head and replied, Disciple wouldn't dare. That's good then. Go, I know that you did not exert your full force during the preliminary round. That is not the extent of your true strength. As long as you kill Huang Xiaolong, you would have performed a meritorious deed for the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Apart from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones bounty, this ancestor will give you an additional reward. Han Qing's tone was irrefutable. Li Junhua could only comply respectfully and stepped back to his position. But Xianxia, who watched everything, hesitated at this point. Ancestor Han Qing, that does not seem to be a good idea. What if our emperor finds out about this? Would he? Han Qing sneered. Huang Xiaolong killed 2 of our Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Heavenly Monarch Realm core disciples. Hence Li Junhua killing him on the battle stage is like avenging Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples. This is right and just. My order is also right and just. Not to mention, our Grand Mist Emperor has no relationship with Huang Xiaolong. Do we still need to think twice and consider so many things to avenge our disciples? Is our Grand Mist Emperor going to protect Huang Xiaolong after all of this? Xianxia's mouth opened and closed silently. Other ancestors exchanged a silent glance, and none of them utter a word. Han Qing was in charge of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's task hall, so issuing task orders was under her jurisdiction, and it was inappropriate for others to stop her. Moreover, Han Qing's arguments seemed sound and concrete, and Huang Xiaolong had admitted to killing 2 Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples. Han Qing looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction again. Her gaze fixed on Peng Xiao beside Huang Xiaolong, and an idea came to her mind. She sneered coldly, then walked towards several Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples, and ordered, Later on the battle stage, if you come across the Fortune Emperor Palace's Peng Xiao, use your full force, kill her if possible. If you succeed, I will heavily reward you. This is an order. Do you all understand me? Yes, Ancestor Han Qing. Han Qing nodded with satisfaction. Another cold sneer curved at the corners of her mouth as she thought inwardly. I want you to watch your woman die right before your eyes so that you can enjoy the pain. These disciples' rankings were much higher than Peng Xiao, and there was a high chance they would encounter Peng Xiao on the battle stage. Killing Huang Xiaolong could be difficult for them, but these disciples were likely to kill Peng Xiao. The Heavenly Emperor arrives. As everyone waited for the semifinals to begin, a heavenly courts marshal suddenly announced in a loud voice. On the horizon, celestial maidens sprinkled petals in the air. Petals floated down as a group of experts, who flew towards the terrace of heaven and surrounded a chariot pulled by 9 dragons. On the dragon chariot sat a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe embroidered with 9 flying dragons. He was the Heavenly Emperor. This person had finally appeared. The Heavenly Emperor was going to watch the semifinals in person. Besides the dragon chariot, Heavenly Prince Dijing and the princes were present other than experts of the heavenly court. The arrival of the dragon chariot brought majestic coercion over the terrace of heaven. Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty! The heavenly court's soldiers and marshals knelt uniformly in salute, their armors glistening under the sunlight. Apart from Emperor Realm experts, everyone at the plaza knelt in salute. Then again, proud as Emperor Realm experts, they still lowered their heads and bowed to the heavenly emperor. And, suddenly, the heavenly Prince Dijing looked over to the Fortune Emperor Palace's group. He saw that Huang Xiaolong had remained standing along with the two odd monsters behind him. The three figures stood out from the rest in more than one way. The princes that followed behind the dragon chariot also spotted the three standing figures a beat later. Insolent! His Majesty is here, and you did not kneel in salute. The experts around the dragon chariot yelled at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was not an Emperor Realm expert. According to the rules, he was required to kneel in salute to the heavenly emperor. However, not only Huang Xiaolong did not kneel and salute, but he didn't even bow. In the heavenly court's experts' eyes, this was an act of contempt to His Majesty. A contempt to the whole heavenly court. This was a crime punishable by death. According to the heavenly court's law, Huang Xiaolong could be beheaded on the spot. Kneel now. Beg His Majesty for amnesty. One of the heavenly court's marshals suddenly exerted pressure on Huang Xiaolong with his palm, intending to force Huang Xiaolong to kowtow in salute. This heavenly court marshal was the right-hand man to the heavenly emperor, called Yen Tianqian. Yen Tianqian was a late 10th Order Emperor Realm expert. The force of this palm strike was akin to a chaos divine mountain slamming down on Huang Xiaolong. Just one fraction of a million of this palm force could pulverize an ordinary heavenly monarch realm disciple to dust. Even Zhao Lei and Li Shan, who were by Huang Xiaolong's side, felt like heaven itself was falling on them. Their faces turned deathly pale. It had never occurred to them that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't salute the heavenly emperor. Han Qing, Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and a few others watched excitedly from a distance. The Chaos Divine mountain-sized palm imprint was seconds from reducing Huang Xiaolong to dust. Right at this time, one of the odd beasts behind Huang Xiaolong moved. The odd beast's claw collided directly with Yen Tianqian's palm in midair. Thunderous booms shook the sky. The crowd's mind buzzed as if the explosions had taken place in their heads, and they lost their senses momentarily. Terrifying aftershock waves swept out across the plaza. At the same time, the mighty heavenly court's Grand Marshal Yen Tianqian staggered back unsteadily. On the contrary, the odd beast behind Huang Xiaolong did not even budge an inch. This result shocked the heavenly court's experts. A golden glimmer flickered across the heavenly Emperor Dijun's eyes at this was an unexpected result. Another late 10th Order Emperor Heavenly Court's Grand Marshal, Shao Yi, raised his arms and helped steady Yen Tianqian's staggering figure. The two of them had cooperated many times, and with one look, both leaped forward with 4 fists aimed at the odd beast behind Huang Xiaolong. The odd beast sped forward towards them at lightning speed. Rumble! Thunderous booms rang again as the plaza quaked violently. Both Shao Yi and Yen Tianqian were sent backward in the air, whereas the odd beast merely retreated 1 step back and immediately regained its balance. Jaws dropped at this sight. What? The heavenly court's experts were in a furor. Shao Yi and Yen Tianqian were 2 of the top heavenly court's experts. But even with their combined strengths, they were repelled by Huang Xiaolong's monster. The shock was written all over Shao Yi and Yen Tianqian's faces. When they had heard that Huang Xiaolong had 2 powerful monsters by his side, they had simply scoffed it off as a rumor. But now it was clear that what they had heard was true. Their blood was still chaotic from that attack, and the sweet taste of blood at the back of their throats was real enough. Just as Shao Yi and Yen Tianqian were about to attack again, the heavenly Emperor Dijun stopped them with an inviolable tone. Enough! Retreat! Shao Yi and Yen Tianqian's hearts tightened nervously, but they still complied respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Both retreated to their positions swiftly. The heavenly Emperor Dijun looked fixedly at Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Huang Xiaolong is preliminary round's first-place winner. Therefore, he won't need to kneel in salute to me. As per your majesty's edict. The heavenly court soldiers responded stiffly. Huang Xiaolong cupped his fists at the heavenly emperor Dijun and uttered a word of thanks. However, it should be noted that he did not refer to the heavenly emperor Dijun as his majesty. Huang Xiaolong did not kneel in salute to the heavenly emperor, nor did Huang Xiaolong address him as his majesty. This was not because Huang Xiaolong was arrogant, but because his status was the same as Dijun since he was the king of hell, the lord of hell's three worlds. How could he kneel and salute to Dijun? However, Huang Xiaolong's actions were madness in others' eyes, especially Han Qing, Gudu Wui, and Chun Jianwei. Han Qing sneered and gloated inwardly. Huang Xiaolong, a Huang Xiaolong. Such arrogance. You even dared to slight the heavenly emperor. You're literally crashing into the path of death. Everyone rise. Heavenly Emperor Dijun's deep and majestic voice reached every corner of the plaza. Thank you, your majesty. Only then did everyone rise to their feet. Zhao Lei stood up anxiously and admonished Huang Xiaolong through voice transmission. Kiddo, you, really? Look at the situation. What should I say about you? Even if you won first place in the preliminary round, if the heavenly emperor wants to kill you, it's only a matter of an excuse. Huang Xiaolong laughed calmly, as he reassured his master Zhao Lei. Don't worry, master. It's fine. This is called fine. Zhao Lei rolled his eyes and ultimately gave up. He didn't have the energy to waste saliva on his disciple anymore. This disciple of his, Sai, the heavenly emperor Dijun, soon arrived on the high stage at the center of the plaza. A while later, one of the heavenly court's grand marshal began reading out the semifinals rules, as well as the rewards after obtaining the heavenly emperor's permission. The rules of the battle of the heavenly court's semifinals were slightly different this time, but there were no significant changes. As for the rewards, on top of the usual rewards, there were a few newly added ones. After the rules and rewards were announced, the Grand Marshal looked at the heavenly Emperor Dijun. Upon obtaining Dijun's nod as a sign of approval, he announced, "The semifinals begin." Immediately, the qualifying disciples went forward to collect their participation numbers. According to the rules, the top 10 disciples from the preliminary round had automatically entered the semifinals rankings. Hence, in the first few matches of the semifinals, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to battle until it was time to determine the top 100 rankings. After all the qualifying disciples had gotten their numbers, more than 10,000 battle stages rose to the surface at the center of the plaza. Each battle stage was 100 square meters in size. Peng Xiao got number 36, and her opponent was a disciple from the Golden Imperial Emperor Palace that ranked 42nd among the Emperor Palaces. The Golden Imperial Emperor Palace's disciple was only a 9th Order God King, and he was not an overly powerful opponent. The Fortune Emperor Palace had 13 disciples who made it into the semifinals, including Huang Xiaolong and Peng Xiao. However, 2 disciples lost their first matches. Match after match, the battles progressed in an orderly manner. When all the disciples had finished their first match, only 500,000 disciples were remaining. After the second bout of matches, half of them would get eliminated, and so on in the third and fourth bout until only 10,000 remained. When only 10,000 disciples were remaining, Peng Xiao drew a number once again, and her opponent was determined. Her opponent on battle stage number 12 was the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple named Wu Yanxi. He was a peak late First Order Heavenly Monarch. Seeing this, Han Qing smiled delightedly, and her eyebrows were bent into crescent-shaped. Han Qing immediately called the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple Wu Yanxi to her side. She exhorted with a beaming face, "Later on the battle stage you must go all out. More importantly, never give that Peng Xiao the chance to admit defeat. Attack the moment you're on the battle stage and kill her in one strike. You're a peak late Heavenly Monarch Ream expert. If you can't even kill a peak late 10th Order God King Realm girl, then you know the consequences." Wu Yanxi looked at the beaming Han Qing, and his heart tightened inexplicably, but on the surface, he respectfully complied, "Yes, please rest assured, Ancestor Han Qing. Go on, kill that Peng Xiao, and I will reward you heavily. Han Qing nodded, extremely pleased with herself. Yes, thank you, Ancestor Han Qing. Wu Yanxi complied respectfully, then walked towards battle stage number 12. Far away in Zone 61, Fang Xianxian was full of worry as she faced Peng Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, you must be extra careful on the battle stage. I'm afraid that Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Wu Yanxi bears ill will towards you and will attack you lethally. Li Shan's face was lined with worry as well. That's right, Xiao. If the opponent is too tough, just admit defeat. You're a supreme godhead genius, and you can break through to Emperor Realm. A moment of victory or defeat is unimportant. Although he had previously agreed to Peng Xiao and Sun Shihai getting together, Peng Xiao was his disciple, and he was genuinely concerned about her well-being. Zhao Lei also looked worried, afraid that Peng Xiao would make a careless mistake. Only Huang Xiaolong appeared calm as he stood there. Peng Xiao gave Fang Xianxian and the others a reassuring gaze, and went up to battle stage 12. Looking at the peak late First Order Heavenly Monarch realm Wu Yanxi standing opposite her, Peng Xiao did not have thoughts of retreat. A surging desire to battle filled her chest. Instead, under the stage, Han Qing sneered when she saw this. It was true that Peng Xiao was a supreme godhead genius and possessed the purple phoenix physique. However, could Wu Yanxi be that simple to defeat? Wu Yanxi, too, was someone with a unique physique, one that was much stronger than the purple phoenix physique. Although Wu Yanxi was not a supreme godhead genius, he had a top emperor rank godhead. A variant top emperor rank godhead. Not to mention, Wu Yanxi had once encountered a big fortuitous adventure, and he had successfully practiced a powerful ancient secret technique. Wu Yanxi had no problem killing an early Second Order Heavenly Monarch realm expert, then what was a mere peak late 10th Order God King realm like Peng Xiao when compared to his strength. Though the difference between a peak late 10th Order God King realm and an early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm may seem minuscule, the gap in their strength was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Generally speaking, 10 peak late 10th Order God King realm experts were no match against one early First Order Heavenly Monarch realm expert. Han Qing had been worried that Peng Xiao would immediately admit defeat when she went up the battle stage, but watching Peng Xiao's warring expression, she felt reassured. A sinister smile spread over Han Qing's face, imagining the sight of Peng Xiao being killed on the battle stage, and Huang Xiaolong's anguished expression following her death. Wu Yanxi was a little surprised, seeing Peng Xiao's warring intent, but his gaze turned icy immediately. Golden light burst out from his body, as if his skin was painted with a layer of golden Buddha's luminance. Is this the great Buddha's golden physique? After seeing this, the experts noticed movements on battle stage 12. The great Buddha's golden physique ranked 10th among the 3,000 unique physiques. Even though it only ranked at 10th place, any physique that made it into the top 10 was undoubtedly powerful. Furthermore, with the higher rank in the top 10 physiques, the wider was the gap in strength between each physique. Huang Xiaolong was also surprised by Wu Yanxi's unique physique. Generally speaking, only the freak geniuses among Buddhism cultivators could possess the great Buddha's golden physique. Thus it was really a surprise that Wu Yanxi had this unique physique. Peng Xiao raised her vigilance seeing this and did not dare to act carelessly. She circulated her purple phoenix physique bloodline power to the limit. Wisps of purple flames appeared on the surface of her skin as a faint shadow of a purple phoenix twirled around her body. This purple phoenix was condensed from purple flames and had the power to incinerate mountains and seas. Begin! The referee on battle stage 12 announced sharply. The instant the referee's words sounded, Wu Yanxi's figure disappeared into a blur from where he stood. When he appeared again, he had closed the space in between him and Peng Xiao. Many spectators were caught off guard by his move. That seems like the ancient Heaven Buddha sect's transmigration grand movement, doesn't it? A martial demon Emperor Palace's ancestor voiced his doubt aloud. The ancient Heaven Buddha sect was a famous hidden sect since ancient times. The sect's power was comparable to the current top 10 Emperor Palaces. However, it had been many billions of years since the ancient Heaven Buddha sect last appeared. Some said the ancient Heaven Buddha sect had offended a peerless expert and was annihilated by him. Others said that the ancient Heaven Buddha sect's chief had entered death seclusion to break through the realm above the Emperor realm. On the battle stage, Peng Xiao tensed from an invisible pressure. Inside the Heavenly Court secret region, a total of 5 disciples from the Brightness Emperor Palace and Grand Mist Emperor Palace had besieged her. One of them was named Zhuoran. He was a late First Order Heavenly Monarch realm. However, even though all 5 of them were put together, they wouldn't last when fighting against this Wu Yanqi. Wu Yanqi suddenly struck out with his palm, breaking past the protective purple flames around Peng Xiao, and went straight for Peng Xiao's heart. He obviously intended to shatter Peng Xiao's heart in one strike. Although a God King realm expert's body was powerful and could be said to be immortal, it was still subjective. Moreover, the heart was the most fragile yet essential organ. Once the heart was gone, a person's body was half crippled. Xiao Xiao, watch out! Fang Xianxian shouted a warning, as her face paled in an instant. Just as everyone thought Wu Yanqi's palm strike would shatter Peng Xiao's heart, a rumbling dragon's roar came from Peng Xiao's body. Everyone was dumbfounded by this unexpected factor. Wasn't Peng Xiao's physique the purple phoenix physique? Why was there dragon's roar coming from her body? Subsequently, everyone saw 9 huge dragons flying out from Peng Xiao's body, letting out deafening roars that shook the heavens. A majestic dragon might swept over. Their condescending gaze peered over the battle stage. A black-colored armor rose to the surface of Peng Xiao's body. A burst of numbing pain shot up Wu Yanqi's arm when his palm strike landed on the black divine armor, as if he had just struck his palm against a giant wall. The collision force sent him staggering back in a sorry state. This result astounded the spectators. Even the Heavenly Emperor Dijun, who was sitting on the dragon chair on the high stage, looked towards the battle stage 12 more accurately, at the black divine armor on Peng Xiao's body. What kind of divine armor is that? It's so powerful. A Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. A peak late 10th Order God King realm disciple actually repelled a peak late First Order Heavenly Monarch realm expert purely relying on the divine armor alone. This defensive power could only be described as terrifying. That is the Desolate Era's Black Dragon clan's Black Dragon divine armor. A top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact. One of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestors shrieked, and his eyes rounded in astonishment. What? The Desolate Era's Black Dragon clan's Black Dragon divine armor. Those words sent a wave of shock through the plaza, and the crowd was in a furor. A top-grade Grand Mist divine armor. This was a treasure that many peak late 10th Order Emperor realm experts could only dream of. Even existences that had surpassed the Emperor realm did not necessarily have this high grade of divine armor. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Li Shan, and the others were genuinely shocked but soon showed an appreciative expression. Even though others didn't know, they were well aware that the Black Dragon divine armor belonged to Huang Xiaolong. It looks like Huang Xiaolong gave it to Peng Xiao for her protection. No wonder a no-conscience guy like you wasn't worried earlier. Fang Xianxian fumed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sweated inwardly. How come his conscience was dragged into this? If the person going up to the stage were you, I would have let you wear the armor too, Huang Xiaolong firmly stated to Fang Xianxian. Fang Xuanxuan's angry, puffed-up cheeks turned red at Huang Xiaolong's words. She raised her chin up and proudly said, "That's more like it." Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. While the shocked crowd stared at the Black Dragon divine armor on Peng Xiao's body on battle stage 12, Han Qing's face was twisted in anger. Resentment and greed burned in her eyes. There was greed in her eyes for the Black Dragon divine armor, and resentment at why a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact, like the Black Dragon divine armor, would be on Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao, who was wearing the Black Dragon divine armor, was invincible. Even if Wu Yanqi was stronger than he already was, he would still fail to break past the Black Dragon divine armor's defenses. It was clear how powerful the Black Dragon divine armor's defenses were, judging from how it had repelled Wu Yanqi's attack. It was as expected of a top-grade Grand Mist divine armor. Even though the Grand Mist Emperor Palace had won, it was their ultimate treasure. While everyone was astonished and as they stared at Peng Xiao's Black Dragon divine armor with burning greed in their eyes, Peng Xiao yelled and lunged forward. The long sword appeared in her hand, and it slashed at Wu Yanxi. The powerful black dragon divine armor boosted her confidence, allowing her to concentrate on attacking. For a second, crisscrossed sword lights lit up the battle stage. Dragon roars and phoenix cry rumbled in the air. There was a purple phoenix flying between 9 black dragons. Everyone watched with bated breaths, as they fixed their eyes unblinkingly on Peng Xiao. More accurately, they were staring at her black dragon divine armor. There was a scarcity of top-grade Grand Mist divine armors. Even though the black dragon divine armor was not graded as a Grand Mist treasure artifact, it wasn't far from one. Standing beside the heavenly Emperor Di Jun, the heavenly Prince Di Jing too couldn't move his gaze away from the black dragon divine armor. Even though he had the #1 unique physique, he was tempted. When he was inside the heavenly court secret region, Di Jing had once encountered an Emperor Realm heavenly demon imprisoned within a valley. At that time, he had wanted to enter the valley to kill the heavenly demon, but he had hesitated. Even though he had the #1 Heaven's Dao physique, his opponent was an Emperor Realm heavenly demon after all. No doubt, he would have suffered heavy injuries battling against an Emperor Realm heavenly demon. Therefore, he had given up on the idea in the end and had not entered the valley. Things would have significantly been different if he had the Black Dragon Divine Armor. With the Black Dragon Divine Armor to support his Heaven's Dao physique, he wouldn't even need to worry about being injured by the Emperor Realm Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Black Dragon Divine Armor. Di Jing clenched his fists tightly. As everyone watched the ongoing battles, an hour soon passed. Relying on the Black Dragon Divine Armor's sturdy protection, Peng Xiao defeated the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Wu Yanxi by sending him out of the battle stage. Eyes followed Peng Xiao as she walked back to Zone 61. Thank you. Peng Xiao thanked Huang Xiaolong with a bright smile when she was back at his side. Huang Xiaolong looked at Peng Xiao's exhausted face and shook his head. Without a word, he took out a great Brahma Sarira pill and had Peng Xiao swallow it. After taking the great Brahma Sarira pill, Peng Xiao's pallid complexion looked better. Even though she had the Black Dragon Divine Armor, she had consumed a lot of God Force to defeat Wu Yanxi. However, after winning against Wu Yanxi, she had successfully made it into the top 5,000. As long as she could win another match, she would enter into the top 3,000 rankings. Peng Xiao's goal was to make it into the top 3,000 in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, she needed to win the next match. Several hours later, an extremely pale Peng Xiao stepped off the battle stage. She had won a place in the top 3,000 rankings. However, in the qualifying match for the top 500, her opponent was a peak mid-second order Heavenly Monarch Realm Fiend God Emperor Palace's disciple. She lost this match in the end, as she was thrown off the battle stage. Fang Xianxian hurried to Peng Xiao's side and put her arm around her to lend her some support. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Peng Xiao squeezed a smile on her pale face and reassured her. I'm all right. Although she had lost the match, she was satisfied by entering the top 3,000 rankings. Despite being a supreme godhead genius, her cultivation time was shorter than the majority of participants. It was an outstanding achievement to enter into the top 3,000 rankings with just peak late 10th order God King realm cultivation. The matches on the battle stages continued. So did the whispers and gossips in the spectating crowd. In the end, it came down to 90 disciples. Counting Huang Xiaolong and the rest of the preliminary round's top 10 disciples, the semifinals' top 100 disciples were determined. Disciples from the top 10 emperor palaces and hidden ancient forces, like the Purple Flame Sword Sect, dominated the top 100 rankings. Then again, there were the occasional surprises like Huang Xiaolong and the True Divinity Sect's Long Xiaojin, for instance. Other than Huang Xiaolong and Long Xiaojin, several disciples from the lower-ranking emperor palaces had managed to enter the top 100. Of course, had Gudu Kenyang survived the preliminary round instead of being killed off by Huang Xiaolong, he too could have entered the top 100 rankings. Now, may I have the top 100 participants here to draw a lot? The Heavenly Court's Marshal Yu Shi shouted as he stood on the high stage. Huang Xiaolong stepped forward. It was finally starting. The moment he had been waiting for has finally arrived. Just as Huang Xiaolong stepped forward, the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong and Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Li Junhua also stepped forward. They went up to the high stage with Huang Xiaolong to draw a lot. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing and 2 other princes, who had also entered into the top 100, also stood up. As the top 100 disciples went up to the high stage, streams of invisible energy collided loudly in the air. Many of the crowd were paying attention to the Heavenly Prince Di Jing, Huang Xiaolong, Lan Tailong, Li Junhua, and Long Xiaozhen. Who's going to be the Heavenly Prince Di Jing and Huang Xiaolong's first opponent? It would be exciting if they drew the same number. That would be such a thrill. No one had ever seen the Heavenly Prince Di Jing battle. This is the battle the entire universe wanted to see the most. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was the preliminary rounds champion. This made everyone believe that the battle between Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Prince Di Jing would be an epic showdown. Huang Xiaolong has merely gotten first place in the preliminary round. There is nothing more to him than that which could compare him to the Heavenly Prince Di Jing. I'll say at first that Huang Xiaolong won't be able to take one strike from the Heavenly Prince Di Jing on the battle stage. In this 1 month, the whole divine world had talked about Huang Xiaolong. Even the other 4 great worlds' top experts were paying attention to Huang Xiaolong, and many of them looked favorably upon him. Some even thought that Huang Xiaolong could become the pinnacle of existence in the future, surpassing Emperor Realm. But if he were to lose his life on the battle stage, slapped to death by Heavenly Prince Di Jing, then that would be the funniest joke ever. While the crowd was discussing excitedly, Huang Xiaolong had drawn a number. Number 6. Huang Xiaolong has got number 6. I wonder who has gotten the other number 6. Everyone craned their necks, looking around. Right at this time, the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong flipped over his participation token number, and an eye-catching 6 appeared in plain view. It's the Brightness Emperor's disciple. The Brightness Emperor's disciple has the number 6. Someone hollered. As his voice rang through the plaza, the crowd stirred in excited anticipation. Even though Huang Xiaolong's first opponent in his first match was not the Heavenly Prince Di Jing, the fight between him and the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong was enough to drive the crowd into a frenzy. In everyone's eyes, this was going to be an exciting and intense battle. When the Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong saw he had gotten the same number as Huang Xiaolong, he was stunned for a moment. But then, he raised his head and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a raging desire for battle. He had been waiting for a long time for this battle. Soon, all of 100 disciples had drawn their lots. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing's opponent was a disciple from the Fiend God Emperor Palace. On the other hand, the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan's opponent was a disciple from the ancient Hidden Purple Flames sword sect. Therefore, there was not much suspense around the Heavenly Prince Di Jing and Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan's match results. Almost all eyes were focused on Battle Stage 6. At this time, Huang Xiaolong and the Brightness Emperor's disciple were standing on the battle stage, facing each other and waiting for the battle to start. Our Emperor's disciple is winning for sure. Emperor's disciple, defeat that Huang Xiaolong. Kill Huang Xiaolong. A short distance away, the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples shouted. Lan Tailong's icy gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Huang Xiaolong, you killed 245 disciples of my Brightness Emperor Palace during the preliminary round. During this 1 month, I have thought about beheading you at every waking second, slicing off your flesh piece by piece as an offering to appease those 245 Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples. Honestly, I was a little worried that you might die at Heavenly Prince Di Jing's hands on the battle stage, but now, I am delighted. My luck must be good since I am encountering you in the first match of the top 100 rankings. Lan Tailong sneered. Another thing, I hope you have no intention of throwing in the towel because I won't give you a chance. Lan Tailong did not conceal his killing intent at all, and a murderous aura soared from his body to the sky. Even though the preliminary round's first place was Huang Xiaolong, Lan Tailong was extremely confident in his own strength. He did not think that Huang Xiaolong could defeat him. He had been cultivating diligently for several tens of thousands of years and had encountered a few fortuitous adventures. Not to mention, he had the highest level of talent amongst several generations of Brightness Emperor's disciples. Not even his father and the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors knew his real strength. Lan Tailong also had the confidence of facing the heavenly prince Dijing. Huang Xiaolong watched as Lan Tailong babbled on with confidence and a burning desire for battle. He couldn't help snickering. "Very good. I feel the same. You won't have the chance to throw in the towel later, and after I kill you, the number of Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples that I have killed would increase to 246. A ruthless glint flickered across Lan Tailong's eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, enough with your bullshit. I'll show you my real strength now." With that said, his momentum intensified, and he no longer concealed his real strength. Radiance rays shot out from Lan Tailong's body, forming intense beams of pillar light. The light pillars pierced through the sky, and a scary energy whirlpool spun rapidly high in the air. Tsunami of bright light spread out from the energy whirlpool to the four directions at a shocking speed. The peak late 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. The crowd was shocked and reacted dramatically. Even the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace's experts were surprised. The rumors circulating outside claimed that Lan Tailong's strength was at the early 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. But who would have thought that Lan Tailong had already reached the peak late 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? Though it was the same 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm, the two-scale strength gap was massive. 10 pairs of wings appeared behind Lan Tailong's back. 10 pairs of wings condensed out of his supreme radiance god force. Brightness Divine Saint Manual. Lan Tailong's cultivation of the Brightness Divine Saint Manual had reached the major completion stage. In the next second, the crowd saw a stalwart shadow materializing behind Lan Tailong. This shadow emitted glaring white crepuscular rays of light and exuded a faint aura of an emperor. Is this an emperor's divine soul will? I have long heard about Lan Tailong obtaining the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder's supreme inheritance. It looks like it's true. This emperor's divine soul will is most likely the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder's divine soul will. The regular Emperor Realm experts could not exude such a powerful emperor aura. At first, everyone was merely astonished, but now, they were astounded. In general, it was rare to find people who had obtained the founder's inheritance, and even rarer to find someone who could successfully withstand the weight of the founder's divine soul will. It was so rare that one hardly appeared in 10 billion years. A peerless Emperor Realm expert's divine soul will, Even though the so-called divine soul will was not a real emperor's will, its power was still startling. Imagine being enveloped by the immense pressure of an Emperor Realm expert, where the foe couldn't even muster the idea of resistance. One could only surrender obediently. This was one of Lan Tailong's trump cards. It was also due to the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder's divine soul will that Lan Tailong was confident to battle Dijing. After summoning the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder's divine soul will, Lan Tailong stood with his hands behind his back as he enjoyed the crowd's astounded expressions. He looked condescendingly at Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, feeling stupefied, aren't you? In truth, during the preliminary round, I did not at all summon the founder's divine soul will. Otherwise, you could have never taken first place in the preliminary round. And this isn't even my full strength yet." The crowd was in a furor listening to Lan Tailong's words. This is still not his full strength. Although astonished, some people were suspicious if Lan Tailong was merely sensationalizing himself. While these people were suspicious, dark radiance energy suddenly surged from Lan Tailong's body. Is that a darkness supreme god force? Everyone was beyond shocked, including the Brightness Emperor Palace's Chun Wenqian and other ancestors. There was darkness element supreme god force surging out from Lan Tailong's body. It clearly meant that Lan Tailong possessed a radiance supreme godhead and a darkness supreme godhead. Lan Tailong has two top supreme godheads. None of them had ever heard of this before. Even the Heavenly Court's experts on the high stage stirred slightly due to Lan Tailong's revelation. This is a surprise. Lan Tailong actually has two top supreme godheads. one light and the other darkness, two contradicting energies. Sitting on the dragon throne, Heavenly Emperor Dijun was full of praise. This Lan Tailong has even surprised me. Grand Marshal Yen Tianchen, who was standing a step behind him, spoke. Lan Tailong's strength has completely surpassed the strength of a peak late 8th Order, Heavenly Monarch realm. It is comparable to most of the 9th Order Heavenly Monarch realm experts. Considering the Emperor's divine soul will, it looks like it's even possible for him to kill some early 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm expert. It seems like Huang Xiaolong's absolutely dead. Xiao Yi agreed at the side, nodding his head. But the Heavenly Emperor Dijun shook his head with a wry smile. Not necessarily. Both Yen Tianchen and Xiao Yi were surprised. Huang Xiaolong placed first in the preliminary round, forcing Jinger to second place. He must have his own trump cards. Heavenly Emperor Dijun went on earnestly. Perhaps, both of them might suffer heavy injuries in this battle, or Huang Xiaolong might barely defeat Lan Tailong at a great cost. Both sides might suffer, or Huang Xiaolong might even defeat Lan Tailong at a great cost. Yen Tianchen blanked for a second, and weakly denied. Not possible, right? Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and Bei Xiaomei had confidence in Huang Xiaolong. But now that Lan Tailong had exposed the existence of a second supreme godhead, and the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder's divine soul will, they couldn't help feeling worried. Elder Fu, do you think Uncle can hold on? He can, right? Bei Xiaomei asked Elder Fu. Elder Fu smiled wryly. This question was tough to answer. Inwardly, he didn't look favorably on Huang Xiaolong's current situation. In his opinion, the chances of Lan Tailong winning this battle were extremely high. Anyone with an understanding of an emperor's divine soul will's power would think the same way. That is hard to say. Elder Fu pondered cautiously before answering Bei Xiaomei. Bei Xiaomei's eyebrows furrowed as she said, "If Uncle really loses, then you must save him immediately, even if you have to violate the heavenly court's rules." A wry smile rose in Elder Fu's heart, looking at Bei Xiaomei's solemn expression. He could only nod and reassure her, "Don't worry, miss." In reality, Elder Fu wanted to highlight to his miss that Huang Xiaolong's two monsters would protect him if he were to face danger. The two monsters were more powerful than him. Huang Xiaolong, aren't you preparing for battle? On the battle stage, Lan Tailong nonchalantly shook his 10 radiance wings as he went on coldly. After losing, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to prepare. At that point, the battle on the stage had yet to start officially. The referee was giving the two participants some time to get ready. Huang Xiaolong remained blasé. "I believe that my strength is still sufficient to defeat you, so there is no need for me to prepare." The crowd below was stupefied after hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Lan Tailong chuckled coldly. As he responded, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that was akin to rotating needles emitting glaring light. "Good, in that case. I do not need to worry about anything." Lan Tailong had decided to use the founder's divine soul will's power to suppress Huang Xiaolong until he could not move, and then behead him. No, first, he would slice off 245 pieces from Huang Xiaolong's flesh as sacrificial offerings to the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples he had murdered inside the Heavenly Court's secret region. After that, he would kill Huang Xiaolong. A golden light flashed as a long radiant sword appeared in Lan Tailong's hand. Radiance Flame's divine sword. In the distance, Zhao Lei's face tightened in tension. Other Emperor Palace's experts watched nervously. The instant the long sword in Lan Tailong's hand appeared, the surrounding temperatures rose sharply. Faint wisps of white flames dominated the entire battle stage environment. Yet these faint white flames were akin to piercing swords that penetrated one's soul. Even though the long sword's sharpness was not directed at the crowd, they could still feel prickling pain in their souls. The Radiance Flame's divine sword was the Brightness Emperor Palace's ultimate treasure sword with earth-shattering power. It was a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual weapon, and it was needless to explain the divine sword's sharpness. It was said that it could slash and pierce through anything. On top of that, the Radiance Flame's divine sword contained incredible radiance energy. After cutting its victims, the divine sword's radiance energy would invade the victim's body, destroying it from within, down to the godhead. The Radiance Flame's divine sword was the Brightness Emperor Palace's emperor's weapon. Who would have thought that Lan Tailong would bring it to participate in the battle of the heavenly court? Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed when the Radiance Flame's divine sword appeared. Start! Right at this time, referees on numerous battle stages shouted simultaneously. In a split second, figures on various battle stages lunged towards their opponents. Lan Tailong was the same. He turned into a streak of white light, accelerating forward. He was so fast that even some 10th Order heavenly monarchs couldn't capture his movements. The instant Lan Tailong moved, he employed the Brightness Founder's divine soul will behind him. The white light enshrouding the shadow intensified, as its majestic momentum enveloped the whole battle stage. Under the Brightness Founder's divine soul will's pressure, even the experts in the crowd were pinned in place by an invisible pressure. They were astounded to discover that they could not move at all. Even the peak late 10th Order heavenly monarch realm experts weren't spared. Moreover, the Brightness Founder's divine soul will's power was not actually aimed at them, but at Huang Xiaolong. One could only imagine the amount of pressure Huang Xiaolong was experiencing. Lan Tailong aimed the Radiance Flame's divine sword's tip at Huang Xiaolong's head and slashing down. Huang Xiaolong stood motionless on the battle stage as if welcoming the attack. It looked like he had turned silly, as the Radiance Flame's divine sword's tip was 10 meters away from his head. An emperor's might is indeed terrifying. Under the Brightness Founder's divine soul will's pressure, one can only be fish on the chopping board. Huang Xiaolong's dead for sure. I thought it would be the battle of the millennium, but who could have guessed that Huang Xiaolong would die so fast? Experts in the crowd shook their heads. It looks like Huang Xiaolong overestimated his own strength. If he would have made some preparations earlier, he wouldn't have got defeated in one strike. He just wasted those 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. At this point, some people were still obsessed with Huang Xiaolong's bet of 40 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Finally, before the crowd's eyes, Lan Tailong's Radiance Flames' divine sword pierced Huang Xiaolong's head. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and the others turned deathly pale at this sight. On the other hand, Lan Tailong's face twisted in an insane smile. But in the next second, his expression stiffened as his Radiance Flame's divine sword felt no resistance at all, like he was cutting through the air. An afterimage. Lan Tailong was dumbfounded. The Radiance Flame's divine sword cut through the air and slashed the battle stage floor, leaving a long cut across the surface. The crowd was stunned. What happened? It is a good sword, but your speed is too slow. Right at this time, a voice sounded behind Lan Tailong. Lan Tailong's eyes widened in astonishment as he spun around to see that Huang Xiaolong was standing behind him. Lan Tailong's breathing became a little heavy as he looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. You! How could you? Huang Xiaolong was unaffected by the Brightness Founder's divine soul will's suppression. Those under the stage were just as flabbergasted. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and Bei Xiaomei were at a loss for words. Did you two understand what happened? Heavenly Emperor Di Jun asked in a casual tone, but his eyes glimmered as he looked at Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage. Yan Tianqin came to his senses and shared his thoughts. Huang Xiaolong has a Grand Mist Grade Soul Defense artifact. Xiao Yi, who was standing by his side, nodded in agreement. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun fell silent. Yan Tianqin's judgment that Huang Xiaolong had a Grand Mist Grade Soul Defense artifact was accurate, but it was more complicated than that. One could not remain unaffected by an Emperor Divine Soul will by merely relying on a Grand Mist Soul Defense artifact. But that was the Brightness Founder's Emperor Divine Soul will. Even if it was only a tiny portion. Lan Tailong bellowed loudly on the stage, and he once again aimed the Radiance Flame's divine sword at Huang Xiaolong. This time, the Radiance Flame's divine sword emitted rays of great sword light, and the burning white flames sizzled the air. Lan Tailong refused to believe he could miss again. He employed the Brightness Founder's Emperor Divine Soul will once more, and a mammoth of pressure slammed down on Huang Xiaolong. Lan Tailong's 10 radiance wings flapped as he accelerated forward. Die! Lan Tailong bellowed as white light shot out from his eyes. The Radiance Flame's divine sword in Lan Tailong's hand once again advanced towards Huang Xiaolong's head. But this time, Huang Xiaolong did not dodge. Instead, he reached out with 2 of his fingers and clipped the sword's tip, as if that was Lan Tailong's intention all along. Sword raised disappeared, and time froze. Everyone stared blankly at Battle Stage 6, looking specifically at Huang Xiaolong's 2 fingers. His sword got caught. Various endings had flashed across the spectators' minds, moments before Lan Tailong had bellowed and pierced his sword through Huang Xiaolong. For example, Huang Xiaolong would dodge Lan Tailong's attack like he had done earlier, since the Radiance Flame's divine sword in Lan Tailong's hand was a top-grade Grand Mist artifact. No one would have the guts to test its sharpness head-on. But that terrifying sword was now caught between Huang Xiaolong's 2 fingers. Everyone was flabbergasted. Lan Tailong could barely hide the shock on his face, and panic flitted across his eyes. He raised his full force and attempted to free his sword from Huang Xiaolong's fingers. But he failed. Huang Xiaolong's fingers were akin to 2 insurmountable chaos pillars. Your speed is still too slow. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at Lan Tailong and went on. Is this your fastest and strongest attack? In that case. Huang Xiaolong's words trailed off as he shook his head with disappointment. Lan Tailong's face turned red from embarrassment and anger as he felt thoroughly humiliated. He was confused. Why was Huang Xiaolong unaffected by the Brightness Founder's Emperor Divine Soul Will's coercion? Even if Huang Xiaolong really has a Grand Misgrade Soul Defense artifact, Huang Xiaolong should not be completely unaffected. Why is it like this? It's my turn now. Huang Xiaolong's cold and indifferent voice sounded in Lan Tailong's ears, and before he could react, Huang Xiaolong lightly flicked his finger onto the Radiance Flame's divine sword. An overwhelming force rushed towards Lan Tailong. His arm holding the Radiance Flame's divine sword became numb, and his grip over the sword hilt loosened. The Radiance Flame's divine sword hummed as it was hurled into the air. Next, Huang Xiaolong's fist snaked out. Space shook from the inertial force, threatening to collapse. Rules of time and space became chaotic. The power of his fist seemed to have arrived from the ancient time, passing through time and space. The entire battle stage quaked violently in protest. The power of one fist shook the entire plaza. While Lan Tailong and the crowd were still confused, Huang Xiaolong's fist landed accurately on Lan Tailong's chest. CRCRACCK. Cracking noises rang from the stage, as the divine armor, glimmering in numerous ancient radiant runes on Lan Tailong's body, broke and shattered like the withered bark of a tree. Huang Xiaolong's fist went through Lan Tailong's protective Godforce barrier, into his chest, and came out from his back without any resistance. Emperor Palace's experts could see Huang Xiaolong's fist protruding from Lan Tailong's back with blood dripping onto the stage. Lan Tailong let out a blood-curdling scream. Huang Xiaolong subsequently retrieved his fist from Lan Tailong's chest, and in a split second, his fist struck forward in another punch. World-shaking radiant flames and lightning energy swirled as his fist punched out, carrying a world-destroying force as it landed on Lan Tailong. However, this punch was not aimed at Lan Tailong's chest but on Lan Tailong's neck. Looking at the radiant flames and lightning energy around Huang Xiaolong's fist, unprecedented fear exploded in Lan Tailong's eyes. He smelled death from Huang Xiaolong's punch. Save me! Lan Tailong bellowed towards the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors in desperation. At the same time, Godforce flooded out frenziedly from his 2 supreme godheads. Boundless radiant and darkness supreme Godforce roiled around his body. Young Lord! Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestor Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin jumped to their feet in boiling anger and leaped on the battle stage with their fists aimed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, how do you dare to hurt him? Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin couldn't be bothered with adhering to the Heavenly Court's rules and whatnots if Lan Tailong died on the battle stage. Their Brightness Emperor would. Seeing Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin disregarding the Heavenly Court's rules and interfere in the battle of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Emperor Dijun casually waved his hand to stop the surrounding Heavenly Court soldiers to remain at their positions. Zhao Lei, Li Shan, Mo Xiao, Peng Yi, Elder Fu, and the others also leaped into the air simultaneously. But two figures were faster than any of them. In a blurry flicker, the two odd beasts were already blocking Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin. The two odd beasts' claws struck out, and an overwhelming force akin to a chaos mountain slammed onto Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin. They were flustered, but quickly circulated their god force to the limit to defend themselves. Even though both odd beasts were not in their actual forms, their claws' power was too strong for Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin. In a split second, Chen Wenxian, Chen Wenxin, and the rest of the Brightness Emperor Palace's ancestors were sent flying like withered leaves in the hurricane. When Chen Wenxian and the others were sent flying, Huang Xiaolong's fist struck Lan Tailong's neck simultaneously, instantly scattering Lan Tailong's radiant and darkness god force protective barrier. Kacha! Noises similar to breaking branches sounded on the stage as Huang Xiaolong's fist slammed into Lan Tailong's neck, breaking it. But that was not the end of it. The destructive force of Huang Xiaolong's punch was rampaging through Lan Tailong's body. Lan Tailong's head and body exploded into blood fog in the blink of an eye, and his two supreme godheads appeared in front of the crowd. The two supreme godheads' first reaction was to flee. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly as a suction force from his palm captured both godheads. No matter how much the two supreme godheads struggled, or how brightly god force erupted from them, neither could successfully break free. Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin, who were sent flying earlier, struggled up from the ground. When they saw this sight, their eyes widened in horror. But Chen Wenxian reacted and pointed at Huang Xiaolong in a fury. Huang Xiaolong, if you dared to kill our young lord, our Brightness Emperor Palace will annihilate the Fortune Emperor Palace from top to bottom, down to the last dog. Quickly release our young lord. On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong was indifferent to Chen Wenxian's threat. Suddenly, two groups of purple flames appeared on Huang Xiaolong's palms that flew straight towards the two supreme godheads. Lan Tailong's anguished screams reverberated across the plaza until the noise was cut off abruptly. The plaza's tranquility returned. Everyone looked dazedly at the battle stage. The Brightness Emperor's disciple Lan Tailong's dead. For real? A chilling coldness wrapped around everyone's heart. That was the Brightness Emperor's disciple they were talking about. Even if Lan Tailong's identity and status couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Prince Dijing, he was still someone who could gather thousands of strong warriors with a call and was respected wherever he went. But he was killed before the crowd. Ah! Chen Wenxian and Chen Wenxin bawled in anguish, and like madmen, the two lunged towards Huang Xiaolong with scarlet eyes. But before they could get closer, they were slapped away by one of the odd beasts. Huang Xiaolong's face was emotionless. The chance of reconciliation between him and the Brightness Emperor Palace was long gone before today. On the battle stage, if he wouldn't have killed Lan Tailong, then Lan Tailong would have killed him. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had never thought of sparing Lan Tailong from the beginning. Some distance away on another battle stage, the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan had already defeated his opponent. He felt a chill around his limbs as he witnessed the purple flames from Huang Xiaolong's palm burn Lan Tailong's two supreme godheads. His face went deathly pale, and the chill went deep into his soul. If he would have drawn number 6 instead of Lan Tailong, then would it have been him who had died? In fact, not only the Fiend God Emperor's disciple had that feeling, but other Emperor Palace's disciples also felt the same way. Their faces paled, and their knees went weak. Before the preliminary round had started, the Fiend God Emperor Palace had issued a lucrative bounty of 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for anyone who killed Huang Xiaolong. Many of them had been tempted. The majority had fantasized themselves killing Huang Xiaolong. Not only could they collect the 5 million low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, but they could also obtain the supreme treasures on Huang Xiaolong. Hence, during the preliminary round, various disciples had searched high and low for Huang Xiaolong inside the Heavenly Court secret region. Now, these Emperor Palace's disciples stood petrified. Had they found Huang Xiaolong inside the Heavenly Court secret region, Then, the purple flames on Huang Xiaolong's palm grew larger, and everyone heard cracking noises from Lan Tailong's two supreme godheads. All eyes turned towards the two supreme godheads in the air, and they saw fine spiderweb cracks on their surface. A moment later, the two supreme godheads broke into many pieces. This scene shocked the crowd further. Lan Tailong's two supreme godheads were infinitely close to King of Supreme Godheads. In general, there was almost nothing that could destroy this rank of the Supreme Godhead. Even if a top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifact was slashed on it 1,000,000 times, there wouldn't be a crack on the Supreme Godhead. Yet, they had actually crumbled into pieces under Huang Xiaolong's purple flames in a few short moments. Even the Heavenly Prince Di Jing looked solemn. What kind of flame is that? Heavenly Emperor Di Jun felt like Huang Xiaolong's purple flames looked familiar, but he couldn't be sure. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you, Chun Wenxian roared from afar. His voice was hoarse with anger, after watching Lan Tailong's two supreme godheads shatter. Even after a cultivator's soul was destroyed, if his godhead remained intact, there was the slimmest chance of resurrecting. But now, even Lan Tailong's supreme godheads had shattered. That was real death, without even a fraction of a millionth chance of resurrection. When Chen Wenxian barely got up from the ground, he violently coughed up blood. The odd beast's two claw strikes from earlier had injured Chen Wenxian greatly, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Huang Xiaolong watched without any expression. Then he turned to the referee, who was on the edge of the battle stage, and said, "The battle has ended, right?" Coincidentally, the referee was the same general who had kicked Huang Xiaolong's group out of Manor 61. His name was Zhou Han. Huang Xiaolong's question jarred Zhou Han back to reality. When he saw the look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, it sent a chill to his soul as he hastened to announce, "Battle Stage 6, Fortune Emperor Palaces, Huang Xiaolong wins." At this point, no matter how he tried, his voice did not sound as calm as he had wanted to, and it was quivering like the strings of a zither. However, after Zhou Han's announcement, there was no thunderous applause from the crowd. There were no cheers or triumphant shouts. The world was silent as the various Emperor Palace's disciples looked at Huang Xiaolong with fear, still immersed in the scene of Huang Xiaolong killing Lan Tailong. Huang Xiaolong leisurely walked off the stage. Excellent! While the world was enveloped in solemn silence, Bei Xiaomei shouted at the top of her lungs. Huang Xiaolong glanced in her direction and saw Bei Xiaomei clapping her hands with a bright smile on her face. Under the sunlight, her fair, slender arms were a pretty sight. This girl. A smile finally spread over Huang Xiaolong's face. Very good. Zhao Lei joined in with his sonorous laughter. A second later, thunderous cheers erupted from the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples, reverberating through the plaza. Every disciple of the Fortune Emperor Palace wore an expression of smug pride and glory on their faces. During the preliminary round, the Fortune Emperor Palace's disciples were hunted by the disciples from the Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace. They had to turn tail and run every time they came across other Emperor Palace's disciples. But now, the fury and depression they had been suppressing erupted at this moment. The waves of cheers and laughter from the Fortune Emperor Palace's group grew increasingly louder. These cheers and laughter sounded harsh in the Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples' ears. Chun Wenxian and Chun Wenxin, who were being helped up by several Brightness Emperor Palace's disciples, looked uglier than ever. Chun Wenxian's hateful gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong, who was stepping down from the stage. His gaze was nothing less than wanting to swallow Huang Xiaolong alive. Huang Xiaolong returned to Zone 61. He sensed Chun Wenxian's strong killing intent, but he remained unbothered. What divine fire is that purple flame? It's so terrifying that it was capable of incinerating Lan Tailong's supreme godheads. Yan Tianxin, by Di Jun's side, spoke in a hushed whisper, still in shock. Even the desolate era's divine fires are not this frightening. Xiao Yi too was genuinely astonished. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun's eyes glimmered, seemingly pondering about something. "Jing-er," he suddenly called. Heavenly Prince Di Jing was surprised but responded promptly, "I am here, Imperial Father. Do you still have the confidence to defeat Huang Xiaolong? Di Jun's voice was low and severe. Initially, he had absolute confidence in his son Di Jing's strength, but now, his confidence was slightly shaken after witnessing Huang Xiaolong kill Lan Tailong on the battle stage. Lan Tailong's cultivation was at the peak late 7th Order Heavenly Monarch realm. He also possessed 2 supreme godheads, and had reached major completion in the Brightness Divine Saint Manual, condensing 10 Radiance Wings. Moreover, he had even gotten the Brightness Founder's Inheritance and Divine Soul Will, but he was easily killed by Huang Xiaolong. In fact, Lan Tailong was severely injured by Huang Xiaolong with 1 punch. The second punch had exploded him. The third move had destroyed Lan Tailong's soul, and the fourth move had crushed his 2 supreme godheads. These had more than proven Huang Xiaolong's startling strength, no, his terrifying strength. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing looked at the Heavenly Emperor Di Jun and smiled suddenly. A bright, sunny, and even adorable smile as he stressed to Di Jun. Rest assured, Imperial Father, if Huang Xiaolong encounters me, he's bound to die. The Heavenly Prince Di Jing exuded a resilient and confident aura, and his confidence stemmed from his own strength. Di Jun was surprised for a second, but then nodded his head smilingly. That's good. That's good. When the time comes, Huang Xiaolong must not be allowed to leave the battle stage alive. Huang Xiaolong's talent was too monstrous. In less than 1,000 years of cultivation, he had reached such terrifying heights. Di Jun really couldn't imagine Huang Xiaolong's growth if he continued to cultivate further. He felt a strong sense of unease and disgust whenever he thought of Huang Xiaolong. Logically speaking, since he had never met Huang Xiaolong before this, these feelings of unease and disgust should not have existed, but they did. These feelings were strong and intense, as if the two of them were archenemies. Please rest assured, Imperial Father. Heavenly Prince Di Jing nodded lightly. Similar to Huang Xiaolong, Heavenly Prince Di Jing, Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan, and the others finished their first matches. Other battle stages matches also came to an end. The sight of Huang Xiaolong killing Lan Tailong had long extinguished the crowd's desire to watch the battles on other stages. Soon, the drawings for the second round of matches for the top 100 rankings lot started. The Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan and the others were trembling when they went up to draw their numbers with Huang Xiaolong. A while later, the number Huang Xiaolong had drawn came out. It was number 8. The Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan flipped over the number in his hands, and the instant he saw the number in his hand, his heart nearly jumped out from his chest. All eyes in the crowd were on the number Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan had drawn, especially the Fiend God Emperor Palace's group. They were tightly clenching their hands in tension. Number 9. When they saw that the number in Fengchan's hand was 9 and not 8, everyone in the Fiend God Emperor Palace's group heaved in relief. Buddha's blessing. Even Fengchan had thought that his heart was going to stop beating a moment ago. There was cold sweat all over his palms, but fortunately, it was not number 8. A feeling of surviving a catastrophe washed over Fengchan. Although he had not used any of his trump cards inside the Heavenly Court secret region, it was apparent at this point that even if he used his trump cards, he was not stronger than Lan Tailong. Since Huang Xiaolong had killed Lan Tailong in 2 punches, in Fengchan's opinion, Huang Xiaolong's 2 punches could send him to hell as well. Right at this time, the crowd and all the participants were in a furor. Fengchan turned to look with an uneasy feeling and saw Li Junhua standing among the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's group holding the number 8. Not far from him. The person who had drawn the same number as Huang Xiaolong was none other than the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Li Junhua. The moment Li Junhua drew the lot, flipped it over and saw the number, his expression changed for the worse immediately. His hands were trembling as he held the token number in his hand. If this were before the first match of the top 100 rankings, Li Junhua would have felt confident in defeating Huang Xiaolong, despite Huang Xiaolong taking first place in the preliminary round. But now, after witnessing Huang Xiaolong kill Lan Tailong, even if he were given 1,000 times more confidence, Li Junhua still wouldn't dare to think he could defeat Huang Xiaolong. During the preliminary round, participants would, more or less, have kept their trump cards, and so did Li Junhua. But even if he were to throw out all his trump cards now, he would have lost against Lan Tailong, who had two supreme godheads. With the number 8 token in his hand, Li Junhua returned to Zone 1, walking as if he had lost his soul. After seeing his demeanor, Han Qing snapped at him angrily. In this time's battle of the Heavenly Court, you are our Grand Mist Emperor Palace's strongest and most talented disciple. You represent our Grand Mist Emperor Palace. What are you so afraid of? Are you afraid of that lousy Huang Xiaolong? Don't tell me Huang Xiaolong would have the guts to kill you. Li Junhua's head hung over his chest and did not respond to Han Qing. Even though Huang Xiaolong killed Lan Tailong, that doesn't mean he won't die. It doesn't mean no one could not kill Huang Xiaolong. Han Qing added with a cold sneer. Li Junhua was stunned, failing to register the meaning of Han Qing's words. In the meantime, Han Qing took something out. The thing in her hand was round in shape, like marble, the size of half an adult's fist. Its surface was densely covered in black-colored runes. There was nothing special about it other than that. But when the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Zhang Renjie saw this item, his face paled and he blurted out anxiously, Han Qing, you are planning to give this item to Junhua? Other Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestors might not know how terrifying this item was, but Zhang Renjie knew. This bead was found by him and Han Qing during one of their trips to the Devil Abyss. Neither of them knew what this bead was exactly. However, they had used this kind of bead in the past. Hence, he knew the power of this bead. This bead contained a frightening chaos lightning energy that resembled a vast reservoir of chaos lightning pool. Once the runes on the bead's surface were activated, the bead would explode. The magnitude of the explosion wouldn't be different from a reservoir of chaos lightning pool exploding, destroying everything in its range. Forget Huang Xiaolong. Even a 10th Order Emperor Realm expert would be bombed until nothing was left. Han Qing scoffed. It is worth it if Huang Xiaolong can die due to this item. I have been reluctant to use this bead all this while. Zhang Renjie yelled anxiously, No! Han Qing harumphed icily and spoke strongly. Zhang Renjie, don't forget your identity. You are a Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor, and you should think and act for the benefit of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. If you're not helping Li Junhua, then are you planning to help Huang Xiaolong instead? For a second, Zhang Renjie couldn't think of any words to refute her. Han Qing stuffed the bead into Li Junhua's hand, then imprinted the method of activating the bead's runes straight into Li Junhua's mind. Remember, the moment you go up to the battle stage, no need to wait for the battle to begin. Immediately use the method I have taught you to activate the runes and kill Huang Xiaolong. Han Qing stressed icily. Do you understand? Li Junhua was dumbfounded, and he repeatedly muttered, This. Han Qing added, As for the Heavenly Court's battle stage rules, ignore it. So what if you violated the rules? Your Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciple. How will Di Jun dare to penalize you? Moreover, I believe he wishes for Huang Xiaolong to die. You can help him kill Huang Xiaolong, and he might even shout with joy inwardly. Still, Li Junhua looked dazedly at the bead in his palm. Although he didn't know anything about this bead, judging from Ancestor Han Qing's tone, she looked absolutely certain that it would kill Huang Xiaolong. But the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's grudge with Huang Xiaolong had not reached this degree. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong had met with their Grand Mist Emperor. Despite the vague relationship between Huang Xiaolong and Grand Mist Emperor, still, Li Junhua struggled inwardly, and his determination swayed indecisively. This is an order, Han Qing snapped. You just need to execute it. You don't need to bother with other things. Sensing the intimidating pressure from Han Qing's body, Li Junhua lowered his head and replied solemnly, Yes. The competing disciples, please come up to the stage. At this time, the referee on Battle Stage 8 yelled. His gaze shifted to Li Junhua and Huang Xiaolong. Li Junhua took a difficult deep breath, then stepped up onto Battle Stage 8. On the stage, Li Junhua gripped his fingers tightly around the bead. In fact, he was still hesitating. Damn! Han Qing cursed under her breath, seeing Li Junhua had defied her order, delaying the bead's activation. She had named the unknown bead as the Massacre Emperor bead, as it could kill any order of Emperor Realm experts in one strike. The battle begins. The referees on all the battle stages shouted. Han Qing's heart sunk to the bottom of the abyss. Li Junhua had missed the best opportunity to kill Huang Xiaolong the moment the battle began. I admit defeat. Just as the referee's voice fell, Li Junhua looked up and threw in the towel. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even though dumbfounded, they could understand Li Junhua's decision. Even if the person standing on battle stage 8 right now was the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Fengchan, he would have likely thrown in the towel as well. Han Qing was already white with anger, seeing Li Junhua had admitted defeat. Her icy cold glare was fixed on Li Junhua as he stepped down from the battle stage. Anyone could tell from the cold gleam in her eyes that she wanted to kill someone. You have the guts to defy my order. When we return, I will have you punished according to the Emperor Palace's rules. Han Qing's voice was low, hoarse, and filled with malice. I'm sorry, Ancestor Han Qing. Lu Junhua returned the bead to Han Qing and did not dare to look in her eyes. Battle Stage 8. The Fortune Emperor Palace's Huang Xiaolong wins. The referee on Battle Stage 8 announced. Han Qing raised her head, looking coldly at Huang Xiaolong's figure on Battle Stage 8. There was still a free round of matches, and Huang Xiaolong would come across more Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples as opponents. She believed that the next disciple would follow her order. She still has opportunities. However, Han Qing was further infuriated. For the subsequent 2 matches, Huang Xiaolong did not encounter an opponent from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. After 2 rounds of matches, it was time for the top 10 rankings round. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace only had one disciple named Zhao Tong, who had successfully entered the top 10 rankings battle. This Zhao Tong was one of the 2 strongest disciples of Grand Mist Emperor Palace participating in the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Though his strength was slightly lower compared to Li Junhua, the gap was almost negligible. However, amongst the top 10 disciples, Zhao Tong's strength could only rank at the bottom of the ladder. If it weren't for Lan Tailong and Li Junhua's elimination early on due to Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Tong's strength would have been insufficient to enter the top 10 rankings. Soon, a new round of lots was drawn for the top 10 rankings matches. This time, Huang Xiaolong drew the number 3, and the other person who drew the same number was Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong's mind went blank, looking at the number in his hand. Han Qing's eyes sparkled with a manic gleam, seeing this result. Initially, she had lost all hope, but based on Zhao Tong's strength, this would be his last match in the top 10. Who'd have thought Zhao Tong's last opponent would be Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong. Excellent. Han Qing could barely suppress the elation in her chest. Huang Xiaolong, even the heavens want you dead. Don't blame me. When Zhao Tong returned to Zone 1 with the number token in his hand, Han Qing immediately called him to her side. She gave Zhao Tong the Massacre Emperor bead, and she imprinted the method to activate the rune straight into Zhao Tong's mind. Like she had done with Li Junhua, she strictly emphasized Zhao Tong in an inviolable tone to activate the Massacre Emperor bead when he went up to the battle stage. When Zhao Tong saw the ordinary-looking bead in his palm that could annihilate Emperor Realm experts and boom Huang Xiaolong into dust, he was dazed for a second. Then a rush of joy flooded to his eyes. In the top 10, each higher position promised an even greater reward. If there was hope, he naturally wanted to advance higher. Moreover, if he defeated Huang Xiaolong, his reputation would resound throughout the entire divine world, maybe even reach other great worlds. Please rest assured, Ancestor Han Qing. Zhao Tong quickly reassured Han Qing after accepting the Massacre Emperor bead. Good. You're doing merit to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace by killing Huang Xiaolong. Hearing Zhao Tong's guarantee, Han Qing smiled and added, When we return, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and I would heavily reward you. Thank you, Ancestor Han Qing. Zhao Tong responded joyfully. Grasping the Massacre Emperor bead tightly in his hand, Zhao Tong strode purposefully towards the battle stage 3. Xiaolong, you must be extra careful. That Zhao Tong and Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing's expressions don't seem right. Just as Huang Xiaolong raised his foot to walk towards battle stage 3, Fang Xianxian spoke to remind Huang Xiaolong of Zhao Tong and Han Qing's suspicious behavior. Even though she could not see or hear them, their actions gave her a strong, ominous feeling. That's right, Xiaolong. Just that Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ancestor Han Qing seems to have given Zhao Tong something. Peng Xiao chimed in with a worried expression as she added, "They must be plotting something." Huang Xiaolong flashed them a carefree smile. "I know. I will be careful." Since Huang Xiaolong seemed to have taken their warning lightly, Peng Xiao summoned the Black Dragon Divine Armor and pushed it to Huang Xiaolong. "Put on this Black Dragon Divine Armor." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and replied, "All right then." In truth, it made no difference to Huang Xiaolong whether he wore the Black Dragon Divine Armor or not. He had the Heavenly Hall and City of Eternity protecting his body. Even if the opponent had some tricks up their sleeves, they couldn't kill him. However, he was reluctant to disappoint the two girls' good intentions. Huang Xiaolong accepted the Black Dragon Divine Armor and let it submerge into his body. After that, he strode to Battle Stage 3. At this time, Zhao Tong was already waiting on the battle stage, watching Huang Xiaolong walk over. He couldn't help himself revealing a jeering sneer. His fingers tightened over the Massacre Emperor bead in his hand. As soon as Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the battle stage, he would immediately activate the Massacre Emperor bead. Huang Xiaolong reached the battle stage moments later and ascended the stage under various experts' watchful eyes. When Huang Xiaolong stepped on the battle stage, Zhao Tong's face warped with an insane smile. He activated the Massacre Emperor bead according to the method taught by Han Qing, then hurled it towards Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, go die!" The moment the Massacre Emperor bead was thrown out, an ear-splitting explosion shook the plaza. It felt like the world had exploded, and countless streaks of chaos lightning snaked out frenziedly and enveloped Huang Xiaolong. Simultaneously, the entire battle stage was reduced to dust. The explosion even opened a giant hole in space, and the whole plaza quaked violently. Numerous chaos lightning streaks easily pulverized the unbreakable barrier placed around the perimeters of the stage by an early Emperor Realm expert. Emperor Palace's experts in the vicinity of Battle Stage 3 sensed an overwhelming destructive power rushing towards them, scaring them to dodge away in a panic. Xyla! The various Emperor Palaces, families, and sects' ancestors looked pale as they cooperated, defending against the terrifying destructive power. The unexpected turn of events astounded everyone. "Xiaolong! Uncle!" The first to react were Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and Bei Xiaomei, as they cried out to Huang Xiaolong in horror. All three rushed towards the battle stage, disregarding the dangers, but were pulled back just in time by Zhao Lei, Li Shan, and Elder Fu. The terrifying chaos lightning explosion was still roiling in the air, dominating the entire battle stage area. The three girls would die even before reaching the battle stage. "Let me go!" Bei Xiaomei yelled, with a face full of anguish and despair, and tears rushed down from her red-rimmed eyes. Fang Xianxian and Peng Xiao were desperately struggling to break free from Zhao Lei and Li Shan's restraints. Standing where she was, Han Qing watched ecstatically as the entire battle stage exploded into dust and started laughing hysterically. "Huang Xiaolong, let's see how you managed to survive this time. You did a good job." Han Qing praised Zhao Tong. "Don't worry. When we return, you will be handsomely rewarded." In the meantime, Zhao Tong escaped back to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Zone 1. "Many thanks, Ancestor Han Qing." Zhao Tong smiled happily. In the far distance, the heavenly Prince Di Jing was agape with shock, and a little dazed. Huang Xiaolong died just like that? On the other hand, the Fiend God Emperor's disciple Feng Chan nearly laughed out loud at this sight. A while ago, he had been worrying that he would encounter Huang Xiaolong as an opponent on the battle stage. But now, this was no longer a problem. Since Huang Xiaolong's death, the second place in this time's battle of the Heavenly Court was his without any doubt. "You shameless Grand Mist Emperor Palace. I want all of you dead." The grief-stricken Fang Xianxian suddenly turned around. Her eyes had turned scarlet as she stared at Han Qing and Zhao Tong as if she was going to lunge on them. "Insolent! The Heavenly Court's Marshal you sure barked. and numerous heavenly soldiers surrounded Fang Xianxian, Zhao Lei, and the others. This is the battle of the heavenly court. If you dare to wreak havoc here, all of you will be thrown to the dungeon. Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and the others were about to explode from anger. Clearly, the Grand Mist Emperor Palace had violated the battle of the heavenly court's rules. But these heavenly court's marshals and soldiers were pointing their spears at the Fortune Emperor Palace instead of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Suddenly, someone shouted sharply, "Look there!" The crowd was baffled as they turned to look. The energy rippled on the pulverized battle stage, submerged under the overwhelming chaos lightning energy. It seemed like the lightning energy was gathering towards a particular spot. What's going on? Han Qing was taken aback as a bad feeling rose in her heart. As the chaos lightning grew stronger and stronger, everyone practically stopped breathing under the anticipation. None of them dared to blink for fear of missing the amazing show before them. As for Di Jun, who was seated on the nine-dragon throne, a frown appeared on his face. Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and Bei Xiaomei, who were about to go on a rampage, stopped, and they stared at the ball of chaos lighting in the sky. The lightning started to dissipate under everyone's gaze slowly, and it seemed as though something was sucking it dry. Han Qing and Zhao Tong looked at each other, and a feeling of unease filled their hearts. As time slowly passed, the ball of lightning in the air shrunk. As it became thinner and thinner, the speed at which it was being absorbed sped up considerably. Eventually, a blurry figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't die. He devoured the chaos lightning in an instant, and not even the slightest bit of waste could be seen. The endless reservoir of chaos lightning charged into the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows and entered his body. This isn't possible, Han Qing screamed. Even as an 8th Order Emperor Realm expert, she wouldn't be able to swallow all the chaos divine lightning, as Huang Xiaolong did. He was a mere heavenly monarch. How in the world was he able to do something like that? Also, the Massacre Emperor Bead had failed to kill Huang Xiaolong. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun looked at the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows, and he seemed to have thought of something. Several other experts from the other superpowers felt a terrifying thought flash through their minds as well. 9 Chaos Lightning Pool. Yan Tianchen, who was standing beside Di Jun, gasped in shock. A solemn expression formed on his face. I never thought that this brat would be able to fuse with the 9 Chaos Lightning Pool. Xiao Yi, who was standing on the other side of Di Jun, exclaimed in surprise as well. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. He had never heard of anyone subduing the 9 Chaos Lightning Pool in his entire life. In fact, such a mythical object couldn't be subdued by anyone. There were 2 other Chaos Lightning Pools in the Heavenly Court. Despite his best efforts, even the ancient Heavenly Emperor himself could not subdue both of them, let alone Di Jun. Not even the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Court, Di Jing, was able to mess about with them. Yet Huang Xiaolong had managed to do it right before their very eyes. Everyone was stunned silly as a complicated light flashed through their eyes. When Huang Xiaolong crawled out from the mess he had made, he walked towards the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's direction. Han Qing and Zhao Tong felt their expressions change. Zhao Tong felt incredibly nervous as his legs went soft. His pants even turned a little moist as he was no longer able to control his fear. Ancestor, you have to save me. Zhao Tong screamed and begged for help from Zhang Renjie and Han Qing. Huang Xiaolong, what do you think you're doing? A vicious light flashed through Han Qing's eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. When Zhang Renjie and the others saw that Huang Xiaolong was approaching them with bad intentions, they had no choice but to stand their ground. After all, Zhao Tong was a disciple of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. Yushe also stepped forward, and he pointed the sword in his hand at Huang Xiaolong's head. Huang Xiaolong, this is the Terrace of Heaven. Our rules govern our heavenly court, and it's not somewhere you can run amok. Leave. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Yushe before ignoring him completely. Before anyone could react, one of the monsters behind Huang Xiaolong flicked out with a single finger, and Yushe's miserable shrieks filled the air. He shot backward at incredible speed. Everyone felt a bomb going off in their minds. Audacious! Insolent! All the marshals and grand marshals of the heavenly court roared in unison. Yu sure was a marshal of the heavenly court. However, Huang Xiaolong had shown him no mercy in front of everyone. Not even a trace of mercy. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong wasn't showing the slightest bit of respect to the heavenly court. According to Yan Tianqin and the rest, Huang Xiaolong had already made a grave mistake by not kneeling to greet the heavenly emperor. Right now, his crimes were enough for them to call for his immediate execution. Right before Yan Tianqin and Xiao Yi were about to make a move, Di Jun raised his arm to stop them. He spoke with indifference. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace violated the rules. According to the Battle of the Heavenly Court rules, we shall cancel their qualifications to participate. Huang Xiaolong is the victor. Zhao Lei, do you have any opinions about the matter? The Grand Mist Emperor Palace's Zhao Tong kneeled on the ground and groveled. This subordinate accepts the order. He naturally had no complaints. After all, staying alive was the most important thing. Di Jun turned his gaze towards Huang Xiaolong and said, Huang Xiaolong, what do you think? Everyone's eyes landed on Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Everyone felt that Heavenly Emperor Di Jun had already shown Huang Xiaolong enough respect by asking him about his opinion, even though Huang Xiaolong had sent a marshal of the Heavenly Court flying right before his eyes. Yet, Huang Xiaolong looked at Di Jun and responded, I accept the outcome of the battle. In the next instant, his tone changed. Even so, I'm still going to kill Zhao Tong. Even though it seemed like Di Jun was showing Huang Xiaolong respect by asking for his opinion, he was biased towards the Grand Mist Emperor Palace by allowing Zhao Tong to live. Victory? With Huang Xiaolong's strength, he would win even if he fought with his backside. It was also the reason Huang Xiaolong felt no need to contest Di Jun's decision. However, accepting Di Jun's decision didn't mean that he couldn't have one of his own. He was going to kill Zhao Tong whether they liked it or not. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. A frosty light flashed through Di Jun's eyes. As the Heavenly Emperor, his words were law. How dare Huang Xiaolong go against his will? In the divine world, the number of people that could go against his words could be counted on one hand. As for Huang Xiaolong, his name didn't even surface in Di Jun's mind when he thought about the people that could disobey him. Di Jun glared at Huang Xiaolong, and a suffocating aura covered the area. The two monsters behind Huang Xiaolong released their strength and made a shocking display of power. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, and silence filled the air. Everyone felt that as a heavenly monarch, Huang Xiaolong was seeking death when he went against Heavenly Emperor Di Jun's will. They wondered if Huang Xiaolong was relying on the two monsters behind him. The Heavenly Emperor was one of the peak existences in the divine world. Rumors were going around that Di Jun had already surpassed the Emperor realm to become the generation's supreme master. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong's monsters were, they couldn't have already surpassed the Emperor realm. Killing them was nothing more than stomping on ants for Di Jun. As for Huang Xiaolong, he was someone who could be killed with a single breath. Huang Xiaolong, the divine world is vast. But no matter how boundless the divine world is, no one dares to go against me. Di Jun sat high on his nine-dragon throne as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Do you really think that I won't be able to do anything to you? Are you sure that no one dares to go against your will? A trace of rage flashed through Di Jun's face, and he stretched his hands out towards Huang Xiaolong. A crushing pressure congealed in the air. Right? Even if you want to pin a crime on my head, what are you going to say? Huang Xiaolong ignored the ugly look on Di Jun's face, and he continued, Zhao Tailong violated the rules of the competition, and it's natural for you to cancel his rights to participate. Why aren't you punishing him? When they heard how Huang Xiaolong was counterattacking and scolding Heavenly Emperor Di Jun, even the faces of the ancestors behind Di Jun turned ugly. As for Di Jun, he broke out into laughter. Huang Xiaolong, am I the Heavenly Emperor or you? Who are you to say that I can't pin a crime on your head and punish you as I please? The killing intent around Di Jun spiked, and the air turned stale. Huang Xiaolong looked at Dijun laughing with barely concealed killing intent on his nine-dragon throne. A solemn expression appeared on his face, and he said, "In fact, I do think that the two subordinates behind me will be able to protect me." Everyone stared at him in shock. Even the ancestors from various emperor palaces who had lived for billions of years stared at Huang Xiaolong as though they were looking at a fool. Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant. He thinks he's the king of the world. Even though the beasts behind him possess incredible strength, they are merely existences at the late 10th Order Emperor realm. Does he think that they are existences surpassing the Emperor realm? How dare he think that he can go against the heavenly court with the two monsters of his? This time, I'm afraid that even the president of the Silver Fox Commerce won't be able to protect him. He crossed the heavenly court's bottom line. There is no way the heavenly emperor will let him off. Han Qing, Gudu Wui, Chun Jianwei, and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong, and they reveled in his misfortune. Dijun's aura grew stronger and stronger, and a terrifying wave of energy shot out from his body. The skies changed color, and countless thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Deafening roars of thunder rang down on the world. Under the suppression of Heavenly Emperor Dijun, even the supreme experts standing on the terrace of heaven were suppressed. Has he surpassed the Emperor realm? The might he emitted was absolutely something only existences surpassing the Emperor realm would possess. The Heavenly Emperor has broken through the limits of the Emperor realm. He's the supreme expert of his generation. Many ancestors cheered in celebration. He was an existence surpassing the Emperor realm. It was the peak of strength in the divine world. No, it signified that he stood at the peak of countless worlds. The moment an existence like that appeared, no one would be able to stand against him. No one would ever be able to challenge his prestige. The aura he emitted could no longer be called Emperor's might. Instead, it was closer to something of a ruler who dominated the world. He was emitting ruler's might. Everyone kneeled and paid their respects to Heavenly Emperor Dijun. None of them could stand against him. However, there were 3 people left standing on the plaza. Without question, they were Huang Xiaolong and the 2 odd beasts behind him. The 2 odd beasts stood their ground like an ethereal mountain. Nothing could shake them, and horrifying amounts of black light emerged from their bodies. Terrifying waves of darkness energy surged towards Heavenly Emperor Dijun. This energy seemed to possess sentiment of its own as they protected Huang Xiaolong from Dijun's ruler's might. As for Huang Xiaolong, rays of resplendent light emerged from his body, and from far, one would think that Huang Xiaolong was the incarnation of the primordial god of light. No matter what happened, even if the world collapsed and the heavens crumbled, Huang Xiaolong would still stand tall. How is this possible? Everyone stared at the 2 monsters behind Huang Xiaolong, and a look of amazement appeared on their face. Even Heavenly Emperor Dijun was stunned. Those 2 monsters serving Huang Xiaolong were actually able to resist the pressure he emitted. It was indeed a shocking fact. Huang Xiaolong was a mere heavenly monarch, but even someone like him managed to withstand his ruler's might. What in the world was going on? How can Huang Xiaolong not bow down to him? Huang Xiaolong saw the changes in Dijun's face, and he laughed in his heart. So what if Dijun has surpassed the Emperor realm? It was basically impossible for him, the king of hell, to bow down to anyone. His might and prestige as the king of hell wasn't something a mere Dijun could stand up to, regardless of his strength as someone who had surpassed the Emperor realm. There wasn't even a need to bring up the inheritance of the heavenly hall. If he wanted to, Huang Xiaolong could block off the pressure coming from Dijun by just bringing it out. He hadn't even bothered circulating his heart of hell either. When Dijun saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't bowing down to him, unbridled killing intent rose in his heart. His anger seemed to turn corporeal as it crashed towards Huang Xiaolong. Even an emperor wouldn't be able to stand up to him. Despite that, the light surrounding Huang Xiaolong merely increased a little. In the end, the 2 monsters no longer concealed themselves under the constant pressure of Dijun's ruler's might. They roared towards the sky, and black light covered the area. It was as though a dark sun was formed. They started to transform. Everyone looked at how the beasts' bodies were expanding, and they turned into giants thousands of feet tall. The tyrannical aura they emitted surged without end, and darkness filled the area. As soon as they completed their transformation, their strength rose by 10 folds. Everyone felt as though their tongue was caught in their mouth. What in the world is going on? Gudu Wui screamed in shock. Even Yen Tianqin and Xiao Yi from the heavenly court felt their blood run cold. Previously, the beasts behind Huang Xiaolong had suppressed Xiao Yi and the rest on their own. That was before their transformation. Right now, they didn't know if they could even take a single blow from one of the beasts. How did experts of their caliber submit to Huang Xiaolong? Even Di Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. Even someone like him wouldn't be able to subdue those beasts. How did Huang Xiaolong do it? Di Jun stared at the beasts in shock, and the more he looked at them, the clearer a terrifying thought in his mind became. Could it be? His face changed, and an unsightly expression appeared. No one had recognized the beasts behind Huang Xiaolong when they were in disguise. People who weren't too familiar with the beasts couldn't guess their origins. But things were different the moment they transformed. Chen Wenqian and other Emperor Realm experts of his seniority guessed the beasts' identities the moment they transformed. There were even some emperors whose hearts nearly stopped right there and then. Even Elder Fu from the Silver Fox Commerce felt cold sweat drenching his back. "It's them!" Elder Fu exclaimed in surprise. "Elder Fu, where did those beasts come from?" Bei Xiaomei noticed the pale-faced Elder Fu, and she couldn't hold her curiosity back. Elder Fu opened his mouth, but no words came out. However, he eventually managed to gather his thoughts and explained, "Go ask young Master Huang next time." The identities of the beasts were something so sacred that even he wasn't sure if he could talk about them. Bei Xiaomei's mouth formed a cute little pout, and she decided to pester Huang Xiaolong until he spilled all his secrets. Just as everyone was fixed in a state of shock, Di Jun's voice echoed through the air. "Emperor Father, Huang Xiaolong has violated the rules of the heavenly court. Your son is incapable and can only allow him to do as he wishes. Please personally make a move to reinforce the rules of the heavenly court. Kill Huang Xiaolong right now." Everyone felt an explosion going off in their brain. Huang Xiaolong simply sniggered to himself as he immediately recognized Di Jun's intent. Di Jun suddenly relaxed and nodded his head. "Yes, I shall follow your command." He withdrew his aura, and everyone felt their bodies turning lighter. Di Jing rose to his feet suddenly and stared at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, do you dare to accept my challenge of life and death? No one is allowed to interfere." Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze to the confident Di Jing, and he felt the rolling battle intent coming from him. A smile slowly appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as he agreed, "Sure, we shall have a battle of life and death. No one is allowed to interfere." Huang Xiaolong added a sentence at the end, seemingly hinting to some people that no one could interfere with the battle regardless of the outcome. Even though Huang Xiaolong knew everything that Di Jing was plotting, he still agreed to the battle. Since Di Jing wanted to kill him and dig out all the secrets on his body, how could he think of sparing Di Jing's life? The thought of killing Di Jing to explore secrets on his body surfaced in Huang Xiaolong's mind. The secrets Di Jing's body held were bound to be enormous, as he had the #1 divine physique and godhead in the world. Di Jing might have been hiding secrets comparable to his own. A chilling light flashed through Di Jing's eyes, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had agreed to the duel. In an instant, Di Jun instructed people to build another stage in the middle of the plaza. The stage was massive, and it was elevated hundreds of feet in the air. The arena itself was hundreds of miles in length. Countless ancient restrictions were carved on the arena's side, and killing intent, seemingly originating from the desolate era, filled the area. True Emperor Stage. Everyone sucked in a cold breath in shock. The true Emperor Stage was an arena left behind from the desolate era. It was said that the arena was built and refined with the remains of several Emperor Realm experts who had died on the battlefield. The arena itself was a grand mist artifact, and there was no need to doubt its might. No one had expected for the true Emperor Stage to appear during the Battle of the Heavenly Court. None of them had thought that Heavenly Emperor Dijun would take it out for the battle between Huang Xiaolong and Dijing. Even though the arena used for the first battle of the Heavenly Court had shocking prestige and might, it paled in comparison to the true Emperor stage. Heavenly Prince Dijing looked at the arena before him, and his body slowly rose in the air. As for Huang Xiaolong, he took his time as he casually made his way to the stage. When he walked past the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, he paused for a moment and glanced at Zhao Tong. "After I kill Dijing, you're next." Everyone was shocked, and a horrified expression appeared on Zhao Tong's face. "Huang Xiaolong, you're really optimistic. Wait till you leave the stage, then we'll talk." Han Qing sneered. Instead of replying, Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze towards Han Qing. Han Qing flinched, and she took several steps backward. "What do you think you're doing? What do you want?" Her gaze flittered towards the beasts standing behind Huang Xiaolong, and a look of fear bloomed on her face. Huang Xiaolong's lips curled upwards, and he simply brushed past Han Qing before making his way to the true Emperor stage. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong couldn't even be bothered with him, Han Qing's expression turned ugly beyond comparison. When Dijing saw how Huang Xiaolong was sauntering up the stage, he couldn't help but frown. Huang Xiaolong's behavior made it seem like Dijing was too impatient. However, Huang Xiaolong eventually made his way onto the arena. As the two of them took their spots, a formless might materialized as their eyes met. Heavenly Prince Dijing's robes fluttered in the air behind him. Even though there was no wind, Dijing stood his ground, and he gave off the impression that he was heaven itself. It looked like he was the ruler of the world, and he single-handedly controlled the life and death of any creatures he laid eyes on. As for Huang Xiaolong, he gave off the impression that he was untouchable since time immemorial. No matter how Dijing tried, he was unable to ruffle Huang Xiaolong. Everyone's eyes were glued on the two of them as they eagerly anticipated the battle. Heavenly Prince Dijing was unquestionably the #1 talent in the divine world in everyone's eyes. According to everyone, there was no doubt he was going to obtain the first place in the battle of the Heavenly Court. However, Huang Xiaolong's victory over Lan Tailong caused everyone to feel that he might not be any weaker than Dijing. As such, the masses were split into two, with half supporting Huang Xiaolong. The other half naturally rooted for Dijing. This is the true battle of the elites. We can finally see Heavenly Prince Dijing going all out. This trip to the heavenly stage is completely worth it. When Dijing fought against the top 100 contestants, he lorded over them with his aura alone. No one managed to force him to make a move. As such, no one knew the extent of Dijing's true strength. Huang Xiaolong has the Black Dragon Divine Armor, and he managed to beat Lan Tailong with 2 punches. He even has the Chaos Lightning Pool. I'm afraid Heavenly Prince Dijing isn't his match. The true Divinity Sect's chief, Wang Haojuan, wore a solemn expression on his face. It seemed as though he was rooting for Huang Xiaolong's victory. That might not be true. The Heavenly Prince knows that Huang Xiaolong has the Black Dragon Divine Armor and the Chaos Lightning Pool. Yet, he dares to challenge Huang Xiaolong to a battle of life and death. He should be confident of killing Huang Xiaolong. The Violet Flame Emperor yelled from somewhere in the crowd. He was extremely confident in Heavenly Prince Dijing. All of a sudden, Dijing fully released his aura on the true Emperor stage. As though an extinct star was coming back to life, an uncontrollable wave of power surged, giving off the feeling that it wanted to smash everything in its way. A horrifying might enveloped the space around him. Peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Everyone felt their jaws dropping. Heavenly Prince Dijing actually broke into the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. No, he was already at the peak of late 10th Order. Strands of mysterious light formed in the space above him, and they slowly fused into his body. Traces of mysterious runes appeared on his skin, and every single rune contained boundless might. Each and every one of them had the Heaven's Tao. In an instant, Dijing's aura shot through the sky. Heaven's Tao physique. Cheers erupted in the crowd. Even Huang Xiaolong felt his eyes narrow a little. He had never expected Dijing to reveal his Heaven's Tao physique the moment he stepped on the stage. He knew that the runes protecting Di Jing's body would make his flesh indestructible. Even though Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique had given him enough strength to smash Lan Tailong into a pulp, he was sure that regardless of how hard he tried, the same couldn't be done to Di Jing. It was practically impossible to destroy the body protected by heavenly Tao itself. When everyone was still reveling in their shock, Di Jing's aura increased once again. The dragon might around Di Jing's body started to move, and primordial divine dragons formed around him. The tiny dragons glowed with a brilliant green light, as though they were the most precious of jade. Ancient Heavenly Emperor's Jade Dragons. No one had managed to cultivate the ancient Heavenly Emperor's Jade Dragons since time immemorial. Even someone like Di Jun, who had surpassed the Emperor realm, had failed. It was a shocking fact that Di Jing had managed to succeed. Not to mention the fact that he had managed to succeed in a mere 3,000 years. One could easily see how terrifying Di Jing's talent was. When the divine dragons appeared beside Di Jing's body, they spat out lumps of dragon essence. The dragon essence formed screens, and they protected Di Jing's body. When several superpowers early Emperor realm experts looked at the screens around Di Jing's body, they couldn't help but frown. Even with their strength, they weren't confident of smashing the screens in a short amount of time. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Jade Dragon Manual. It was comparable to his Grand Mist parasitic medium, and the fame of the two techniques shocked the divine world. The ancient Heavenly Emperor's reputation in the divine world came from his strength after cultivating the Jade Dragon Manual. One could only imagine the might it possessed. Right now, Di Jing was standing before him as though he was the second coming of the ancient Heavenly Emperor himself. The aura Di Jing emitted was enough to suppress anyone below the Emperor realm. However, his aura was still rising, with no signs of stopping. A golden glow appeared around his body, and phantoms of emperors were forming around his body. The Emperor phantoms were like incarnations of Emperor realm experts themselves. Those spectating the battle felt their hearts shake as their expressions changed once again. Could this be the phantom of 10,000 emperors? Rumors had it that no one could successfully cultivate the phantom of 10,000 emperors. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor had failed. How is it possible for Di Jing to succeed? When Huang Xiaolong saw the phantoms forming around Di Jing's body, he felt a trace of shock in his heart. He would have never expected Di Jing to have actually succeeded in cultivating the technique. The phantom of 10,000 emperors was something Huang Xiaolong had heard of before. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor had failed when cultivating this technique. That, in itself, was enough to display the difficulty of the technique. Even though no one had managed to cultivate the technique or seen it in action, everyone was sure that anyone who managed to achieve some success in it would possess terrifying strength. Some people felt that as long as one reached the large success stage in the Phantom of 10,000 Emperors, they would be unbeatable. Putting Huang Xiaolong aside, even Heavenly Emperor Di Jun was shocked. It was clear that Di Jing hadn't told him anything about the Phantom of 10,000 Emperors. After his initial shock, Di Jun's surprise turned to joy as he felt a massive weight lifted off his chest. With the Jade Dragon Manual and the Phantom of 10,000 Emperors, Huang Xiaolong was dead meat. There was no need to mention the fact that Di Jing even had the number 1 godhead and unique physique. With his son's current strength, Di Jun felt that it wouldn't be a stretch to say that he was invincible compared to cultivators under the Emperor realm. As for Huang Xiaolong, Di Jun refused to believe that he had broken past the Heavenly Monarch realm into the Emperor realm. It was simply an impossible feat. Along with the rise in Di Jing's strength, First Order Emperors started to feel suppressed by his aura. It's too strong. This is the true strength of Heavenly Prince Di Jing. I don't think that even I'll be able to defeat him, one of the ancestors in the First Order Emperor realm exclaimed in shock. Everyone was scared silly by Di Jing's strength. Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, and Bei Xiaomei felt their hearts dropping. Uncle has the Black Dragon Divine Armor. He should be able to win, right? Bei Xiaomei muttered in an attempt to console herself. Zhao Lei shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Even though the Black Dragon Divine Armor isn't too bad, it's still just a piece of armor at the end of the day. If the attack from the other party goes past its limit, it will break for sure. The ability of the armor also depends on the user himself. A worried expression appeared on Bei Xiaomei's face. Wouldn't that mean that there's no chance for Uncle to win? Zhao Lei fell into silence and refused to reply. When these conversations were going down, the number of phantoms around Dijing's body had already increased to 162. He was finally done and the number stabilized. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. After reaching the small completion of the phantom of 10,000 emperors, the cultivator could form 1,000 phantoms. They could only form the full 10,000 after mastering the technique. With 162 phantoms around Dijing, Huang Xiaolong knew that he hadn't reached the small competition stage. Before anyone could react, Dijing's body shook. No, it was more accurate to say that the heavens and earth shook. The heaven and earth in the divine world trembled, and everyone felt the ground under their feet, shifting a little. What in the world was going on? That's the heavenly Tao Godhead. Some Emperor Realm ancestors pointed into the space above Dijing's head and yelled in shock. A godhead slowly emerged from inside Dijing's body, and the moment it appeared, an unstoppable wave of energy rushed out and filled the area. The moment the heavenly Tao Godhead appeared, the heaven and earth itself reacted. Even the heavenly Tao responded to the appearance. Everyone stared at Dijing's heavenly Tao Godhead, and they felt an urge to kneel as a show of respect. The feeling was too strong, and they couldn't find it in them to fight it. The heavenly Tao Godhead soared into the 9 heavens, and strands of divine lightning started to gather around it. The lightning was different from chaos lightning, and it held a far more terrifying origin. It gave off a weird feeling and seemed to possess the might of heavenly punishment itself. As the heavenly Tao Godhead soared through the air, resplendent light illuminated the skies of the countless worlds in the divine world. The light pierced through the void itself, and it eventually shone on heavenly Prince Dijing. Once again, he seemed to turn a little stronger. Everyone stared at Dijing in shock. He was simply too strong. That was the only thought running through their minds when they looked at Dijing. Even people like Chen Wenqian, who were at the late 10th Order Emperor realm, couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and worship with the appearance of heavenly Tao Godhead. Heavenly Prince Dijing was heavenly Tao itself. He was the heavens. No one could go against his will. If anyone dared to move against him, it would mean going against the heavenly Tao, and heavenly punishment would endlessly rain upon them. Heavenly punishment wouldn't stop until the offender vanished from the world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but release his full strength under pressure. 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm? Everyone was stunned when Huang Xiaolong revealed his true strength. They looked at him incredulously. 7th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Huang Xiaolong was a mere 7th Order Heavenly Monarch. When he had destroyed Lan Tailong with 2 punches, everyone had thought that he had already reached the 9th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm at the very least. All of them felt mind-blown. The difference in strength was too much. Heavenly Prince Dijing was at the peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. How was he going to jump 3 ranks up to fight with Dijing? There was no need even to bring up Dijing's godhead, physique, and techniques if that was the case. Huang Xiaolong, you're going to lose for sure. Why even bother fighting? Why did you even accept Heavenly Prince Dijing's challenge with your pitiful strength? Hey, what a joke. Huang Xiaolong, just go home and drink some milk. Under Chen Wenqian's order, all the disciples from the Brightness Emperor Palace started to mock and laugh. The Solitude Emperor Palace wasn't going to miss a chance to mock Huang Xiaolong, and neither were the members of the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent, and he simply circulated the power of his Azura bloodline. In hell, he had devoured the Massacring God's Gate's young master, Song Li Tao, and Lu Kuan's disciple, Peng Zhengfei. The young master of the Howling Moon Wolf race wasn't able to avoid suffering a miserable fate in Huang Xiaolong's hands as well, and he had devoured all of them. His Azura bloodline had reached a terrifying level of concentration. Black light surged out of his body at a horrifying speed and covered his entire body in scales. Golden spikes grew out from his limbs, and his eyes glowed a resplendent golden-black color. A single horn protruded from his forehead and shone with a terrifying black radiance. The aura around Huang Xiaolong's body started to rise as well, and the might of a ninth-order heavenly monarch soon filled the area. What bloodline does he have? It's the bloodline of an Azura from hell. Wait, there's no way an ordinary Azura bloodline from hell can possess such terrifying might. Even several old ancestors were confused when they saw Huang Xiaolong's transformation. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's soaring aura, the various emperor palaces' mockery started to die down. As a dragon's roar emerged from inside Huang Xiaolong's body, shocking amounts of dragon essence gushed out from his body. Layers of scales formed around his body and shone with a terrifying light. If someone said that the scales around his body were black, they would be wrong. It was blacker than black. If they thought it was gold, they would still be wrong, as the scales were more golden than gold itself. If they felt that violet was the color to describe the scales, they would have seen wrong. The violet color of his scales was more brilliant than violet itself. True dragon physique. When Huang Xiaolong revealed his true dragon physique to the world, the heavens and earth shook. An indescribable light covered Huang Xiaolong's body, and ancient runes could be seen spreading around Huang Xiaolong's body, originating from his chest. Dragon runes. A crack formed in space, and primordial dragon qi broke through time and space to where Huang Xiaolong was. Copious amounts of dragon qi entered his body. Before long, the radiance of the dragon runes covered Huang Xiaolong's body. Dragons were the king of beasts, and they were the controller of the heavens. The heavenly emperor was also referred to as the dragon emperor, but he wasn't a true dragon. As for Huang Xiaolong, he emitted a kind of energy that suppressed the world. As the aura Huang Xiaolong emitted broke through the skies, his combat strength rose to the mid-10th order heavenly monarch realm. Dragons seemed to form the runes on the horn protruding from his forehead, and it looked like the horn itself was born from the darkest regions of hell. Endless might and dragon's prestige came from Huang Xiaolong's horn. Even the Brightness Emperor Palace and Fiend God Emperor Palace no longer dared to make a single sound. Despite the mockery in the crowd previously, the entire plaza fell silent in an instant. Even the present experts couldn't help but hold their breath for fear of breathing too loudly. A terrifying cry emerged from the depths of Huang Xiaolong's body for the second time. The entire world became a little brighter as a resplendent light broke through the void to shine down on the world. The brilliant light gathered around Huang Xiaolong's body, and he turned into a sun that lit up the world. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this sight. A golden godhead flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and the moment it appeared, the 9 heavens lit up to welcome its presence. Blinding rays of light were accompanied by boundless Buddhist energy as it filled the world. Not a single corner in the world remained in darkness when Huang Xiaolong's godhead appeared. Figures of Buddha appeared around the godhead, and a supreme Buddhist nation seemed to be born instantly. This is the innumerable Buddha King of Supreme Godhead. It was simply incredible. No one dared to believe their eyes. Wasn't the innumerable Buddha King of Supreme Godhead only said to appear in the Buddhist world? Why in the world did Huang Xiaolong possess an innumerable Buddha King of Supreme Godhead? As golden light filled the area, the aura around Huang Xiaolong's body rose once again. He arrived at the peak of the late 10th order heavenly monarch realm. Buddhist light shone down on the world, and Huang Xiaolong's body was enveloped with the glow of endless Buddha's might. This is Huang Xiaolong's true strength. What the hell? An ancestor of the martial demon Emperor Palace exclaimed in shock. So what? He's too weak compared to Heavenly Prince Dijing. What a joke. Chen Wenqian from the Brightness Emperor Palace laughed coldly. He's going to be smashed into meat paste with a single attack from Heavenly Prince Dijing. As soon as the words left Chen Wenqian's lips, an even more terrifying event happened. A void formed by darkness energy started to appear, with Huang Xiaolong in the center. An infinite amount of darkness energy surged out as though a supervolcano was erupting with the might of hell behind it. The heavens trembled as darkness energy covered the world. Everyone could see that another godhead had appeared behind Huang Xiaolong's innumerable Buddha king of Supreme Godhead. It was a darkness-attributed king of Supreme Godhead. The Buddhist energy had made Huang Xiaolong a mini-sun in the divine world, but everything changed when the darkness godhead appeared. Without losing his previous splendor, Huang Xiaolong turned into the ruler of darkness. As the Archdevil King Supreme Godhead appeared, the darkness it emitted caused everyone to lose all hope of ever resisting. Bone-chilling energy seeped into the minds of everyone present, and they felt their souls shaking. Along with the Archdevil King of Supreme Godhead's appearance, the heavens and earth seemed to come to a standstill. A feeling of despair and destruction appeared. The aura Huang Xiaolong emitted was no longer capped at the heavenly monarch realm. It was at early First Order Emperor realm, mid-First Order Emperor realm. Huang Xiaolong actually has two King of Supreme Godheads. Wang Haojuan of the True Divinity sect screamed in shock. He had guessed that Huang Xiaolong had two King of Supreme Godheads in the past, but those were all conjectures. It was different from seeing it in person. Everyone felt their hearts tremble in utter fear and disbelief. Even Dijun revealed a look of horror when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. There were countless living beings with an uncountable number of talents all around in the myriad of worlds. Dijun had seen people with two supreme godheads, but never in his billions of years of existence had he heard of anyone with two King of Supreme Godheads. Two King of Supreme Godheads had already broken the logic that had been in place since time immemorial. According to logic, there was no way for any existence to possess two King of Supreme Godheads. Dijing frowned, and he looked at the two godheads in shock. By the time he recovered, Huang Xiaolong was already emitting the pressure of a peak late First Order Emperor realm. As the two godheads rotated in midair, they formed a yin-yang diagram as all the world's energy seemed to return to primordial chaos itself. Even though Heavenly Prince Dijing was in shock, he didn't feel that it was hopeless. He stood his ground and looked at Huang Xiaolong calmly. Huang Xiaolong, is this all you have? You really lived up to my expectations. It seems like you have two King of Supreme Godheads. It's too bad that even with those two King of Supreme Godheads, you won't be my opponent. It was just like what Dijing had said. Even though Huang Xiaolong had two King of Supreme Godheads, it wouldn't be enough. Huang Xiaolong's actual strength was at the Seventh Order Heavenly Monarch realm. The difference in their actual strengths were 3 whole realms. If Huang Xiaolong had been at the 10th Order Heavenly Monarch realm, it would have been a completely different story. Dijing's vigor charged up to the 9 heavens. It seemed as though he was confident of killing Huang Xiaolong this time. The moment the second King of Supreme Godhead appeared, Dijing's intention to kill Huang Xiaolong had already broken past the limit. Huang Xiaolong's lips curled upwards, and he looked at how Dijing was still acting all arrogant and full of himself. No longer holding anything back, Huang Xiaolong showed his real strength. Crack! The sound of heaven and earth shattering was as clear as day when the crack resounded in everyone's mind. They turned to Huang Xiaolong once again, and their expressions changed. Their hearts trembled as a singular thought ran through their mind. That's not possible. The roar from a dragon shook the world as the Holy Dragon King of Supreme Godhead emerged. The instant it appeared, the sky lost its color. Boundless dragon prestige and might seemingly congealed into something corporeal, and it suppressed every living being present. Even Dijun, who was sitting on his 9-dragon throne, leaped to his feet as all the muscles in his body spasmed. Regardless of whichever superpower they were from, the ancestor-level emperors felt the blood drain from their face. Chan Wenqian, Gudu Wui, and several other emperors who had formed grudges with Huang Xiaolong felt their legs go soft, and they crashed into the ground. Even Han Qing from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace widened his eyes in shock. Her eyes rolled backward, and her body swayed from side to side. Ancestor Han Qing. Several disciples rushed up to support her. As the Holy Dragon King of Supreme Godhead soared into the sky, it joined the innumerable Buddha King of Supreme Godhead and the Archdevil King of Supreme Godhead to form a triangle. Primordial chaos suppressed the world, and indescribable might filled the heavens and earth. Huang Xiaolong stood on the stage like an immovable mountain. He was the Buddha ancestor, king of the demons, and the divine dragon emperor all at the same time. Looking at the three king of supreme godheads behind Huang Xiaolong, Dijun was no longer able to keep his calm. For the first time, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Three king of supreme godheads. Dijing's face lost all color, and he went hysterical. This? How is this possible? How can this happen? Three king of supreme godheads. A single cultivator with three king of supreme godheads had made his appearance for the first time. Dijing had the number one godhead in all the lands, and no one had managed to surpass his achievement as the number one genius. However, Huang Xiaolong's appearance with three king of supreme godheads was enough to suppress him. No, Huang Xiaolong's appearance smashed his talent, as he knew it, into the ground and more. It's impossible. I represent heaven's Tao, and everything in the world will grovel under my feet. This cannot happen. Heavenly Prince Dijing's facial muscles spasmed, and he screamed incoherently. It was indeed difficult for him to accept the fact that someone had surpassed him. In his entirety of existence, he had always been hailed as the number one talent. No one had surpassed him in terms of cultivation talent, not in the past and would never in the future. He felt that he was chosen by heaven, and everyone would worship him like the god he was. Right now, Huang Xiaolong's appearance with three king of supreme godheads broke his fantasy. No one could deny the fact that, in terms of talent, he had already lost to the person standing opposite him. When Dijing was crying out in indignation, Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and the others were staring at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Uncle is too good. Bei Xiaomei managed to force the words out of her mouth after a long time. Elder Fu nearly fell face-first into the ground. Bei Xiaomei's words were a little ambiguous, weren't they? Huang Xiaolong, so what if you have three king of supreme godheads? Today, you'll die regardless of what happens. Dijing roared in a low voice and commenced his attack. Phantom of 10,000 emperors. Behead. Along with the crushing amount of god force coming from Dijing's body, the phantoms around his body started to move. While the phantoms radiated light, covering 1,000 miles, they raised their arms, and horrifying pressure filled the plaza. They slammed downwards at a shocking speed, and a terrifyingly strong blade light measuring tens of thousands of miles came crashing down on Huang Xiaolong's head. Under the blade light, everything was eradicated, and life and death were decided. A radiance flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and the innumerable Buddha king of supreme godhead started to rotate. As boundless Buddhist energy gathered around his body, Huang Xiaolong returned the attack with one of his own. A simple punch without any superfluous movements was shot out. Blinding light covered the plaza the moment Huang Xiaolong moved his body. Boom! The heavens and earth shook at the impact of the blow. Even the true emperor stage started to tremble under the insane power contained behind the attacks. As divine lightning crackled in the air, everyone felt their expressions changing. The attacks were simply too strong. Not to mention that both Huang Xiaolong and Dijing were only in the heavenly monarch realm. It's too terrifying. If they break through to the emperor realm in the future, how strong will they be? One of the ancestors from the Bladeless Gate asked after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In a single exchange, one could see that Huang Xiaolong and Dijing were evenly matched. Phantom of 10,000 emperors. Divine blood demon desolate fist. Following Dijing's yell, a fist containing immeasurable killing intent shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The punch seemed to bring endless waves of bloody energy as a desolate feeling permeated the atmosphere. Huang Xiaolong gathered the Buddhist energy around him and punched out once again. Phantom of 10,000 emperors. Everlasting sword chi. In the same instant, a sword held by another phantom on the other side of Dijing's body chopped downwards at Huang Xiaolong. The everlasting sword chi was boundless and contained endless might. It carried with it an unstoppable momentum as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The sword chi rolled off as though waves crashing onto the shore. It seemed to raise a hurricane made with chaos lightning, and everything charged towards Huang Xiaolong at the same time. A resplendent light appeared around Huang Xiaolong's body when he saw the second wave of attack coming at him, and an uncountable amount of sword qi emerged from his body. Buzz! The stage turned into a sieve when the sword qi gathered by both of them collided. In a split second, the two of them exchanged tens of moves. Every single attack of theirs could shatter the heavens and crumble the earth. The speed at which they fought wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye, and the phantoms of emperors beside Di Jing moved unceasingly. Every move was different, and every move they used had never been seen before. However, no matter how Di Jing came up with new attacks or techniques, Huang Xiaolong punched and slapped outwards to welcome them. Even though Huang Xiaolong's methods were a little primitive, he managed to block every single attack. As the battle became faster and faster, even some Emperor Realm experts were unable to catch their movements. Only blurs could be seen on the stage, with the occasional burst of lightning and blinding radiance that shot out in all directions. Sword qi that flew around randomly, and punches broke the very fabric of space. Everyone felt overwhelmed with shock as they watched the battle before them. In an instant, the Huang Xiaolong and Di Jing had exchanged 162 moves. Di Jing had precisely formed 162 phantoms, and he had already utilized every single one of them. Even though Di Jing paused for a moment, he shot into the skies in the next second. The light enveloped his body as the 162 phantoms started to resonate with him. They seemed to have come to life as the will of 162 emperors tore through the rivers of time to enter the phantoms. Emperors might filled the stage below him, and everyone stared at him in shock. In the past, Lan Tailong had already scared everyone by calling down a divine will of the Brightness Emperor Palace's founder. Right now, Di Jing had managed to call for 162 wills of some terrifying expert from the ancient times. All 162 phantoms started to swirl around, and they moved in a mysterious pattern. Simultaneously, the jade dragons around Di Jing's body twisted around each other to form a massive dragon. Horrifying energy from the dragon race appeared, and it seemed as though a tornado was forming around him. Di Jing stood in mid-air as though he was an unbeatable god, a ruler transcending the rules of time. Huang Xiaolong, I'm afraid that was only warm-up. Right now, I'll play with you for real. Di Jing's voice was like a clap of divine thunder that resounded in everyone's ear. As soon as the words left his lips, devastatingly powerful energy emerged from the 162 phantoms as they commenced their attack on Huang Xiaolong. Behead! Divine Blood Demon Desolate Fist! Everlasting Sword Qi! Previously, he had unleashed the attacks one by one. But now, Di Jing was no longer going to allow Huang Xiaolong to do as he wished. He went all out, and all the attacks flooded towards Huang Xiaolong like a tsunami. As the sky changed color, the 162 phantoms went crashing downwards at Huang Xiaolong. The might of a single phantom was enough to shock the world. Right now, 162 of them were attacking in unison. What kind of power was that? Jade Dragon Ancestor, father of 10,000 dragons, kill! Di Jing's cold voice sounded out once again in everyone's mind, and the massive dragon around his body raised its head to roar at the heavens. It followed the lead of the 162 phantoms as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The might of the Jade Dragon was enough to shatter a supercontinent by itself. Seeing as all the attacks were about to land on him, Huang Xiaolong didn't panic in the slightest. He didn't dodge, neither did he run. Resplendent light covered his body, and the dragon runes on his body glowed with a brilliant radiance. The three godheads emitted boundless might as they entered his body. Behind Huang Xiaolong, 3,000 arms formed, and every one of them was thousands of miles long. All of them seemed to be formed from gold, the same as Buddha's. That was the only similarity it had to the actual Buddha. On the arms formed by Huang Xiaolong, darkness energy swirled around and emitted an air of desperation. Moreover, divine dragons were coiling around every single arm. The 3,000 arms moved at the same time. Some of them turned into fists, and some of them turned into palms as they shot out to counter Di Jing's attack. There were even some that formed a sword as they sliced towards Di Jing's sword qi. Everyone felt their jaws dropping when they saw the 3,000 arms behind Huang Xiaolong. Their eyes widened to the size of saucers. Is this the godly Shumi art from the Buddha world? Chun Kaiwen exclaimed in shock. No, there's no way it is the godly Shumi art. The moment the godly Shumi art is activated, phantoms of Buddha will fill the sky, and Buddhist light will shine upon the lands. The light surrounding Huang Xiaolong's arms is of the darkness attribute, and they give off a sinister aura. Mo Shao shook his head and explained. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong began his counterattack as the 3,000 arms met the attack of the 162 phantoms and the Jade Dragon. A deafening blast shook the world. Everyone felt as though they had lost their sense of hearing for a second as a ringing sound filled their head. No matter how hard they tried, they failed to defend their sense of hearing from the shockwave. As space shattered at the spot of the collision, dark holes filled the area. Horrifying might came from the depths of the universe, and it seemed as though space was going to crumble in on itself. Howl! The Jade Dragon released an estranged cry when Huang Xiaolong's attack smashed into it, and it was sent flying. The glow around its body lessened by a whole lot as it flew further and further away from the battlefield. As for Heavenly Prince Di Jing, he retreated for a total of several thousand meters before managing to stabilize himself. Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed, and he appeared in the air above Di Jing. An indifferent expression appeared on his face as he said, "Are you done warming up?" The words became stuck in Di Jing's throat as his face turned ugly. He had thought that, with the 162 Phantoms attack, Huang Xiaolong would be taken down a peg even if he managed to deal with it. But he had never thought that he would be the one on the losing end. Even though he didn't suffer too heavy of an injury, a wave of shame washed over him. Di Jing narrowed his eyes, and a chilly light flashed through his eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, you're too cocky. I never intended to use my full strength when facing you. However, you forced me to. Right now, I swear that I won't stop until you are dead." Di Jing's voice resounded through the air. Everyone was shocked at his sudden declaration. Was he did not use his full strength? A different kind of light surrounded Di Jing's body suddenly, and mysterious energy seemed to stir inside him. The energy that usually remained dormant in his body would shock the world upon its awakening. Even the terrace of heaven shook when Di Jing awakened the strength hidden deep in his body. The trembling of the terrace of heaven made it seem as though it was afraid of the power hidden deep within Di Jing. A single giant golden figure appeared behind Di Jing all of a sudden. It emitted an aura that covered the world, and everyone felt their ability to resist being taken away from them. This is an archdevil's bloodline? Several ancestors felt the blood drain from their faces. The terrace of heaven erupted once again. Heavenly Prince Di Jing had an archdevil bloodline. Moreover, his bloodline was so pure that the avatar of the archdevil had materialized behind him. Only someone with an extremely concentrated archdevil bloodline could do something like that. The moment he unleashed his archdevil bloodline, Di Jing's combat ability rose once again. He stood tall like an undefeatable king. When Di Jun looked at Di Jing, he felt shocked for a second before allowing a brilliant smile to appear on his face. "Jinger didn't let me down." Previously, Di Jun was too anxious when Huang Xiaolong had managed to force Di Jing to retreat. When Di Jing's strength finally increased once again, Di Jun felt as though a weight was lifted off his shoulders. Everyone was shocked at the sudden change in events, but Di Jing closed his eyes. As he stretched his arms out once again, horrifying might rushed out of his body like a torrential river. This is the feeling. This is the feeling of being unbeatable. A feeling appeared in his mind. A sense of power that allowed him to crush everything under his feet. He didn't care if Huang Xiaolong had 3 King of Supreme Godheads. So what if he had them? He was still going to die. When Han Qing from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace watched the scene unfold before her, she laughed out loud and spoke to Zhang Renjie and the others. "Little doggy Huang should die like the trash he is. Heavenly Prince Di Jing is the #1 genius in the universe." Everyone who had an enmity with Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of relief sweep past them. Feng Chan of the Fiend God Emperor Palace felt an uncomfortable and complicated feeling welling up in his chest. He had initially thought that his talent was comparable to Dijing's, if not better. Right now, he knew that he was light years away from either party on stage. He had an archdevil bloodline in him as well, and that was something he was banking on to level the playing field. Right now, he finally discovered that Heavenly Prince Dijing had won as well. Not to mention the fact that Dijing's bloodline might even be stronger than his. The archdevil bloodline in his body wasn't considered weak, and he was able to call forth the avatar of the archdevil as well. However, the avatar he could summon was much weaker than that of Dijing. As everyone turned their gaze to Dijing, a fervent look of worship appeared in their eyes. In the entire plaza, Huang Xiaolong was probably the only one who wasn't surprised. Not only was he not surprised, Huang Xiaolong even revealed a look of unbridled excitement. Dijing's archdevil bloodline was millions of times better than that of Sun Shihai. Dijing revealing his archdevil bloodline was like a chest of gold falling from the sky. As Dijing slowly opened his eyes, he glared at Huang Xiaolong only to be met with an excited expression. Huang Xiaolong looked like a beggar who had seen a mountain of gold before him. As for Dijing, he felt utterly dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered pulling his punches, and mysterious layers of light covered his body. A heart-stopping aura slowly emerged from his body as well. Everyone felt lightheaded when they stared at Huang Xiaolong. This is not possible, right? Several ancestors felt as though they had seen a ghost, and they screamed in disbelief. Just as everyone was busy arranging their thoughts, a massive golden figure appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. It was completely golden in color, and it was clear that it was different from the figure behind Dijing. The figure behind Huang Xiaolong emanated calm and soothing energy, with an overflowing aura of vitality. The golden figure behind Huang Xiaolong even attracted the gaze of Dijing himself. A myriad of expressions appeared on his face, and his face changed from green to blue, and all the colors of the rainbow eventually flashed past his face. Everyone felt their minds going blank at the sight before them. The figure behind Dijing was 100 miles high, but the figure behind Huang Xiaolong had already broken past that limit as it continued to grow. In the end, it only stopped when it reached a height of 300 miles. Han Qing, gloating in Huang Xiaolong's misfortune, felt something break inside her, and darkness filled her vision. As for the others like Gudu Wui, Qin Jianwei, Feng Chan, they felt as though they were doused with a bucket of ice water. You! Dijing screamed in horror as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. It was as though he was an injured beast yelling in shock that the hunter who used to be weaker than it was brutally stomping on his shattered heart. Before Dijing could finish his sentence, another type of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. A heart-stopping power awakened in Huang Xiaolong's body, and the world around Huang Xiaolong seemed to sink into darkness. As the darkness slowly gathered around him, a shadow started forming behind him. Several ancestors who were standing closer to the stage fell to their butts in shock. What the fuck? He has 2 archdevil bloodlines? What the fuck is this? Compared to those who fell to their butts in shock, Zhao Lei, Fang Xianxian, and the others weren't looking too good themselves. 3 king of supreme godheads, 2 archdevil bloodlines, 2 superior archdevil bloodlines. Bei Xiaomei saw stars as she muttered to herself. Uncle is too good. He's really too good. I guess he's just good in everything he does. What the fuck are you talking about? Elder Fu felt his vision going dark as beads of cold sweat filled his forehead. As for Dijun, who was seated high on his 9-dragon throne, he looked at Huang Xiaolong incredulously. How in the world? Just as everyone was feeling numb from the shock, rays of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body once again. Again, everyone felt their mind going blank as their jaws dropped to the ground. The disciples who had conspired to kill Huang Xiaolong off in the preliminary rounds felt their legs trembling and their bodies going soft. When everyone was feeling lost, 9-colored light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's body. It was so blinding that its appearance caused the spectators' hearts to tremble. In that instant, everyone felt that they had learned of a new color, a color mesmerizing beyond comparison. 3 archdevil bloodlines. Bei Xiaomei's voice resounded through the air. He doesn't just have two. As the three figures hovered in the space behind Huang Xiaolong, the entire world seemed to reach a standstill. Grand mist energy, coupled with demonic qi, filled the air. Everyone on the terrace of heaven stared at Huang Xiaolong, not daring to blink. No one dared to open their mouth nor breathe loudly. Even Di Jing was shocked to the point of speechlessness. He stared at the three figures behind Huang Xiaolong and felt as though a bomb had gone off in his mind. Raising his head to the sky, Di Jing roared with indignation, with a little bit of fury and confusion mixed in. Why? How can this happen? This is not possible. He was venting his heart out to the heavens. In the myriad of worlds, he was the chosen one. He was born with the heavenly Tao Godhead. Since he was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, he should be the one and only ruler of the world. How can a freak like Huang Xiaolong appear? He wanted to ask the heavens what they meant by allowing someone with higher talent than him to appear in this world. No matter how he screamed and shouted, no one replied to him. Silence filled the air. Some Emperor Realm experts revealed a look of pity when they saw how Di Jing was acting. With the heavenly Tao Godhead, Heaven's Tao physique, and a superior archdevil bloodline, Di Jing should have been the undisputed #1 talent since the start of time. However, there had to be someone called Huang Xiaolong to one-up him. Oh! After crying and yelling his heart out, Di Jing turned to glare at Huang Xiaolong with his bloodshot eyes. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you. I'm the #1 genius. I'm the supreme genius since the start of time. He turned into a massive fireball, and he smashed straight towards Huang Xiaolong. Di Jing, who had the Heaven's Tao physique, was fast to begin with. After adding everything, his speed reached an unbelievable level. A flame that gave off the feeling that it could exterminate the world went straight towards Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong stopped it right before it could smash into its target. It stopped in mid-air, unable to budge an inch. Huang Xiaolong used his arms to grab Di Jing's fists firmly. The three king of supreme godheads and archdevil bloodlines in him started to move. Indescribable light flashed and shot out from Huang Xiaolong's palms, and a terrifying surge of energy slammed into Di Jing. As Di Jing stared at Huang Xiaolong with equal parts of shock and horror, he couldn't react until he was sent flying through the air. In mid-air, the jade dragons around Di Jing's body shattered to nothingness, and even the runes on his body started to dim. He vomited mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood, staining the true emperor stage red. The 162 phantoms around him dissipated like the flame of a candle in the wind. The heavenly prince lost? One of the ancestors from the Brightness Emperor Palace screamed in shock. Lost. One move. He was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong in a single move. Under the might and suppression of Huang Xiaolong's three king of supreme godheads and archdevil bloodlines, Heavenly Prince Di Jing couldn't withstand a single blow. All of them stared at the scene with their jaws sticking to the ground. That was the Heavenly Prince they were looking at. The Heavenly Prince with the Heavenly Tao Godhead and the Heaven's Tao physique. When Di Jing was soaring through the air, Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as his figure blurred. He appeared right above Di Jing, and he stomped downwards at his chest with all his might. Di Jing turned into a shooting star as he slammed into the stage. An earth-shattering blast could be heard as his body rammed into the true emperor stage. Even the stage itself trembled when Di Jing came crashing into it. The terrace of heaven fell into absolute silence. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun grabbed the armrests of his throne as the murderous intent in him rose. Veins bulged on his arm, and he wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong in that very instant. Seemingly unable to feel the killing intent coming off Di Jun, Huang Xiaolong appeared right above Di Jing, who was lying on the ground. He chuckled. If you want to kill me, make sure you become the embodiment of heavenly Tao. Or you can wait till you surpass the Emperor Realm. He had the heart of hell, and even if Di Jing broke into the Emperor Realm in the future, there would be no chance of Di Jing staging a comeback. The only way was for him to break through and become an existence surpassing the Emperor Realm. Of course, by the time Di Jing became an existence surpassing the Emperor Realm, Huang Xiaolong would have left him in the dust. There was no way Di Jing would ever get the chance to kill him ever again. Of course, Huang Xiaolong was just talking nonsense when he spoke to Di Jing. He wasn't going to let him off anyway. The mere existence of Di Jing was a threat to Huang Xiaolong. He didn't know what would happen after Di Jing broke into the Emperor realm. There might be some heaven-shaking changes he wasn't aware of. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you have one? Heavenly Prince Di Jing's voice sounded out once again. Brilliant light emerged from the 9 heavens as though some sort of force was calling it from below. The dim runes on Di Jing's body suddenly shone with a brilliant light, even brighter than before. At the same time, his heavenly Tao Godhead in the sky seemed to burn with the radiance of 1,000 suns. Light covered the land, and everything became suppressed by it. It was as though Di Jing had regained control of the world. Even Emperor Realm ancestors realized that they were suppressed by the light as well. The speed at which they could circulate their god force decreased by a whole lot. Di Jing crawled up from the ground, and his body seemed to return to its peak state. He sneered, Huang Xiaolong, it seems like you haven't grasped the concept of heavenly Tao itself. I have the heavenly Tao Godhead and the heavens Tao physique. I am the heavens Tao and you can't kill me. That's unless you surpass heavenly Tao itself. Otherwise, you can only dream of killing me. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Under the heavenly Tao suppression, he felt that even his king of supreme godheads were being suppressed. Right now, I shall show you the true power of the heavenly Tao Godhead and heavens Tao physique. As the words left Di Jing's lips, a terrifying light possessing the might of 1,000,000 suns filled the plaza, and devastating power swept through the area. The heavenly Tao Godhead started to transform. A different kind of radiance burst out from within the Godhead. This is? Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they stared at the scene before them. A brilliant radiance containing all the world's radiance shot out in all directions and covered the world. Along with the burst of light, the Godhead continued its transformation. In the end, it formed chains of runes that floated in the air. Heavenly Tao runes. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. The light covering the sky formed lines after lines of runes, and the figure of a dragon slowly appeared in midair. The heavenly Tao runes formed its body, and the massive dragon seemed to turn into a support pillar for the heavens. The heavenly Tao runes' appearance caused even the strongest emperors standing in the plaza to feel suppressed. Their godheads felt a sense of pressure like never before. If emperors at the First Order Emperor realm felt their powers being suppressed by 1/10 before the heavenly Tao Godhead's transformation, 30% of their powers were gone after the transformation. The lower their cultivation level, the stronger the suppression. As for cultivators in the same realm as Di Jing, they felt as though their godhead had frozen solid. They were utterly unable to feel the slightest bit of god force circulating in their body. They couldn't feel their godhead, and neither could they circulate their god force. What in the world was going on? Everyone felt a shiver running down their spine. No one knew that Heavenly Prince Di Jing was such a terrifying existence. As for Di Jing, his body was covered by the heavenly Tao runes, and mesmerizing light revolved around him. Even though his entire body was covered in runes, no one felt that he looked strange. Instead, he looked like he possessed the most perfect body in the world, without the slightest blemish. Di Jing stood in the air calmly, and a look of indifference hung on his face. He stared at Huang Xiaolong and said, Huang Xiaolong, no one in the same realm as me can hold their head up high under the suppression of my heavenly Tao Godhead. They won't even be able to use their god force. Look at yourself. You're just a 7th order heavenly monarch. Why don't you try rotating your 3 king of supreme godheads? He had absolute confidence that under the suppression of his heavenly Tao Godhead, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to resist in the slightest. That was the real reason why his heavenly Tao Godhead was ranked as the #1 Godhead in all of existence. As long as Huang Xiaolong was unable to use his 3 king of supreme godheads, Di Jing was confident of killing Huang Xiaolong even if he had 3 archdevil bloodlines. Right now, he felt that his strength had more than doubled with the help of the heavenly Tao runes. As for Huang Xiaolong, His strength should have been reduced by more than half since he could not use his godheads. God Force was the basis of one's strength. Without God Force, one wouldn't be much different from a fish on a chopping board. Die! Di Jing's body blurred, and his fist appeared before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Despite his best efforts to return the punch with one of his own, Huang Xiaolong moved a little too late. He was sent flying by Di Jing's punch, and he crashed into the edge of the arena. Di Jing chuckled to himself. Huang Xiaolong, you shall have a taste of my strength. As soon as he was done speaking, he sent out another punch towards Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad he missed his target as his fist smashed into the true emperor stage. A massive crater was formed, but Huang Xiaolong was nowhere to be seen. Di Jing and the spectators widened their eyes in shock. You're right, the heavenly Tao Godhead is indeed heaven-defying. However, I guess that's all you can do? A lazy voice echoed through the air, and Di Jing spun his head around in shock. He couldn't even see when Huang Xiaolong had arrived behind him. How are you not injured? Di Jing's heart sank as he stared at Huang Xiaolong, who looked completely unaffected by his punch. He was extremely sure that his attack had connected with Huang Xiaolong. How can he stand before me as nothing has happened? Of course, he was more surprised at the fact that he wasn't able to see how Huang Xiaolong had managed to dodge his attack. According to logic, Huang Xiaolong should be unable to keep up with him due to his godhead's suppression. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong was still able to utilize his godheads? It was impossible. He had personally verified that there was no fluctuation of God Force when Huang Xiaolong had made his move. Disregarding his shock, Huang Xiaolong stared at Di Jing without replying. Di Jing's expression turned frosty, and anger overwhelmed him. Just before he could begin another wave of attack, a horrifying surge of light erupted from Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong's body was like a broken dam that could no longer hold back the radiance energy contained within him. An unstoppable wave of radiance energy enveloped the plaza. What is this? This isn't God Force. Huang Xiaolong didn't even circulate his God Force. One of the ancestors standing in the plaza exclaimed in shock. This is the purest type of radiance energy. It originates from the radiance world, and it's the source of all radiance energy. An ancestor of the Brightness Emperor Palace stuttered in shock. The members of the Brightness Emperor Palace couldn't be clearer on the source of all radiance energies. That was because all of their techniques were based on using radiance energy as its source. It was said that the founder of their Brightness Emperor Palace was a supreme expert of his generation. Even Di Jun's expression changed when Huang Xiaolong made his move. He was surprised when Huang Xiaolong revealed his godheads, and he was also shocked when Huang Xiaolong showed his archdevil bloodlines. Right now, he was more than shocked. Several billions of years ago, even before the Desolate Era, there weren't just 5 great worlds. There were 6. Other than the Divine World, Demonic World, Devil World, Buddha World, and Hell, there was another great world. It was the Radiance World. In the past, the Radiance World ranked high above the other 5. It was hailed as the greatest of worlds. However, many Emperor Realm ancestors were unaware of this information. In the past, the Radiance World had swept through the lands with a desire to conquer. Wherever their troops passed, everyone would submit. The only reason their advancement had failed was that the Divine World and Buddha World had joined hands with each other. In the annals of history, the ancient Heavenly Emperor had joined hands with the Buddha ancestor to battle with the Radiance ancestor. During their battle, the skies had gone dark, and the tallest of mountains had collapsed. Continents had crumbled, and even world surfaces had shattered. It was even said that they had broken through the space to continue their fight. No one knew the outcome of the battle. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor and Buddha Emperor had refused to leak any news of it. However, the Radiance ancestor had disappeared after the battle, and the Radiance world had lost most of their fighting strength. Under the suppression of the Divine World and Buddha World, the Radiance world had retreated. That time, Di Jun wasn't even an emperor. Despite that, he was lucky enough to experience the might of the Radiance ancestor. Right now, he felt the same kind of power coming from Huang Xiaolong. It was the power that belonged to the Radiant's ancestor. Dijun leaped up from his seat, and a myriad of expressions filled his face. It was no wonder even Dijun was stirred. Anyone who knew about the past would probably react the same way. The Radiant's ancestor was a hegemon of the many worlds. Even the ancient heavenly emperor had to join hands with the Buddha ancestor to fight against him. One could only begin to imagine his prowess. No wonder. It seems like that's the case. Dijun became agitated, and a greedy light flashed through his eyes. In an instant, he looked like he managed to understand many things. When Huang Xiaolong had managed to take out 40 million low-grade chaos spirit stones like it was nothing, everyone had thought that he had obtained some sort of fantastic treasure. It was no fabulous treasure if Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain the inheritance of the Radiant's ancestor. He would definitely have obtained the most precious of treasures belonging to the Radiant's ancestor himself. The Radiant's ancestor was the ruler of one of the 6 great worlds of the past. If not for the presence of so many people, Dijun would have already made his move to search Huang Xiaolong's soul to snatch the Radiant's ancestor's inheritance and treasure. At that moment, Dijun swore that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to take half a step out of the heavenly court. Regardless of who comes, no one will be able to save you. Dijun swept his gaze to the 2 beasts standing at the side, and a terrifying light flashed through his eyes. No one knew when, but around the moment Dijun looked towards the 2 beasts, the crowd went wild. 2 wings grew out from Huang Xiaolong's back. The wings were sparkling and translucent, and without a doubt, they were condensed from the pure radiance energy around him. At that moment, everyone realized that the 10 wings on Lan Tailong's body were nothing more than counterfeit goods. Comparing Lan Tailong's wings to Huang Xiaolong was like comparing a firefly to the moon. Before the crowd could settle down, 2 more wings grew out from Huang Xiaolong's back. For wings. Did Huang Xiaolong cultivate the Radiance Saint Manual? Several ancestors gasped in shock. Lan Tailong had reached great completion in the Radiance Saint Manual, and he had managed to form 10 wings. I wonder how many Huang Xiaolong will be able to call out. Another ancestor muttered in a low voice. He can probably form 10 wings. Under the Emperor realm, is it impossible for someone to form more than 10? That's the rule stated in the Radiance Saint Manual. Unless Huang Xiaolong breaks through to the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be able to form the 12th wing. Some ancestor from some superpower declared with confidence. Everyone nodded their heads. The limit of the Radiance Saint Manual was known to all. Even the most talented geniuses from the Brightness Emperor Palace could form 10 wings when they were in the Heavenly Monarch realm. No one had ever surpassed that limit. As the discussions carried on, another pair of wings appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. 6 wings. Under the gazes of everyone present, light once again emerged from Huang Xiaolong's back. Another pair of wings appeared. 8 wings. For pairs. Huang Xiaolong seemed to be completely covered in radiance energy by the time all 8 wings formed. Under the illumination of the brilliant light coming from Huang Xiaolong's body, all sorts of evil were suppressed. When everyone thought that 4 pairs of wings were his limit, another pair appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. 5 pairs. He has managed to form 10 wings. The spectators sucked in a cold breath of air in shock. Just when everyone thought that it was over, the light behind Huang Xiaolong started to swirl around once again. The fluctuation wasn't something that could be compared with the previous few times. Everyone who stared at Huang Xiaolong felt like their eyeballs were about to pop out from their socket. Buzz! In that single instant, heaven and earth seemed to turn a little brighter. Feeling a sharp pain in their eyes, everyone present blinked, and when they opened their eyes again, they saw 12 wings fluttering in the wind behind Huang Xiaolong. 12 wings! Gasps of shock could be heard in the air. Wasn't the limit of the Radiant Saint Manual set at 10 wings when a cultivator was in the Heavenly Monarch realm? How was a 7th order Heavenly Monarch able to condense 12 wings? Dijing looked at the 12 wings behind Huang Xiaolong, and he felt his heart constrict. A strong sense of unease filled his body all of a sudden. Clenching his fists, his body burned with the radiance of 1,000 suns once again. Just as he was about to attack Huang Xiaolong, An explosion of light erupted behind Huang Xiaolong. Resplendent rays of light filled the skies once again, and under Di Jing's astonished gaze, another pair of wings appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. 14 wings. How is this possible? Even the current brightness emperor can only form 12 wings. How is Huang Xiaolong able to condense 14 wings? The legends of 14 wings had only appeared in the legends. Zhang Renjie from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace yelled in shock. Everyone felt the same way as tremors ran through their heart. When Huang Xiaolong revealed his 12 wings, everyone already found his talent immeasurable. Right now, 14 wings were on display right before their eyes. Even Heavenly Emperor Di Jun couldn't hide his shock. Suddenly, the heavens and earth started to tremble as the radiance energy behind Huang Xiaolong started to move. No, it would be more appropriate to say that the movement of the radiance energy behind Huang Xiaolong caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The world turned a sheet of white and buzzing sound filled the ears of everyone present. The space behind Huang Xiaolong started to crack, and spatial tiers formed all around him. The 8th pair of wings started to solidify behind Huang Xiaolong as he stood tall in the arena, high above everyone's horrified gaze. A pair of perfect wings formed from radiance runes appeared before their eyes. 16. An Emperor Realm ancestor in the crowd felt his body going limp as the words couldn't leave his mouth. 16 wings was something never heard of since the start of time. No one had ever heard, let alone seen, a being with 16 wings. Even though no one was able to form 14 wings, it was something that had appeared in the past. As for an existence with 16 wings, there was no knowledge or proof of their existence. Roar! Heavenly Prince Di Jing's body started to transform again, and bone-like spikes grew out from his body. The spikes were sharp like heavenly blades, and nothing seemed to be able to stand in their way. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw the change in Di Jing's body. Legends have it that the Heaven's Tao physique is split into 3 stages. He was in the human form before. Could this be the second form? The heavenly beast form? Wang Haojuan asked in astonishment. The second form was said to possess offensive and defensive abilities several times compared to the first form. Huang Xiaolong die! Di Jing roared as though he was a heavenly beast as he charged towards Huang Xiaolong. A frosty light covered his arm, and it emitted a terrifying might. Just as Di Jing's arm was about to pierce Huang Xiaolong's chest, the 16 wings behind Huang Xiaolong moved. They stretched to their fullest before slamming straight towards Di Jing. When Di Jing crashed into the 16 wings' combined power, he felt a bone-shattering pain run through his arm. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the air, and something seemed to crack. Di Jing's attack appeared to have hit the chaos rampart of the Radiance world itself, and a devastatingly strong wave of energy was released from Huang Xiaolong's body. The restrictions on the true Emperor stage shattered, and an unstoppable torrent of energy charged towards the spectators.